to Extreme Gameplays, where I play games stylishly. Today I'm back with another big project time. This one simultaneously happens to be a combat guide for one of, if not the best action game ever. The one and only Devil May Cry 3. This project has been on my mind for a while and I finally found time to approach and tackle it. Yes, this will be exactly like the God of War Trilogy Combat Guide and the Metal Gear Rising Combat Guide. We'll be diving deep into the mechanics, the enemy design, the encounter design, and all the other great stuff that come with Devil May Cry 3. This combat guide is very ambitious and it aims to perfect the way you play Devil May Cry 3. I will be trying my best to make the lessons as clear as possible and of course answer comments about certain mechanics accordingly. This guide will have certain principles to follow as with every other combat guide that I've made. There are some clarifications that need to be put up front to prevent any misunderstandings before ever getting into the combat guide properly. So to start it off, we have a couple of things to talk about first before getting into the actual proper challenge in the chapter style and the table of contents and whatnot. The intro song and this intro is all the hype you're gonna get in this video, so yeah. Hyper Zester is out, enjoy the next segment, see you guys by the end of the video. Preventing confusions is the best thing we can do to prevent confusions. To start up the combat guide, we're way better off talking about what this guide is not rather than what this guide is. We have 3 points that are vital to mention at the start right now before you get any misunderstandings on what this combat guide is. So here goes the 3 points on what this combat guide is not. First off, this is not a combo mat guide. This guide does not serve the purpose of crafting mind-boggling combos on fodder enemies, like, say, a combo mat. Horsing around in Devil May Cry 3 results in a playstyle that is unfavored by the game itself. You will get punished if you really play around a lot in this game. You may horse around in crazy combo around the game after understanding the essential tools and combat philosophy as a whole, but that's generally a thing with every video game you play. When you get good enough, you can play around and just play with your food all you want. By the time you get good at Devil May Cry 3, I guess you will be able to combo mat around the enemies all you want, when you're good enough. But as it stands currently, this guide that will be all around Dante Must Die mode, a mode that punishes non-efficient gameplay, is not a combo guide. It is overall a combat guide that tackles the combat philosophy at large and maybe isolates the tools that are very useful for efficiency and talks about them. The guide heavily revolves around the main campaign's encounter design of the vanilla release of Devil May Cry 3 on Dante Must Die mode. That's the simplest way I can put it. Now the second point regarding what this guide is not, this is not a run guide. This guide will not teach you how to handle each and every single encounter and boss fight. It also will not teach you how to S-rank missions. It serves only as showing you the ropes and the depth of the combat that then naturally translate to what you do in combat. The stuff that will be taught will have the S ranking and high combat ranks in mind, don't worry, as it runs deep in the blood of Devil May Cry 3's combat philosophy, so we have to mention it. This also happens to go the same with the main point above the first point that I mentioned. This may not be a combo mat guide, but it will contain tools used a lot in combo mats. Stuff like jump cancelling or maybe attack cancelling, so on and so forth. We'll get to them later. By the end of this learning process, you may become the best player in the world for all we know. This guide will teach you how Dante swings his sword, but it will be ultimately up to you how hard Dante swings his sword or in what direction, to what enemy, at what speed. It will be all up to you. The third and final point of what this guide is not, this guide is not for total and complete beginners to Devil May Cry 3. I know that in the song at the start I said the guide is for beginners, but frankly that's just a hype and edgy thing to say in a song about a combat guide. Though I would like to make a small little correction for my past self regarding this, and it's that this guide can still help even total beginners of Devil May Cry 3 to get the ropes and enjoy the game more. So this is not a thing where it takes beginners away from this video. If you want to still watch this, you can watch it and learn a lot of stuff that will make the game fun for you, even more fun than what you would usually do, but I still recommend you just dabble with the game normally. Just do 1 or 2 playthroughs with your own experiments, your own loadouts and stuff, and that's about it. So let's continue the video. This guide expects some stuff from the player, which now gets me to my next point. What does this guide expect from you as a player? This guide expects that you have surface level knowledge regarding Devil May Cry 3's Dante, and the enemies. So basically the back and forth, kind of knowing the enemies, not the names of the enemies, but just generally how most of the enemies work. I will be diving deeper into each and every single enemy as I do with every combat guide that I make, but this does require, surface level knowledge regarding Dante, his moveset, the enemies, and their moveset. The second thing this combat guide expects from the player is that it expects that you have finished the game at least once or twice, preferable if you know the very hard difficulty, but what I need from the player is to at least have beaten the game twice to proceed with a combat guide. This is not me saying that I'm not gonna explain how the difficulty works. Of course, this is my job and it's gonna be one of the openers of the combat guide to explain the difficulty we're gonna be playing on. But as it stands currently, this combat guide still expects you, of course, to have finished the game at least twice. Like, just generally, okay? And the third point is that it expects that you know most of Dante's tools and styles. So, like, this is a whole separate thing. Knowing what Dante can and can't do is very, very important. Though I'm gonna be diving deeper into what Dante is capable of in this combat guide today, it still expects you to know that your attacks and what they do, what the styles are. And if you don't, well then stick around, because I'm gonna be explaining them still as I go on with the lessons. Devil May Cry 3's combat philosophy revolves around the following aspects that are demanded from the player at a constant rate. The game is constantly asking you to handle at least one or two of the following simultaneously, and the faster and more efficiently you execute, the better. This game's encounters are consistently asking you for the following 4 points. Number 1. Capitalize on windows to assert huge DPS, that is, damage per second. Number 2. Create scenarios where you crowd control or capitalize on crowd control situations if they happen. Number 3. Enemy management and enemy isolation is vital for your victory in encounters. Sometimes an enemy is very, very dangerous. You need to dispose of him in an isolated manner. Number 4 is be reactive and react accordingly based on what the enemy is doing. Then decide a next action, be it taunting or attacking. The 4 points of demand I mentioned above are constant in every encounter of the game. This may seem elementary at first, but we need them as pillar of combat when going forward. To flesh the points out, let us start with them, of course, one by one. I'm gonna have to ask you not to be harsh on yourself for this segment, as most of the points mentioned may overwhelm you, but you have all day today to tackle them in the combat guide later. For now, let's just talk about them briefly and what I mean with the points, then the combat guide will show you how these points get fed up by each chapter one after the other. So to start it off with the first one, capitalizing on windows to assert huge DPS simply means to efficiently attack the enemy when the window to do so is there. There are DPS types that we'll get to later, but for now just know the argument at hand. Your time in Devil May Cry 3 encounters is extremely precious. When you have a free opening to attack, you're gonna want to make sure that attack counts. You're expected to march towards the enemy with a plan in mind the moment you assess the situation. First, what is the DPS situation here? What is the enemy type? What do I approach with to make the best out of the little time I have before the enemy intervenes or the enemy gains back the control of the field? The second point, which was creating crowd control situations or capitalizing off of them, revolves around your movement and what you do in the battlefield. To an extent, in Devil May Cry 3, you create crowds in one space to crush them down with one powerful move. Or maybe you see an opening with a lot of enemies in one place. By that time, you know what to do. Of course, I am gonna have to bring up crowd controlling whenever I talk about each of the weapons individually, but for now, there's not gonna be a specific chapter for crowd control. Since this game's crowd control is I'm not gonna say it's very basic, but it's generally, it depends on the weapon. Not every weapon has crowd control, of course. So there's not going to be any chapter for crowd control. It's going to be only about the weapons. When I talk about the weapons, I'm going to have to mention the crowd control. Or when I talk about something else, I'm going to have to mention the crowd control, okay? The third point that talked about the enemy management and isolation revolves around certain encounter types where you're better off putting your entire focus on one enemy. It's to either eliminate him out of the battlefield, or to lower its health to critical levels and approach other enemies so that you kill both at once later. We will get to this later in the difficulty talk. The fourth point focuses on Devil May Cry 3's nature of enemies and fights. As said above, this is a game where you gotta assess situations when in the midst of combat. You are initiating the first hit on the enemies, but that's only a strong start to one enemy out of many at a time that you'll face in each encounter. you're gonna get forced into a semi-reactive playstyle as the encounter expands further. Based on the enemy types, you react accordingly and respond accordingly. This is generally the way the game's combat goes. Now, with all the above finally cleared out, I think you may have recognized a pattern here if you've watched and observed my other combat guides. Unlike other video games that have one strong mechanic that looms above all other mechanics, Devil May Cry 3 is a sea of mechanics intertwined together to give you a very rewarding experience. There is no one mechanic stronger than anything else and has encounters built around it. In the God of War Trilogy guide, for example, we talked about the dominance of grabs in every encounter. In Metal Gear Rising's guide, we talked about the blade mode a lot. In this Devil May Cry 3 guide, there is no opener that takes a long section and focuses down on one mighty mechanic. Instead, what's gonna happen is, we're gonna have to fluidly go from one lesson to another, so even if you feel like the guide is all over the place, that's perfectly fine. I will still try to make it look structured and easy to understand as much as possible, you know, with YouTube chapters and the table of contents below in the description. Besides, this is a guide that you're gonna want to return to. It's not a one-sitting video to watch and be done with. You can use it as a reference to things missing in your usual combat approaches in Devil May Cry 3. Or additionally, you can even ask questions in the comments. Me and my buddies love helping people understand games combat. It's a passion of ours. So with that out of the way, which I hope is clear, this game does not have one complete mechanic that has the encounters built around it like God of War or Metal Gear Rising. So just wanted to clear that up. Without any much further to do, let's finally begin the combat guide properly. This will be all separated into chapters you can follow down in the description or in the timeline of YouTube. I will be repeating myself in most chapters and will be mentioning previously learned mechanics or mechanics to come for the sake of kind of nailing the point across in the brain of the viewer. It's kind of a necessity and it's a habit of mine to repeat myself, so you'll have to excuse me. Thank you very much, and let us now get into the combat guide completely. See you by the end after seeing how this project turns out, and let us begin. One more small little disclaimer before diving into the combat guide, and is that I'm not a big fan of numbers and going deep into numbers. So, regarding stun values, which you may know of for DMD, I have attached a link down in the description where you can read the stun values for enemies, damage values for enemies, and everything in deep detail. Just because this combat guide is not going to be going that deep into numbers and all that, but it will tell you about concepts and what is the best damage against something, okay? So don't worry about that, and let's get into it. Difficulty options. Okay, to start off the combat guide, I'm gonna have to get one thing out of the way one more time because it is very important. This guide will be revolved around Dante Must Die mode, which you can see right here after beating the very hard mode. Dante Must Die mode is a mode that alters how the enemies work. It generally just alters how the game works, how you've seen it in all the other prior difficulties. We're not gonna be talking about heaven or hell, or maybe there's hell and hell, I may have forgotten, I don't know, but we're not going to be talking about these difficulties right here. The whole combat guide is going to be structured around Dante Must Die mode. And additionally, what I wanted to talk about before diving into like the second mission, maybe to explain some stuff about Dante Must Die mode, I'm going to have to also say something before proceeding further with the combat guide. You're going to want to limit yourself from using Devil Trigger Explosion, which is called DTE, which we'll talk about later in the DT lesson, but for now, you all know it as this thing where you hold L1, let go, and Dante just explodes. He complodes. I'm gonna politely ask you to limit yourself from using it since it just eliminates all surrounding enemies with no effort, and you just forego all the depth that the game has for the sake of just clearing every single enemy, then building up your DT with taunts and whatnot. And this is a thing that can work in a lot of encounters, but I'm going to have to ask you to limit yourself from using it since it's not going to be ideal if you want to learn Devil May Cry 3's combat. In which case, to learn Devil May Cry 3's combat properly, completely, I highly suggest you do a Dante Must Die mode in vanilla when this combat guide is done. What do I mean by this is that you don't go to load game and then hit Dante Must Die mode. No, you come to new game, Dante, turn the tutorials off, hit normal in here, doesn't matter. Hit gold in here, then you see Dante Must Die mode in here. What this does is it loads you into Dante Must Die mode without having the new game plus tools. Of course, the game is mostly balanced around New Game Plus, there's no denying that, but generally it is also balanced with vanilla in mind. It's just that it's a much more difficult experience. This is what I meant. This is where you start with just level 1 Dante, level 1 health, nothing is upgraded. This is needed and very vital to be done upon finishing this combat guide, so it's very, very important, and we'll get to it later, but this is just a thing that I'm gonna have to recommend for you guys when you get to Devil May Cry 3. This is how you learn the combat and Dante Must Die mode, because you won't be having the double trigger explosion or anything. So yeah, that's about it. Now, a big part of why Dante Must Die mode is a very different mode than what you're used to is because of the enemy DT. Suddenly, this game is not just you DTing, it's also the enemies DTing. DT is short for Devil Trigger, if I haven't explained it yet. The enemies can double trigger in 2 ways that are just very, very neat in the game. Like, it's just very adorable how it's implemented in the game. The first way is the most simple thing that you're already used to if you play Devil May Cry 1. If enough time passes, the enemies will DT automatically on their own. And when the enemies DT, their health doubles, their stun value just rises up, which stun value is a thing that I will also talk about in a second. Or I will talk about it later on a little more in the enemy DTing chapter later on. But for now, just know that the enemies get a general buff when in Dante Must Die mode, and whereas they don't in other modes. These enemies will DT shortly, and they will get the buff that I'm talking about right now. But right now, in their base, I hit them, they all flinch. I do this, they all get knocked back. I do the stinger, they instantly get knocked back. Now, you'll love and miss all of this simplicity right here the moment these enemies DT in just a couple of minutes. For now, I'm gonna keep on talking about the Dante Must Die mode and how the enemies DT. There's also another way that the enemies DT, but we'll get to it after this demonstration is done, after these enemies DT. As you can see right there, the moment that purple thing popped on top of them, that's when these enemies all double trigger. Now look at what happens when I do a stinger on these guys. Boom. They didn't get knocked back. Or like when I do this, they didn't get knocked back. This is, as I said, only a Dante Must Die mode thing where the enemies as well double trigger. So now hitting them is not just a consistent flinch that always happens. Instead, they start flinching or being open to hit properties upon reaching their stun value. Every enemy in Devil May Cry 3 has a threshold on when they will take hit properties or generally get stunned. Like these enemies are not just always gonna be like this and not gonna be phased or whatever. Like, there, see? They get stunned a little, they get pushed back a little, and all of that. Like, I'm gonna showcase it. And when new enemies spawn in a wave, they're not automatically DT'd, by the way. They DT in time. So anyways, but let's leave the second way where they DT to a minute from now. These enemies, and every enemy when they DT, they have a certain threshold they have to reach before being open to a knockback. Like right now, the stinger does not knock back this guy. Now, like, if I timed it right, like right there, see? It did knock him back. There's a certain amount of damage that an enemy has to receive before ever getting knocked back. Now, these damage numbers are, they're little numbers that you can look up in the internet. These damage numbers are not stuff that I'm going to be talking about, since I don't really like numbers, and I don't like overcomplicating how I approach encounters. It's generally a me thing. Like, if you want to learn the values for like every enemy, you can do that, surely. I am still going to be talking about attacks that deal a lot of damage at base Dante. We're not going to be talking stuff that, that literally just, shred the enemy up. Like this, for example. We're not going to be talking a lot about this. It got me even pressed back there. I'm not going to be talking about what deals damage yet. That's going to be a later lesson with the DPS and what stuff that deals damage when I talk about the weapons individually. Generally, you have to reach a certain damage threshold for the enemy to start flinching again. Now, there are some enemies at base that you can use that are good for, breaking the guard, like this. Helmbreaker is generally just good. Okay? I'm not going to expand on this lesson any more than this. I'm going to talk about the weapons later on, which attack deals a lot of damage, And then you can connect the dots simply on like what to do when an enemy has armor. I'm gonna showcase you. I'm gonna make that Lust DT right now, which actually, before I do that, let me talk about the second way enemies can DT. Enemies, other than being put on a timer to DT, have other criterias when they DT. If you kill 2 enemies per wave, like if at the starting wave, of course, maybe right now if I take out 1 enemy, they're gonna DT. If you take out 2 enemies and the third one is still on the battlefield, or maybe there are more enemies, say you're fighting 5 enemies, you take out 2 of them, the other 3 will DT. So like, boom, let me take out these enemies right now. This guy DT'd. Did you see that? This one didn't DT because it just spawned. But this guy that was with the group back there DT'd. Now he's not that easily open to hit properties, just like the others that I described. See, like, I'm using Helmbreaker because it's good. It opens the enemy up. You can still skateboard them when they're down. They're still good, but generally, you want to know what is the best thing to deal with enemies at base Dante? It's this. This breaks their DT guard, and you can still, like, open them up for hit properties and whatnot. This goes for every enemy, by the way, even Enigmas, so there is that. I hope I've been clear in explaining what the DT mode is. I'm gonna have to dive deeper later on into what literally takes to DT enemies and whatnot, but like what do you do for DT enemies, that is the best thing. For now, just understand that enemies DT based on 2 criterias. Either with enough time passes, everybody DTs, or if you take out 2 enemies in an encounter. When you take out 2 enemies, the rest DT. I had to get this out of the way. This is very, very important for you to understand. It's intertwined with the style system of the game. It's intertwined with the style meter of the game. It's intertwined with the moves that you do as Dante. It is very, very important. It's going to be talked about in much more detail later on. The enemy DT in general is a chapter in this combat guide, so let us move on. Loadouts and knowing your tools. Devil May Cry 3, as you know, has this customized menu upon starting every mission or when interacting with one of the divinity statues throughout the missions. You generally want to learn by playing a lot of the game and after this combat guide, but generally after playing the game a lot and knowing how each encounter goes, you're gonna learn what loadout is the best for each encounter. Like for example, if I'm fighting Cerberus, having Trickster equipped is the best thing so that I have the wall run. Again, I'm gonna dive into the styles one by one later, but there's just a lesson right now to get it out of the way. There are certain loadouts that are more dominant than other loadouts, like Swordmaster for example, having Ebony and Ivory and the shotgun. And in your Devil Arms, having Rebellion and Agni Rudra. This is like your bread and butter. If you want to talk about like fighting game terms, this is your bread and butter. Just having Agni and Rudra and Rebellion on your melee weapons, having Ebony and Ivory and the shotgun on your ranged weapons. Generally, you will have to run into situations where you equip some different stuff. Believe it or not, this right here is a proper loadout that you're gonna need in an encounter. Which may sound weird, it may look weird to you from here, but it is actually gonna be needed in some encounter, like, you never know. Generally, we're gonna talk about, and we're gonna showcase some encounters here and there, and we're gonna showcase some enemy weaknesses later on in the combat guide, and then you'll get a clear idea on, in what situation may you need Nevan, in what situation will you need Agni and Rudra, in what situation will you need Rebellion, in what situation will you need Beowulf especially. So, this is one thing I wanted to clearly get out of the way, and is that know that you have to equip certain loadouts for certain missions or encounters or bosses. Base Dante. Now what I mean with base Dante is the base tools that Dante possesses, like without upgrades, without anything, without different weapons that you get later on. This will be your lock-on and input types. So you lock on and then you have inputs depending on Dante's position in the game. Like if I want to do a lock on backwards move right now, I have to press up, not even back. It's where Dante runs backwards. Then pressing triangle does the input, that is input, lock on backwards and attack. Or like the Stinger for example. The Stinger requires me to aim forward. You aim forward depending on where Dante is aiming, not to where your camera is aiming. Okay, if I aim the analog up now and press triangle, I get this. This is just an attack. I have to take it to the right where Dante walks forward, then Stinger. That's generally just a way to get it out of the system right now. I hope the lock-on is clear. If you have any more questions, if you have lock-on fuck-ups, just let me know. Generally, you want to aim to where Dante is, and then do your input. Boom, just like that. And by the way, regarding the lock-on, switching lock-on with L3, I felt the need to mention this. You switch lock-on with L3. And Devil May Cry 3 is the only DMC game that you can switch the lock-on. I think DMC Devil May Cry also has this. You can switch the lock-on enemy with, while moving, which is very, very cool. For some reason, never returned in other Devil May Cry games. So after this, we have another thing that Dante has in his base, which is a very good thing that never returned in other Devil May Cry games for some reason. It is enemy skateboarding. I'm going to talk about it right now. So when an enemy is down, there is something you can do. Let me just restart this real quick. There's something you can do when an enemy is down on the ground, and it's to jump on top of them, and then Dante uses them as a skateboard. This is very, very important for enemy isolation. Other than it looking cool, it's very important for enemy isolation. Let me just show you how. Say I just knock this guy to the air. Let me just demonstrate it in a better place. Knock this guy to the air. Get on top of him. You hit surrounding enemies, and just generally just skateboard them. Like if you just jump on him, like that. It does deal damage to the enemy himself as well. And it's a very, very neat tool. Like besides it looking cool, it is very it's very useful. Like, see? What you can do is press square to get this. Hold on, let me just showcase it. You generally shoot in your surroundings when you press square. It's very cool. Like this. And you can just cancel your, the animation where Dante gets away by shooting once in the air, which is a different lesson I'm going to get to in the defensive options. Shooting Ebony and Ivory in the air is not just for outputting damage. It's generally for keeping Dante in the air to delay your drop, generally speaking. So that's the skateboarding. Now, an easy way I'm going to explain right now to skateboard enemies consistently is to do the jump where you're just like this and then glide Dante a little bit to the right or towards the enemy is. Like if I launch this enemy, I'm not going to jump towards where he landed, okay? I'm just going to jump in place, then get on top of him like this. Like I'm going to demonstrate one more time. Launch him, jump in place, then glide Dante. This is a way more accurate way to hop on an enemy, like generally. Now, skateboarding an enemy is very important for more than just looking cool and all of that, as I said. Now, I'm going to get to that part of this whole explanation. Let me just eliminate a bunch of these enemies. I told you I'm going to account for the style meter, and I just demonstrated how I will. And the next thing that is going to come up right now is the next wave of this encounter is going to be one of the enemies. It's called Lust. It's the red enemy, and I'm going to show you how the skateboard can be important in there. This enemy just spawned. I launch him, take him to a corner to fight him alone in an isolated spot, to take him out safely and completely, or maybe not to take him out. I just want to decrease his HP in general, before approaching any of the other enemies. I do this. Now that his HP is low, I want to eliminate or maybe take the health of this Lust enemy down. I do this. Boom. It's generally a beautiful tool for isolation, no matter how you look at it. This enemy is out. Now another Lust is going to spawn. Now I want to take out this Lust right here. But I don't want to, injure surrounding enemies with him as well. So I just want to take this guy out. Again, I use the isolation with the skateboard. Now he's low, and then I move on to the next enemy. It's generally the philosophy of DMD mode and how it works. I explained it. See, now this Lust spawned in. I don't want to kill other enemies so that they DT, he DTs, and all that. No, I slowly manage the enemies that are in the battlefield. I get all of them to critical health, and then I take them out. Which, did you see how right now the skateboarding enemies and how important it is right now? Instantly, it is one of the most important tools ever. And it's all available in the base movement of Dante. So it's not even that complicated. So now with the skateboard lesson out of the way, something else for base Dante is of course his jump. His jump is determined on how long you press the button. Like if you hold the button, you get the maximum height. If you just press the button, it's just a normal jump. Now this is not just for platforming, even for combat it's going to be important later on, so believe me, it is very, very important that Dante has a jump like this. You know, Devil May Cry 3 and all Devil May Crys for that matter, they have iframes for jumping. Jumping is basically your best defensive option, which we'll get to in a later lesson called defensive options. Jumping gives you iframes, but there's a catch to it. Back jumping gives you the most iframes. It's something I learned from a friend called Heliax. Backwards jumping has more iframes than normal jumping. Your normal jump is still very, very, potent, by the way. It's the best way to evade damage. I repeat, jumping is the best way to avoid damage. Even your, jumping on an enemy, the enemy step itself, even it has iframes, since it counts as you jumping on the ground. So, your second jump, when you unlock it at the options later on, your second jump does not have iframes, which is only fair. It's not supposed to have iframes. Your natural jump has iframes. Or your enemy step jumps. Okay? Which now after the normal jump explanation, we move on to the wall jumps. Wall jumps in Devil May Cry 3 exist. They exist and they're very, very convenient. You simply jump towards a wall, then jump again when you're on the wall. It counts as your double jump before you buy a proper double jump for your, your weapons that have the double jump move to buy. Okay, so this is just you jumping off of a wall. It's good for as a defensive measure, getting away from a crowd that are cornering you. I want to make clear that the wall jump does not have iframes like the normal jump. So there's that I want to get out of the way. The wall jumps, they're very, very important. Again, if you hold the button, Dante jumps for farther or higher up. If you just press it, he just does a very normal jump like this. Now, after jumping normally and wall jumping and all that, I want to talk about something else. Your other base thing, which is side rolls. Side rolls happens when you lock onto the enemy and then move sideways and press A or jump or X or whatever you use. So as normally it's a jump, backwards it's also a backwards jump, forward it's a forward jump. To the sides,
the nigga swung his body to the side, and that's how.
To the side, it's a side roll that Dante does. It's not the most good thing out there, I'm gonna be honest. Like jumping is much better since like you can kind of shoot to delay your drop. You have full openness to attack, whereas side rolling is just a side roll that is very clunky to get in. You generally want to jump more than you side roll. So there's also that thing in Dante's base kit. So the next thing I want to talk about right now is the enemy step. Now this is I'm going to demonstrate it by restarting mission 2. Mission 2 is going to be prevalent a lot in this combat guide since it's very good for demonstrations. Enemy stepping is you jumping on top of the enemy. This resets your momentum, this resets your double jump. Like you have a double jump that you can do, but you can also do this: jump on an enemy, then jump again. See, like I jumped on an enemy and then did the double jump. Enemy steps just means this: you step on the enemy. You use the enemy as a ground to jump on. There's a secret mission where you're taught this. You basically jump on top of the enemies like this. Now with Devil May Cry 3, the hitbox generally is around the head of the enemy. I'm still in the air, by the way. haven't touched the ground. In Devil May Cry 3, the hitbox is on the heads of the enemies, as you saw right back there. Enemy canceling cancels your animation just completely. Not enemy canceling, sorry, enemy stepping. So like if you're doing something, if you're doing this attack, you can do this. Like this is the Helm Breaker attack. This attack, you can just cancel it with a jump. So the attack even connects sometimes, like that. See? It's gonna be a later lesson called jump canceling that I'm gonna have to talk about. For now, just know that jump canceling exists on ground enemies and in the air as well. Let me just demonstrate it. See, I jumped off of the enemy. I'm gonna do 3 jumps in this next move. Look. That's 3 jumps. What I meant with this combat guide still benefiting combo mats is this. It teaches you something like enemy steps, which is very much used in combo mats. And I'm gonna be getting later into this whole lesson. Let's not over-explain enemy stepping right now, okay? It has elements to how deep it gets. We're gonna get to it in later lessons. Okay? Now the next thing Dante has in his base is something called Taunts. You press the select button on controllers or whatever button on your keyboard you've set to taunting. Dante does this. Now, other than this looking cool, it's also intertwined with the system of the game. So, pressing select taunts the enemy, but what it also does is it adds your DT. See how I receive DT? It also adds to your style meter, if you're interested in that. Since you're going to be interested in that, we're going to talk about the style meter later, but for now, taunting exists, and the higher your rank, the cooler of a taunt you do. Like, let's get to S rank real quick. I'm going to show it to you. Like, A rank does that taunt. S rank right now does this. And it just keeps your style meter up, like, no matter how you taunt. It's a good thing. Except you can't, you know, repeatedly taunt. You can't repeatedly a lot of things. I'll get to it in the style meter lesson. So yeah, taunting gives you DT, and it keeps your style meter high up. And you need it, like, you need it for style points. If you want to S rank missions or whatnot, you may need taunting here and there in the middle of combat. You're not expected to always be on the enemy's ass. And that's about it for the taunting, which now transitions us to the next part of this chapter, the next branch of this chapter, which is the style meter. The style meter is located on the upper right part of the screen, or maybe the right part of the screen, depending on where you look. That D that I just gained back up, up there, the dope. It's the dope of the dope. The style meter in this game increases based on you doing different moves, or if you output damage. If you output fast damage, if you output moves that are different. There are statues around the game's map that teach you about the style meter that are very, very good. They give you red orbs, you break them, but you can't be just breaking them. You gotta break them with variety of moves. For example, I'm gonna demonstrate it on these couple of enemies right now, and I'm gonna just fly up my style meter to triple S with this next maneuver. I'm gonna be hitting a lot of enemies at once with nice damage, and look at what happens to the style meter. Boom! Triple S. This is the taunt you do at triple S. Actually, I forgot. There's a special taunt for triple S. The others are just the normal taunt. You saw me back there, and you saw the style meter, rocket up to triple S. Now, why did that happen? I didn't do anything insanely stylish, which, again, this is a whole thing where a lot of combo mat players will tell you, oh, but style meter is there so that, you have to do crazy, insane, mind-boggling combos to rise up the style meter, and it's not. Look, I'm gonna do the most simple combos right now. And like, I got hit back there, but generally, like, this right here is not the most complex thing ever in the world, and it was rising me up to triple S. I'm gonna keep on restarting it to demonstrate it. The style meter does not just increase with the more variety of moves you do, although that is a nice incentive. Like, look at what happens if I keep doing this. Look at the style meter. It notices that I'm mashing buttons. It's only increasing because I'm outputting damage. And that's it. You are expected to do different moves. Like, you're not gonna come over here, do one move, and expect your style meter to high up, to skyrocket, go to S that easily. If you're not varying, your moves, you have to kind of change up your moves. Do a helm breaker here and there, do a million stab, do a high time, do a style, sword master move here and there. This is only if you're on one enemy, which there is another way to gain a lot of style, and it's by outputting a lot of damage. Now, why did that clip you saw at the start rise up the style meter like this? It's only because I outputted a lot of damage at once. How did that happen? It's because I hit a lot of enemies at once. Like, look at this. I'm gonna show you what I mean. I'm gonna do the million stab again on all these enemies. Look at this time meter. Triple S, just like this. Now, you didn't see any Donguri combo back there in that demonstration. all you saw is a lot of damage output at once. Like one stinger netted me the A rank. An A rank for like a stinger. Did you see that? That's generally the idea of the style meter. You need it for style points, and you need it for some other stuff that I'm gonna get to in just a couple of seconds, but that's about it. I hope it's clear. You either have to output a lot of damage, or you have to do a lot of varied moves. Doing the two at once? Now that's a recipe for disaster for the demons. That's generally what you want to do. That's generally how you want to get in Devil May Cry 3. The style meter is something you want to care about for other stuff as well. Although not that highly, like not as high as Devil May Cry 5 caring about it, but you can still care about it in here. It's still very good. So let's actually get to the goods. This is a nice transition to what the style meter is good for. In Devil May Cry 3, we have some stuff called crazy combos. They're basically this. You see a couple of rings fly out of Dante, upon getting a crazy combo. Look. That kind of key sound, cling, that happens, and then Dante does something stupid. He gets wacky, basically, with the moves. When that happens, the game calls it crazy combos. That happens with different ways. This happens with this one as well. Like this has a crazy combo if you mash circle fast enough. And there it is, cling, and then this thing happens. That's when the crazy combo activates. So when you have your style meter high up, you do more hits with your crazy combos. Like if I have the double S, there are more hits that happen as I'm doing my crazy combo. There's a very, very neat video by T-Voy Action. He demonstrates the differences that happen with triple S mode, but I believe he forgets to mention one thing that I'm gonna mention right now that not a lot of people know, and for good reason, honestly. It's not very noticeable, but it is there, but not a lot of people talk about it. Gaining triple S mode, or like any mode higher than S, but mainly triple S mode in your style meter, it makes Dante faster. General movement Dante becomes faster when you gain triple S mode. That means your walk speed, your run speed, your attack speed, your jump speed, your roll speed, your taunt speed even gets faster when you're on S rank mode, or triple S, sorry. This is something T-Voy Action did not mention in his video, but his video is still one I highly recommend you guys go ahead and watch. All your crazy combos, they become faster and they do more hits. Like these stabs that Dante is doing right now, they increase more and more when you're in triple S. It's a kind of a neat way how it works as well. Like, say, like sometimes it's working in the background without you being aware. A normal million stab combo doesn't do all that many hits. It does like 17 stabs and then knocks back the enemies. But if you're doing a million stab on a crowd, that's when the beauty comes in. If you're doing it on a crowd, your style meter is, it's rising up higher and higher, correct? As it's rising up, the million stab enters new stages of your style meter. Like, I'm gonna demonstrate it right now. Look at the sheer amount of hits that I'm gonna do this time. Look. Did you see all of those hits that netted me a triple S rank? The hits, basically the million stab itself, it kept on entering new stages of how many hits Dante outputs. That's why you saw Dante output that many hits. Like that was some tremendous, insane amount of hits back there. Dante basically keeps on going with the stabs because like the style meter increased as he was going. So when that happens, he just outputs more hits naturally. And we can even replicate it with this right here. If enemies get in front of this, see all those hits? Now, if the style meter rose up to triple S before kind of reaching the threshold on how many he does in double S, he would have done even more hits. But I guess the point is still clear. That's what I'm trying to get across, is that when you reach S or triple S or double S, the more hits you output increase with your crazy combos. And it doesn't just go for the million stab, by the way. Of course, it goes for everything. It goes for this as well. It goes for every move. I kept getting hit back there as I was going. That's why, the back shots that these enemies were outputting kind of stop the style meter from rising up. But the idea is clear. Every crazy combo adds more hits when you're in triple S. So there is that. Now I want to move on to the next lesson, which is gonna be the styles that Dante has. Okay, so to get into the very rare case of maybe not understanding how the styles work in Devil May Cry 3, they are very, very simplistic. Usually you just select one of the styles, pressing circle makes the action for the circle button do the style that you have selected. Now each style makes Dante do something with the circle button. Trickster is your one you get used to so easily. I'm pretty sure a lot of people use this on their first playthrough. It's just a dodge button, but people are too scared to say that. Dante dodges to a direction quickly. Any direction. It's a universal dodge. So if you don't like the side dodge, which, you know, there you have jumping as well, but now you will have side rolls, jumping, and dashing. So the more styles get upgraded, which yes, they do get upgraded, they get upgraded the more you kill enemies, basically. You have to kill enemies while having the style equipped. You don't even have to use the style. Just having the style equipped and killing enemies is enough for the style to level up. Each style, other than the last two styles, Quicksilver and Doppelganger, the Doppelganger, each style has 3 levels that they can reach. If you have a style equipped and you kill a lot of enemies, the style automatically levels up. Now the styles in Devil May Cry 3 are just like the attacks. They have directional stuff, like R1 behind Dante, triangle does this. R1 behind Dante, attack. R1 back. Or R1, I mean lock on, but I'm gonna call it R1. Lock on backwards, attack does this. Lock on backwards with Trickster does a dash backwards. See, Dante still faces the enemy. Generally, styles have directional inputs. So R1, or lock on forward style does this. Dante just appears in front of the enemy and you can hit him with a blicky right in his face. We're gonna switch on to the Swordmaster right now upon interacting with a divinity statue. You can switch styles by either interacting with a divinity statue or at the start of a mission. Swordmaster generally focuses on swords. We're still at the lesson of base Dante, by the way. This is just me mentioning the concept of styles and what they are. I'm gonna get in length about the styles later on. And just like Trickster, it has directional stuff on what it does, like lock on forward style, boom, Dante tosses Rebellion. Swordmaster edits the entirety of what Circle does for all the weapons equipped. Agni Rudra now has this move, it now has this move, it now has this move, it now has this move in the air. The same way Rebellion gained Circle, lock on forward circle, lock on backward circle, air circle. Or, circle in this context means style moves. Is generally the button on the right of your face buttons or your controllers. Just circle, B on Xbox, whatever on your keyboard, I don't know. I'll get into detail on what the styles do individually. For now, just know that base Dante has this thing called styles. You can change them at divinity statues or at the start of a mission. Or, yeah, that's it. Gunslinger. It plays a huge part in what I talked about in the first lesson before this one, which is before the base Dante lesson, the loadouts and know your tools thing. This feeds into the loadouts. You have to equip a certain style according to where you are. If the style is well equipped for the mission you're facing, the challenge you're up against, maybe Gunslinger is good for mission 5. Maybe Gunslinger is good for one specific encounter in mission 5. You have to kind of plan around it generally. I have Gunslinger equipped right now, and mashing circle makes Dante shoot like this. I can just aim it to wherever I want. In the air circle with with Ebony and Ivory does the rainstorm. Just like that. But what happens when I switch to the shotgun is circle gives an action to the shotgun. It gives you Gunstinger. Boom. After Gunslinger, we move on to Royalguard, and again, all stars level up. Royalguard is going to be useful for many things, like, of course, its main use, which is the defense. Royalguard gets equipped, you take less damage if you are blocking, or your guard gets broken and you still take a hell of a lot of damage if you if your guard gets broken with a strong attack from an enemy. I'll get in detail about the styles later, but for now, just know what they do. You basically get into a defensive stance. You have to time your buttons right to increase your gauge on the upper left, and then release to do a lot of damage. Lock on forward circle, or at the right time to go through the enemy in like a very fast motion. We'll demonstrate it later, and output as much damage as you have absorbed, basically, with Royalguard at the right time. It's generally about timing. Like, you can even do it in the air, which in the air it has its own quirks we'll get to in the defensive options, like jumping and then instantly guarding, or side rolling and then instantly guarding. You kind of chain iframes. I'm gonna have to talk about it later, but for now just know that Royalguard also exists. The other two styles are not inclusive with the base Dante thing that I'm talking right here. Quicksilver simply it slows down time very well, and it consumes your DT. Doppelganger spawns a body double for Dante, and it also consumes DT. These are not involved with the base Dante lesson that I'm speaking of right now. That's about it. That's basically the end of the base Dante chapter. Base Dante consists of all of the things I just mentioned. It's pretty much things you have at the start that get expanded upon in the game later. I may have missed one or two things, but I'm gonna, of course, mention them in later lessons and more focused down lessons. And I will mention some of the lessons described in the base Dante right here in other lessons and chapters. For now, that was base Dante. Base enemies. What this chapter means to focus on is that what the base enemies have, like maybe all enemies have in common or most enemies have in common, is some very quick stuff that I'm going to talk about right now. It's not going to be the most deep lesson. This simply talks about what the enemies are capable of doing. They're able to block, as you can see. They're able to DT, as you saw pretty early on back there. They're able to be, wall splatted, which I'll demonstrate in a second. See that? That was a wall splat. That was a wall splat. That was a wall splat. Generally, that is one of the things that the enemies do in this game. They get wall splatted. Just like that, which can be useful for later lessons like this right now. See how the enemy was stuck upon, like, hitting the wall? He didn't move away from me. He stood there because of the wall, and it got wall splatted, so I can jump cancel him again, attack him again, enemy step him again, and attack him again. Again, these are lessons we're gonna get to later. But for now, for the base enemies lesson, you know that some enemies get wall splatted. I talked about how they get DT'd, which was demonstrated earlier on. We talked about a lot of things here for what the base enemies can do. And by the way, the skateboard, I forgot to mention this. As I said, I'm gonna have to remember some stuff as I go. You can jump off of skateboarding an enemy with just pressing X. Something else is that enemies do not attack off screen. Well, most enemies. Most enemies do not attack off screen. They get on screen, they attack. Getting them off screen does not cancel their attacks like God of War though, so do not get it confused. Enemies do not attack off screen. That's also something. On the topic of enemies and their base stuff, some enemies are open to be damaged by elemental stuff. Like for example, these enemies are weak to ice attacks. Ice attacks meaning Cerberus, for example. Notice that kind of sort of icy element, icy effect thing that gets applied on them. That's what I mean. These enemies here are weak to ice. There are other enemies, there are other bosses even that are weak to ice or weak to whatever. But you can just try out different weapons on different enemies however you want. Generally, enemies get damaged, and there is an elemental advantage that is in this game. Now, I do feel the need to point out that it's not the most crazy thing to ever get hyped over. Elemental advantage is a good thing, like say on the spiders, for example. Like they're weak to fire, like in general. Attacking them with fire attacks is just like a better thing to do. And fire attacks automatically just means Agni and Rudra. Generally, attacking them with Agni and Rudra is better. Like than attacking them with Rebellion, for example. But it's not the thing to get most insane about. Like, you saw me demonstrate something on these enemies back there. They're called the Abyss. It's not like I'm gonna equip the Cerberus specifically to fight the Abyss with it. Like, it's not... In some cases, it's not worth it. In the case of, like, fighting Nevan, for example, she is weak to ice. When she gets knocked down, if you attack her, there's a specific ice element thing that gets applied. In that case, is it really that much worth it to sacrifice my beautiful weaponry for, like, just for the sake of elemental advantage when it's not going to be that worth it? In some cases, it may be worth it, which when I'll get to the enemy wiki, you will know which is worth it and which is not worth it. Like, I'm going to mention if an enemy has elemental weakness, and I'm going to mention if an enemy doesn't have elemental weakness. But as it stands currently, the system is not at its most peak, although they did try, and it is really, really neat. Like, for example, we said Cerberus had ice, Agni Rudra has fire. Beowulf doesn't have an element. It has something called light, which is like an effect. And now this one has its own enemies that are affected with it, like the Soul Eaters are affected with light. They take more damage with Beowulf. Or like we have the chess pieces. They all have elemental weakness to light, which only can be done with Beowulf. And it's the same thing with Hell Vanguards. So it is a neat system, but it could have been a lot more. Like, imagine if it was expanded even more than this. And yeah, if you were wondering about Nevan, which is something I learned as I was making this combat guide, Nevan also has an elemental type thing. It has thunder. Now this thunder can only be applied to the blood gargoyles when they're petrified. Whenever they're petrified, you can attack them and you can see a small little visual effect of the thunder being applied to them. That's about it. No other enemies has weakness to thunder, for example. Like, imagine if some... I would love if maybe like Enigmas had a weakness to thunder, but they don't. That's really about it. It's a really, really neat system, but when I look at it, I can just imagine the possibilities of what it could have been even more, even better. That's about it. Stage environments. Now, Devil May Cry 3's encounter design is like basically an expanded version of what we had in Devil May Cry 1. The stages are vertical. There are spots you can climb on to lure some enemies in. There are some spots to, isolate some enemies and basically feed into the entire design of the game. And this is just basically a very, very short chapter right here. This is possibly the shortest lesson to tell you that you are expected to use the environment around you. If you find a safe spot up above, you can lure one of the Blood-goyles to it maybe and fight them in there to have a better view. Or if you see a couple of Enigmas on a high platform above the encounter's basic ground, you are expected to follow them and hit them and kill them to fulfill the enemy prioritization that goes on with every encounter. So I just wanted to say this real quick before moving on to the next lesson. Devil May Cry 3 really puts a lot of emphasis on the stage that you fight in, so make sure to use the stage to its absolute limit. Experiment with which spots you feel comfortable with the camera positioning, experiment with everything you have, because the stages are very large in this game. So that's about it for this lesson. Let's move on to the next. Enemy prioritization. Now this again is going to be a very short lesson about enemy prioritization that is needed in this game the most. This is going to be a short lesson because as I explain every other lesson after this one, or especially when I explain the enemies and the enemy wiki by the end of the combat guide, it'll be very obvious to you, the viewer, that enemy prioritization is a big part of Devil May Cry 3. And in general, it's a very obvious thing as you play. This is why I'm not going to be putting a huge emphasis on this lesson right here. It's very obvious. You have an enemy like the Enigma that has most of its encounters built around the enemy itself. You know what to do. You gotta find that sweet spot on when do I take out the Enigma. Should I, eliminate them out of the battlefield instantly, or, eliminate the enemies and then the Enigma? Which is very obvious. Like, you have to take out the Enigma, especially now that you learned what the enemy DT is. Since the enemy's DT, you really don't want to have a DT'd Enigma in the battlefield. They're very deadly and they have a lot of health. So, this game will teach you, I'll teach you a lot of things about enemy isolation. And, you want to isolate one very important enemy to kill him alone and then come back to the battlefield. And in general, this is a very important thing. It's important in every action game out there, and Devil May Cry 3 is very painfully obvious. So yeah, it's enemy prioritization. That's about it. Let's move on. Crowd control. At the start of this combat guide, I said there will not be a crowd control chapter, but then I thought about it and I thought how it would kind of hurt the format of a combat guide. Maybe somebody's gonna tune in to this combat guide only to learn how to crowd control. This chapter right here is for you. I may talk about all of this again in future chapters, or in the chapter before this I may have talked about it. This is going to be a dedicated chapter for crowd control. Just to simplify it, it's going to be a short one just like the other two before. Crowd control in Devil May Cry 3 is sort of divided into two types in Devil May Cry 3. One is the usual crowd control you're used to, you know, just like Call of Duty Zombies training. You collect up all of the enemies in one spot, then you crush them down with one powerful thing, be it the million stab combo that I'm going to talk about, or that I may have talked about, or like anything else, like any weapon that has crowd control, like say this attack by Nevan. It has very, very good crowd control. It catches a lot of enemies in one spot. Or the usual Devil Trigger explosion that I'm pretty sure you're familiar with. Everything that basically deals a splash damage that is good can be good for this sort of crowd control. Now there's another type of crowd control, that being isolating an enemy. Now this also counts as a crowd control type thing because you are kind of, you know, building up something to destroy a crowd in a smart way. Maybe in a segment of a couple of seconds you're gonna eliminate a couple of enemies way too quickly. Now why do I say this? Let's say you isolated an enemy using the skateboard to a corner, lowered his health. Then you do the same thing to another enemy and then to the third enemy. And like after all of that, you can collect all three of them in the middle and crush all of them since they have low HP by this point. This is why I said there are two crowd control types. It's because I also count this as crowd control. You are sort of kind of draining the crowd without anyone being aware. Only the game system knows this the best. And the game systems usually just kind of want you to do this. They kind of push you into this fun zone of, hey, you're on Dante Must Die, the enemies have a DT system. You're gonna want to lower all of their healths and then crush all of them down with one attack rather than kill two enemies instantly, have everybody DT, and now everybody has high HP and high stun values and all that, and now you're kinda messed up in the encounters. So just wanted to get these out of the way. I will talk more and more in depth as I go on, but this is a clear idea about Devil May Cry 3's crowd control. I wanted to talk about it right here. It should be all obvious by now. I hope I was clear in explaining it. If not, please watch the weapons that I talk about later on. Each weapon I will get to each category for, like damage or speed or crowd control, but just wanted to have a separate chapter as well right here, and yeah. Let's move on to the next chapter. Devil Trigger. Devil Trigger in Devil May Cry 3 is a mechanic just like Devil May Cry 1, but it got expanded. Although it is weaker than Devil May Cry 1's Devil Trigger, it does have its neat little quirks in this game that I'm going to go about right now. There's going to be some points that I'm going to bring up about Devil Trigger, mainly how the thing itself, the mechanic itself, and how it looks. And of course the resource, and of course how you can use it, and what are the uses for it, and the unique thing about Devil May Cry 3 specifically with its Devil Trigger, of course. So the first thing to get out of the way quickly is that what Devil Trigger does is basically Dante transforms. He gains a speed boost. Look how fast he runs. See that? And he gains armor. So when he gets hit, he does not flinch. So like if we come over here and get, like these guys gonna hit me, Dante does this thing, correct? Where he gets hit and gets knocked back and all that. With Devil Trigger, you just get your attacks phased through. Until like maybe your guard breaks with a lot of attacks, just like the enemies when they DT. We did talk about this. Until your guard breaks or your threshold gets reached and you get knocked back like this, but instead in DT. So there's just a very, very basic thing that we had to get out of the way. What Devil Trigger does is that it gives you a speed boost and you gain armor. Like a speed boost for everything. All your attacks are faster. Everything is faster. Jumping's faster. Everything's faster. And your voice changes in a very badass, edgy 2005 Capcom way. Something else about the Devil Trigger in Devil May Cry 3 is that it changes depending on the weapon you have equipped. And even the attributes themselves change depending on the weapon you have equipped. For now I'm going to equip Cerberus and Agni Rudra, and I will get to what exactly happens with each weapon equipped. Devil Trigger in and of itself does have basic principles that it follows. Basically, first of all, this electricity is very cool. I just wanted to get that out of the way. Second of all, we talked about how it gives you a speed boost and armor. but it also has, you know, more damage than usual. Now here's the part that comes in when I said Devil May Cry 1's Devil Trigger is more powerful than 3. It's in the literal sense. The damage output in Devil May Cry 3, the DT when you pop it, it's not the most insane damage increase ever. Okay, so there is that. I just wanted to get that out of the way. That's why I said that about Devil May Cry 1 having the better DT. It's a general thing. Now we're talking about something that is exclusive to Devil May Cry 3 and its Devil Trigger for Dante. Dante, based on the story, which this does have a story explanation, which is very neat. Dante in Devil May Cry 3 is still finding his powers. He's still not very comfortable like Devil May Cry 1 or what comes after, when it comes to story chronological things anyway. So what the developers did is that they implemented that into the gameplay as well. Dante's Devil Trigger is like dependent on the weapon that he has equipped. So he basically has like 5 Devil Trigger forms in this game. With Rebellion, you have this Devil Trigger. It's basically Dante with wings. You can glide around everywhere you want to go, just like Devil May Cry 1. Your usual things are there, your damage increase, your speed increase, and your armor, and generally, those things are there, but additionally, with Rebellion equipped specifically, you gain the air glide. How this happens is you press R1 and X. Like, if you can jump with the lock-on forward, hold X. Dante does this. Do the double jump, R1 and X. Dante does this. Just glides. You may find use for this in some platforming sections. But now we move on to Cerberus. Boom. You pop Cerberus and Cerberus instantly has some stuff that are gonna be prevalent when you have it equipped. With Cerberus, you gain a general speed boost. Like, you are faster than when you move around with Rebellion. When Cerberus is equipped. Like, overall, broadly, you're faster. Even your attacks. Like, look at this. It's not even turbo mode and it looks like turbo mode. Generally, you gain a speed boost when Cerberus is equipped. Anyways, Nevan has... Actually, let's talk about Agni and Rudra since that's what we get after Cerberus. This is the look for Agni and Rudra. Very beautiful. When it comes to damage buffing, DT normally buffs your damage. Like, even if Rebellion is equipped, even if Cerberus is equipped, you get a damage boost. When you have Agni and Rudra equipped, however, it is the most damage buff. It's still not an insane amount, it's just that it's more than the usual weapons damage buff. So like, all of these attacks with Agni and Rudra have a special advantage over like having DT equipped and doing Nevan attacks, for example. Which we'll get to Nevan's DT in a second. This DT form, whenever you have Agni and Rudra equipped, it does the most damage buff out of all. Now, after Agni and Rudra, we gain Nevan, which is an electric guitar. How cool is that? This one gains actual new moves, which is really cool. Usually what Devil Trigger does is that it also heals you. I forgot to mention that, but it is very obvious to see when in gameplay, but just wanted to mention it here again because Nevan has more DT kind of regeneration than normal weapons. Actually, let me showcase it to you guys. Okay, so look at my health regeneration with Agni and Rudra equipped. Look at it when Nevan is equipped. And now look at it when Agni and Rudra is equipped. Now when Nevan is equipped. So Nevan has this advantage where you heal more when DT is equipped and you have it equipped. Now back to the Infinite DT mission, mission 12, so that I demonstrate the moves that this badass weapon gains when you're in DT. Now here we are back with the Infinite DT place. Nevan doesn't just increase your health regeneration. It also unlocks new moves, which is Air Raid from Devil May Cry 1. Except, again, as a critique, it is weak. Boom. And you do this. Just like Devil May Cry 1. But it is insanely inferior to Devil May Cry 1's like Vortex and generally like this attack of the Air Raid. Which doesn't make any sense. I really don't know. Like, first of all, this one right here. The gliding is much slower, especially like when you shoot, you are way slower. In Devil May Cry 1, you are gliding all over the battlefield, which would have been insanely great here. In Devil May Cry 1, it is admittedly overpowered, but like in here, why this weak attack? Why? It's cool. It's electricity. I love electricity. Okay, and this electricity right here is confusing. It's not very strong. I'm gonna demonstrate it against some enemies in a bit. Even the vortex. It is just not a very strong. It's not as strong as Devil May Cry 1. I don't know how much else to overcomplicate it. Oh, and Nevan generally just unlocks gliding. Except like the descent in this one is much slower than the one with the rebellion. So there's that. This is very good. You can do this. Where you boom, boom, boom. Where you're just high up. Do a double jump with Beowulf and then glide. Which, by the way, the gliding gets activated with R1 and you'll lock on and jump, okay? R1 and A for me, or RB and A. That's Nevan. Generally, air raid attacks that are weaker than Devil May Cry 1. The gliding is slower than Devil May Cry 1. And what else can I say? Let's move on to trying it against some enemies for now, okay? So here's gonna be a demonstration of me trying it out on this chessman right here. What is this? Seriously? This used to shred enemies in DMC1, and it took all of that to take one enemy out. Like, even on a group. I'm gonna try it out on a group right now, in case you were wondering if it's maybe good against a group of enemies. Which, spoilers, it's really not. Like, this just it's just very inefficient. It's good that you're far away from the enemies and all of that cool jazz, but it's like, now that the enemy's even DT'd, it's the worst thing in the world. It's worse than sliced bread. Look at this. It's not even taking 1 bar of health. And by the way, it's the same thing with this attack right here. You're expecting me to use this? This is the damage output of your vortex. It's good for style because you're hitting a lot of people, but that's about it. Other than that, it's really not useful. Beowulf is the weapon that gains the most defense when DT is active. This is how the form looks. Looks like a Ben 10 alien. When you take hits, you have the most defense. Literally, like when it comes to taking your health getting decreased and armor, both are the most with Beowulf. Like, see how long it's taking them to break my defense threshold? It has the most armor and the most defense, like overall, broadly. That's about it about Beowulf. Literally, nothing else to talk about right now. Like, it's very surface level, if I do have to say so myself. The devil trigger of Devil May Cry 3 is a very mixed bag. On one hand, it is a very neat concept. It changes depending on the weapon, on the devil arm, the melee weapon you have equipped. So, it's a cool thing, and it can change on demand. Like, you just switch the weapon and suddenly you switch devil trigger form. It's cool, but it really should have been more powerful. Like the vortex attack and the air raid attack with the Nevan, it should have been more powerful. The defense for Beowulf, okay, thank you. That's a very niche thing, but thank you very much. But other things like maybe say Agni Rudra, it should have gained a more powerful damage increase, not just what it gained. Or Cerberus, it should have been like, believe me when I say twice the speed. So the devil trigger is not the most insane thing in here. So that's, with that out of the way, the whole, unique weapon special devil trigger that we just talked about. There is something else which is in the segment of devil trigger that I just talked about. It's a very smooth transition that we're gonna make it to right now, which is called devil trigger explosion. This is the thing that I said at the start of the combat guide to not rely on very much, because it is useful, but it's not the most insane, crazy, bad shit useful. I just told you to avoid using it a lot so that you actually learn the enemy patterns, your movements, your hit properties, your combat philosophies in general. I just told you to avoid it due to those reasons. Otherwise, Devil Trigger Explosion is the most useful thing in the Devil Trigger system of Devil May Cry 3. As I said, it is the most shining aspect of this game's Devil Trigger. How do you use it? You hold L1 and you look at the Devil Trigger gauge up there. See how it's slowly building up with that red thing slowly fading into the bars? Now, the more bars you have, the more powerful a Devil Trigger Explosion is gonna be. The name is an explosion, so let's taunt to gain some more. That way it gets filled up more. The Devil Trigger Explosion is an explosion of all the bars you've collected. So the more you have of the blue orb fragments that increase your Devil Trigger, the more powerful your Devil Trigger Explosion is gonna be. How it happens is simply letting go of L1. It's like this. Did you see how badass that was and how it just flung the style meter all the way to triple S? Just with the simple existence of me doing it like that. All I did was let go of a button. Now, the original first 3 bars that you have, those do not have the Devil Trigger Explosion thing built up into them. Like if I hold L1 right now, Dante starts charging up the red dots on the Devil Trigger gauge, depending on the, the bubbles that get built up after the first 3. The first 3 do not count. So now that I have collected up 3, I'm still holding L1 by the way. Now that I've collected up 3, look at what happens. Boom, an explosion happens, but it didn't kill this guy. Because the explosion was weak, it wasn't the most powerful explosion ever. The more meter you have, the more powerful your DTE is going to be in general. The Devil Trigger Explosion is really one of the strongest suits of this game's DT. It's the strongest quirk ever. You want to use it as like a finisher of some sorts. Maybe you're doing some type of move, like maybe you're doing this. And then you release it at the very last second before releasing this or upon releasing it to output the maximum damage you can output on an enemy. It's generally not a thing to be used like out in the open as any other like maybe beginner would do. A beginner would see a Devil Trigger Explosion and just use it in the open like this. Well, you're not going to be a beginner by the end of this combat guide. You're going to learn to use it as like a finisher or like to combine it with some attacks. Did you see that? It destroyed that fool's life. And that's about it for this lesson. DTE, very simplistic. And if you're ever wondering about how to, cancel it, like, hey, I'm holding L1. What do I do to cancel the DTE? Well, to that I say there's nothing you can do other than pausing, then letting go of L1, and then pressing the pause again. Did you see how it kind of vanished away from it? In the community, it's called the pussy's way of getting rid of DTE, since you literally have to pause the combat to do it. Otherwise, it's a commitment. Like normally, it's a commitment. It's not a thing that you just do and then you can cancel it at any time. You hold L1, and there is no single animation in the world that will cancel your built-up DT. Letting go of L1 simply explodes Dante like this. Except you can do it while walking and it looks way too cool. You literally just... You're a walking destruction ball is what I'd like to call it. Styles. The styles in Devil May Cry 3 is something I briefly touched on at the starting of this combat guide chapters. I talked about it in the base Dante lesson at the very beginning. How the styles are intertwined into Dante's system, at least the first 4, at the base level of Dante, like the starting level of Dante. And how they level up with these experience points as you have them equipped and you're killing enemies. But now this is not going to be just talking about the styles like this as a concept and how they're done and whatnot. We're going to get a little deep and we're going to be talking about the styles individually and what they do and what they're useful for in Devil May Cry 3 in general, or against the enemies, or in every context you can think of. So to start it off, we're starting with Trickster. Trickster is very, very basic in Devil May Cry 3. As I said, it's a dodge. I just combined the word dodge and dash together, and what we got is DoorDash. Dashing in Devil May Cry 3, of course, has iframes. You don't just dash away. It's not just like a strafing mechanism. Ouch. You dash away and it's like you gain iframes. It's like this, or like jumps. You generally just gain iframes. Now, how can we make the best of the iframes of the Trickster? I'm not gonna just talk about, hey, you can dash like this. There's more to it. There's air dashes. So how do we make the best out of the dashes is by chaining iframes. If you know what I mean. Chaining iframes, how does that happen? What do I mean? It's basically what you just saw back there. I jump and then I instantly input the air trickster. What this does is it gives me the jump iframes and then the trickster iframes in the air as well. This way I can just ensure that I'm double doshing as much as I can. I'm double iframing. The iframe of the jump gets applied, and then shortly after the iframe of the dash. Or sometimes you literally just even chain them. You have them all changed up. This is the best way you can dodge with the trickster. If you know you can't nail one of these down, you can just jump and then dash. So why is this useful is because we're talking about the air dash. The air dash is not just one dash in the air if you know how to use it. If you know how to use it, you can do this. Did you see that? Combine it with speed, you get this. Did you see that? Now this is a bit advanced since we haven't gone to the lesson of enemy stepping completely. This is a combination of dashing, jumping on the enemy, like this, and then dashing again. We did talk about the enemy stepping lesson in the base Dante lesson. How base Dante has this enemy step thing. What this enemy step does is it resets your moveset. It resets your limits in the air. You can do one dash in the air maximum. You cannot do another dash. But if you do a jump cancel, then do another one, you can do it. Not jump cancel, sorry, enemy step. So what I'm doing is I'm dashing towards an enemy, stepping on him, then dashing again. Double trigger also has something else, which is teleporting to an enemy's face, which is very beautiful. It positions you at a very nice spot. It positions you exactly for a jump cancel, like that. See that? So this allows you to do this, boom. Out. Basically, what I talked about at the start of this combat guide, how Devil May Cry 3 does not have one continuous philosophy, one mechanic looming above all. This is exactly what I meant. What we're doing is we're combining a lot of systems just with the Trickster right here that I'm demonstrating. Lock on forward styling to appear above the enemy's head. Jump canceling. And I'm dashing away. All combined. Why is this happening? Why can I do another one of this? It's because I jump canceled. I enemy stepped. I jumped on the enemy. Jumping on the enemy resets your things, correct? That's what we talked about in this lesson. For this one, for the normal air dash. Well, guess what? It happens for everything. And don't get overwhelmed. As I said, this is just me doing this for the sake of demonstrating the mechanic at its best, like the potential of this. Usually you just want to use it for like this and then boom, boom, and a couple of jump cancels that I'm going to talk about later. You don't want to be doing it that mindless, this basically that I just have been demonstrating so far. This is just like to tell you the extent of where this mechanic can go. It just has a lot of heights. The floor, the ceiling is high for this move. Say you have a weapon and you can use it for DPS, which we're going to get to later. And it requires an enemy step. If you want to set yourself up for a perfect enemy step, the trick up with the Trickster is the best. Of course, you will learn later to just jump and do this. I'm sorry, this. So, if you want to set it up easily, just trick up. Boom, 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 boom. You can even do something else. You can trick up, jump, and then do this. If you trick up, the enemy's attacking, jump away. It just gives you all the options. Alright, now there's something else to talk about with Devil May Cry 3's Trickster specifically. This is a thing exclusive to Devil May Cry 3, never returned in any other games after this. That thing being wall running. Just like that. Wall running happens if you run diagonally towards a wall and press circle, like this. It's a bit clunky, but you mash circle and you will get it. Just like this. Dante jumps off of the wall by the end by his own. And then you can jump again, do whatever you want again. This is the diagonal run. There's also another type of wall run that Dante can do, and I specifically chose this position right here, this spot right here, to demonstrate it. And it's the vertical wall run. Jump like this. And it has to be like a very vertical run towards the wall. Like, just run straight towards the wall, jump, circle. or jump style. And again, you can chain it, by the way. You can do this, that. It's the same thing with the horizontal wall run. Like you can just that and then mash circle again to get this. It's generally a cool way Dante runs on the wall, but beyond being cool, as we said, in Devil May Cry 3, if something is cool, it's also useful. It's not just cool. So let's see how this one becomes useful in Devil May Cry 3. I'm here specifically to fight Cerberus, and I'm going to demonstrate to you how it becomes useful. In Devil May Cry 3, the wall run, besides being just cool, it also has iframes. Iframes mean invincibility frames, so nothing really damages you when you're wall running. That's the one thing, see? So let's demonstrate it against the Cerberus. Cerberus has a very, very neat fuck you attack where he rains ice. What we do is we chain iframes by jumping and then instantly wall running. Yes, there's another segment where we chain iframes. Same thing as doing this, but near a wall. It's going to be very, very nice on this attack of the Cerberus that I'm going to demonstrate right now, because you have iframes the entire way you're running up. Let me just break one of the faces, then I'm going to demonstrate it. This attack right here. Did you see that? I dodged all of it. Here's me demonstrating it again. Did you see that? I ran on the wall, not taking a single bit of damage from the ice. This happens for the vertical wall run as well. This one. Just like that. It's a whole beauty of chaining iframes. So like, you can have, for example, near a wall, you can do a lot of this. Iframe and iframe. It's a lot of iframes, by the way. It adds up. Like when there's a constant of attacks coming towards you, you can do this. See that? I dodged all of it. I dodged with this, and not just a dodge, again, iframes, and then I dodged with the vertical wall run as well. It is generally a very neat thing, not utilized by a lot of players. For right reasons, honestly, it is very situational, jumping towards a wall just for iframes running like this. But it is useful once you know it, because it basically trivializes some attacks that this Cerberus does. Like, even later on when the ice attack turns into crazy levels of ice, he literally rains more ice than on the wrists of rappers when they have watches and they ice them out. It's generally a useful mechanic. But it is very situational, hence why not a lot of people really know about it or even use it. Insanely situational. Now, I will be right here as the first one to tell you that Devil May Cry 3's Trickster is very cool, but to be honest, most of the time you will not really be needing it or using it. The style is just generally beautiful. You saw me pull off all these cool tricks with it. But as I said, even something like the wall run, for how cool it was, it is insanely situational. Like, we can't be lying to ourselves and pretending like the wall run is going to be the most important thing in the world. It is very situational. You have to be near a wall, like to wall run on it to gain iframes. It's not just cool, it has iframes. I've described this a billion times. But it is, admittedly, very, very situational. It's not going to be the most useful thing. As for the other neat hacks for the Trickster, like dashing. Instead of dashing, when you get good enough in Devil May Cry 3, and let's be honest with ourselves here, jumping is going to be dominant when it comes to dodging. Jumping anything, not even side rolling. You want to just get used to letting go of lock on and attacking by just jumping, then doing your thing. You're going to get used to that. Like in the middle of combat on one enemy, you're going to get used to letting go and just jumping backwards. As simple as that. Jumping is very, very dominant when it comes to your defensive options, and I'm going to talk about it when we get to the chapter of defensive options. So Trickster, while cool, gets replaced with a better playstyle. For example, something like tricking up to an enemy and then starting your jump cancel barrage of stuff. While that is very neat, you will get so good at a certain point where you jump, shoot, and then start your thing. Or just normally jump towards an enemy and start your thing. Again, these are lessons that are going to be for later, but I'm just out here and trying to be honest about Trickster. It is very situational when it comes to how useful it can get. Like, it could have been better, but even if it was better, There are just other styles that you're going to want to use. Like, obviously you're going to use Swordmaster for better DPS. Like, that's something that's going to happen. Better DPS and better ways you can handle a situation. Obviously you're going to use Gunslinger since, like, it's the best style at level 1. And beyond that, it gives a lot of nice variety to your guns. That is a useful thing. We do care about that more than dashing that gets replaced with, you know, once you get good at the game, jumping. Or like something like tricking up, which gets replaced by simply getting good at positioning your jump to prepare yourself for an, you know, jump cancel barrage. That was about it for Trickster. We're gonna now move on to the next style, which is Swordmaster. Swordmaster. Hey, what's up? Future Zesty here with a cute little message for the next segment. There has been a restructuring or rearranging for the combat guide that I just thought about right now. It's considered the last minute idea regarding the combat guide to make it more watchable and to, you know, to prevent self-repeating to an extreme halt. I've decided to not talk about Swordmaster and Gunslinger in this current chapter right now. These two styles are really intertwined with the current tools you have equipped. They're not like Trickster, they're not like, you know, Royalguard, Quicksilver, Doppelganger, where you can activate them without anything on Dante. Swordmaster and Gunslinger are two styles that are, you know, you have to have something with them to use them. So why waste time talk about them right here and then again and the weapons thing and then again at the start of the combat guide? No, we're gonna prevent that. I'm not gonna be talking about them right now. We're gonna instantly skip to Royalguard right now. And I'm gonna mention all the Swordmaster and Gunslinger stuff when we get to the future chapters of the weapons in the video game, that is Devil May Cry 3, so see you right there. Peace. Yeah, back to the combat guide. Royalguard is the next style that we're gonna be talking about today. Well, Royalguard focuses on Dante's hands. He just basically defends this time again, but with his hands. He's not gonna run away like Trickster. It's also defensive, but this time he stays in his place, he keeps his position, and he blocks perfectly. It's unlike Swordmaster and Gunslinger, where these guys had to depend on the weapon. Like they're weapon-dependent styles. At level 1 is just a standard block and then release. You release all the tension that you've blocked, basically. At level 2 you unlock air block, which is very good, and air release, which is very good. At level 3 you unlock Ultimate, which blocks stuff in your path, and I'm gonna demonstrate it right now. Royalguard's idea is that you have to block stuff with it, then you have to release all the damage stored up in your gauge on the upper left. This is actually a very, very nice style that a lot of people love, including speedrunners, but this is not about talking about speedrunners. It's about talking, you know, combat depth and all that. And when it comes to combat depth, Royalguard is very good. First of all, the idea is that you have to perfect block like that. Like that. You can stand in place, do this. But you do take damage, but it's less than usual. Even your meter does charge, and your damage that you release, which lock on forward circle releases, it's still good. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We have standard blocking like this. And then we have perfect blocking like that. It sends the enemy backward, and it builds up more gauge, and you don't take a single bit of damage if you successfully block, that is. Like that. You don't take any bit of damage. Otherwise, if you look like a normal block, you take damage. Now with DT active, you have more armor with the Royalguard. That's about it. That's about the idea. It's just a parry slop. This game is a parry slop game. It's just a parry slop game. What a stupid ass parry slop game. Now the basic principles of Royalguard and what it does is that you block and of course return all the damage. Now returning all the damage can be done like normally without having to do anything. Like basically build up enough of the gauge, and I know I'm baiting it like a beta right now by normally blocking, but just bear with me for a second. You collect up all the gauges. The more you have, the more damage output you do when you do this, lock on forward and release. But there's a different release that is the preferable one, of course. It's the perfect one, of course. The same way we have a normal block and a normal release. Simultaneously, we have a perfect block like Hold on, let me demonstrate. Like this. And at the same time, we have a perfect release. Dante pretty much just goes through the enemy. And you can just, of course, chain Royalguards if you're fast enough. Like, I'm not fast enough, but like, you know, you can boom, boom, and then you can just chain multiple parries back to back, but I don't want to die. Just like how we have a perfect block, we have a perfect release like this. Just like that. It just clears whatever's in front of Dante and gives him this sweet triple S. But beyond that, I want to talk a little about the perfect release. It's available even if you don't have any blocks saved up. And it still deals sweet damage even if you don't have any blocks saved up. These are all perfect releases. What I'm doing is, of course, locking on forward and pressing circle the moment the attack is about to connect. Like that. This deals damage, as you saw, it even eliminated an enemy, even without collecting up any Royalguard orbs. And by the way, you don't have to receive the attack exactly from this guy. Like, I may receive it from this guy and then I release. It doesn't make a difference. As long as you're aiming it towards the forward of Dante and then releasing. Like, see? That is about it for the release. What else do we have for the block? I guess the system is very, very easy to, you know, to talk about right now, but let's talk about a little more of the block. We have the block on the ground and the block in the air. You know, the beautiful catch that we have is that you can chain stuff. You can chain iframes the same way we did with the Trickster, if you recall, where we would jump and then dodge with the Trickster in the air, dash in the Trickster with the air. The same thing can be done about the Royalguard, except in a way better way. It's the same thing, jump and block. This way you guarantee the perfect block way too easily. Just like that. Look how easily I'm chaining it. If I'm chaining it, I am getting it. If I'm not getting it, I'm out of the way. By the way, I'm out of the way in the first place. I jumped. I gained the iframes with the jump, like, in the beginning. Me getting the Royalguard is a sweet extra that I'm getting. What is happening is the jump has iframes. Royalguard also give you, technically, an iframe when you do them. When you do a perfect jump, perfect parry in the air, you technically iframed an attack. You did not receive the damage of the attack that was coming your way. This way, you guarantee an air parry as easy as this. Let me give you a better example right now. By the way, this goes for the release as well. Like, if I want a perfect release, see that? Confidently. Look at this man walk. Look at this man walk. Look at this. As easily as that. I'm gonna show some other footage of me parrying constant Virgil judgment cut ends, of course with gaps between them, not actual constant ones. But the idea to send across is that you can easily air parry with the Royalguard of this game. All you do is that you're jumping. When you jump, the jump is enough. Let me demonstrate it to you right now. The jump that you do upon seeing an attack coming towards you is more than enough. That's it. You iframed it. The fact that you press circle is an extra. See, that was enough. This jump was enough to dodge the judgment cut end. You just assert the Royalguard to fill up that Royalguard meter. That's it. Otherwise, you don't really need it. Like, if we're talking dodging an attack, you don't need it. You already dodged it with the jump. What you're doing is you're chaining the iframes that you got. So that back there was the jump parry that I talked about. Well, the jump parry gets unlocked at level 2. The jump, actually, like blocking with the Royalguard, the whole stance gets unlocked at level 2 in Devil May Cry 3. You don't have it in the air normally. So what do you do if you don't have access to it overall in the air? There is another solution, that being the side rolls, which keep you on the ground. You can cancel side rolls with the Royalguard. Let me just demonstrate. I'm gonna show this guy attacking me. See, like, I'm dodging it. That's the thing. See? The thing is, it's the same as the jump. You already dodged it, but you're still gonna catch it with the Royalguard as well. See that? I side roll, and I instantly press circle. This can even be done for the release. Except you have to be a little more strict for the release. There's a bit of a small window for the release. Like you see me do this against Virgil a lot when he does the Judgment Cut ends. Confidently even. I'm not even afraid of him ending my run. Okay, as for the last function of the Royalguard in this game, we have this move right here, which he just stands with his hand stretched out and he blocks whatever comes his way. Of course, whatever comes his way in the literal sense. Like if enemies surround you and hit you from behind, you will take a hit. The thing about this attack is that it stays on as long as the enemies keep on attacking. As long as if this shield gets hit with stuff, it stays on. It never goes away. See? Except back there, they stopped attacking. That's why it went away. Oh my god, it's a lot. This attack can be useful against Beowulf. Like I've used it a lot against him when he does the projectile attacks. I just do this, and that's about it. I block every single projectile he does. The little darts thing, you know, when he explodes and whatnot. But it's generally good. You don't even take damage from it. And this is especially good like against projectiles in general. This will be a nice spot to demonstrate the blocking against projectiles, just like this. Everything blocked. But if you stayed for too long and like, see, nothing came in, you stop blocking. So you gotta only hold circle when you know some attacks are coming. Otherwise Dante just puts the shield away. So yeah, that's about it for the uses of this one. This would usually be where I end up the section of talking about a style, but Royalguard has uses beyond just like the surface level of what you see. Beyond its main purpose, the Royalguard serves a very nice cancelling purpose as well. Now, it cancels animations, a lot of them, not every animation, and not at every point of cancelling an animation. So, for example, we have something like shotgun shooting. It would look a little something like this. Just as fast as you can shoot normally with your shotgun. With Royalguard cancelling upon every shot, you can have this. And then, with enough speed, you can have this. Now, this doesn't go just for the shotgun shooting. This goes, you know, for other weapons as well that I'm going to showcase like right after the shotgun. But generally, like, you get the gist. It's just good for cancelling animations. Like, most animations are going to be very well cancelled. Especially like the Stinger, boom. You just want to get used to at what point you want to cancel your animation. Like, you can't just cancel the the Stinger right here in the middle of the animations. There's a part of it where you can cancel it like this. So you do this and then start up another one. Block and cancel, do another one. It's generally a really nice use with the Royalguard in this game. Especially for the shotgun. A lot of people, speedrunners, challenge runners, use the shotgun. All these cancels with Royalguard. You want to get used to like going from Royalguard to shooting as fast as you can, like from circle to square as fast as you can for a lot of the cancels. Hell, for every cancel actually. The only time you need to know is when do you Royalguard, not when do you shoot after Royalguard. Because shooting after Royalguard, it comes instantly after Royalguard. You don't have to have any delay. Just like after Royalguard, shoot. But after shooting, you don't instantly press circle and expect to cancel, because there, it doesn't cancel. Except if I time the thing right after the recoil, I get this. See? Just like that. And now we are properly done with the lesson for Royalguard cancelling your animations. So we can safely move on to the next style, which is gonna be Quicksilver. Let's go. Now, the Quicksilver style is generally a style that decreases your DT. We talked about this earlier on. You just press R1 and circle, like R1 and style, basically lock on and style. And this can be done during attack animations as well. It's not just like if you're standing idle. Pressing circle normally does not do anything. you have to lock on and press circle. So when you do that, Dante does this animation, which slows down time. So beyond this animation just starting up the Quicksilver, you also have iframes during this animation. So consider it your Royalguard, for example. Like here we are right now. Let me just test it on one of these guys right here, the fodder. Look at this. See how that attack went right through me? Let me test one more time. That attack also went through me. Now, for Quicksilver, you're gonna want to have DT, of course, and it's just, it's very clear, we all know that it needs it. It is a style that would be, you know, kind of worth it if you ask me. Because there are some situations that demand it. It's really not that bad of a thing to pop. And yeah. Now, to get to the actual use for a Quicksilver style and all that, is that it's very, very useful if you want to focus down on one enemy and like you really hate that enemy, you want him out of the battlefield. Say you've isolated him, but you still want a safe, you know, kind of way to get rid of him. That is a very, very good thing. Like say, like this Lust right here, for example. Let me just see. Say you isolated him, you even skateboarded him, but there's a lot of enemies on your ass. What you do is very simple. Launch maybe, for example. Boom, 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 boom. See, you can use whatever you really want to dispose of the enemy as quickly as possible. Honestly, beyond that, I really can't think of any other uses for Quicksilver. It is very, very straightforward. You've seen us use Quicksilver against Virgil a lot, as you can see on the screen right now. It's very, very good to slow down Virgil upon him summoning his spiral swords so that we can crush all of the spiral swords at once. These are the general uses for Quicksilver. Not really a lot to go through. I described how it has iframes in the, you know, in the activation that it has, and it goes for the air as well. So it's not just a ground activation that has iframes. No, right through me. Did you see? Let me demonstrate one more time. See that? You generally have iframes upon activation, which is very, very nice. We did talk about how it also can be done during animations, and like you generally want to make good use of this. This is a very nice style. It's a bit situational. You're better off having the official, one of the official 4 styles, for example, at times. But yeah, this does have its uses and it does have its time and place. Like, as I said, you can do it in the middle of animation at any point. So like if I do the forward attack with Beowulf like this, and then slow down time, I can do that. And yeah, that's about it for Quicksilver. Let us move on to the next style, which is gonna be the last style, Doppelganger. And now that we finally got here to the final style, which is Doppelganger, it pretty much does what it means to do. Doppelganger is a style that summons a Dante clone, and it does exactly what Dante does at the same pace. So just like the Quicksilver, it takes your DT gauge, so you gotta lock on and activate it. Just like that. And then when you attack with every weapon, he does exactly what you do. He does exactly what you do when you equipped your last weapon and then did the Doppelganger thing. What this means is that, like, if I activate it while Rebellion is active, and I switch to, you know, Agni Rudra, see, I attack, and what he does is the Rebellion combo, not the Agni Rudra combo. This may even be a same thing for, like, for ranged weapons as well. So, like, if I have the shotgun equipped, and I summon him, shotgun. If I switch to Eboni&Ivory, and he's still on a shotgun. I don't know if this is an intended design of the Doppelganger, or if it's just like a whole thing that they didn't really think through, because the game is vast, so it's understandable that they may forget some mechanics. But this is not really the most ideal Doppelganger I would want in this game. I would want it to, honestly, just be like a normal DT. If I switch from Rebellion to, like right now it's Rebellion's moveset, very, very neat. But if I want to switch to Agni and Rudra, he should be switching with me. It doesn't make any sense. He does do the same combos, mind you. Like if I do the pause combo for Agni and Rudra, he does the pause combo for Rebellion, which is still cool. It's not that bad, but it should have been a bit better than what we got in here in the final product of Devil May Cry 3. I'm gonna demonstrate some move that you can do maybe, for example, right now. For damage output, Doppelganger is a very nice weapon. It's generally like, he does exactly what you do, so that is literally double damage. But what else does the Doppelganger do that can be very good? Well, unlike Quicksilver, it doesn't have iframes. I doubt that it has iframes. I'm not sure. Hold on, let's actually find out right now. It doesn't have iframes. You take the hit like a champ. Doppelganger is a style that I wouldn't really praise at all. It's not really the one of my style. You may find cool setups for it maybe, I'm not really sure, but it takes up a slot and it doesn't make up for it, is what I'm going to say right now, in my opinion. Like, it's not the craziest thing out there. The thing is that with Doppelganger, if it's out there for damage output, why not go all out and just like allow it with other styles? That way people could have combined it with Swordmaster, for example. Like, imagine a double Divine Dragon with Beowulf, and how powerful that would have been. But yeah, as of now, it's very simplistic and easy to understand. I don't need to dive into any more detail about it. So that would be about it for the Doppelganger. The Doppelganger is my least favorite style in Devil May Cry 3. This is where the style talk finally gets to an end. This is where the chapter of styles gets to an end. Doppelganger could have been a lot more than just what we have right here, which is doubling the damage. I wish it was some kind of quirk to use other styles with, because like I don't feel like it's enough to replace a style and for the draining of my DT that it does. But alas, I felt the need to explain what it does in a very basic surface level way, because I don't really know a lot of setups for it. You may know better than me. It is my least favorite style in Devil May Cry 3, and I hope I was clear when talking about it. By extension, I hope I was clear by talking about all the styles that you just saw me go through. The styles in Devil May Cry 3 are very unique. They have all beautiful quirks and all that, save for some of them. And yeah, that would be about it for the chapter or lesson of styles in Devil May Cry 3. It is about time we finally move on to the next chapter. We are done with the styles chapter. Again, remember, Devil May Cry 3 is a very vast game, so you will see a lot of these points that I talked about in the styles when I get to the weapons. And then by extension, you will see them again brought up when I talk about the enemies. But yeah, now let's move on to the next chapter of the combat guide, which is going to be defensive options. Now this chapter of the combat guide is going to be a short chapter that goes in depth about the defensive options of Devil May Cry 3. So far we've learned about the ways we can go about, defense in this game, be it jumping, be it side rolling, or using Trickster, or using Royalguard. These are things that we've already seen, like I demonstrated them at the start of the video and the styles talk and all that. There's going to be an extension to that. I'm going to be literally utilizing tools that you wouldn't even think are tools for defense. Like, they don't even look like they're tools for defense. And you're going to find out that they actually are, but in a very backgroundy way. Like, they don't make a lot of noise. They're just like, they're not as direct as, oh, side rolling, obviously for dodging. No, it's going to be a little more secretive than that, and you'll see. Okay, now, defensive measures, as you can see on the screen right now, is very simplistic. We talked about them. Literally, jumping is one of them. Side rolling is one of them. Enemy stepping is one of them. Like, stepping on an enemy is like the same. You just iframed through whatever came your way. Like we talked about getting away with the wall, but it doesn't have iframes, or getting away with a double jump, but it doesn't have iframes. Generally, these are defensive measures. By extension to that, we also talked about styles. Just Trickster is a very obvious dodge. Royalguard is a very obvious dodge we talked about. So yeah, these are things that you already know. It did get talked about. Right now, though, as I said, I'm going to be talking about some stuff that look like they're offensive actions. They're, combat stuff, combat-related stuff, mostly attacking, or stuff that are just movements that are going to be counted as defensive options. So, let's start with the first one right now that you've been seeing me do, and I even briefly touched on it in one of the lessons where I said it's like something used to get away from the enemy as much as possible. This is a thing in Devil May Cry 1 as well. Beowulf and its kick down attack, the Killer Bee is what it's called in here, this attack. This attack right here is very good to get away from the enemy. Like just jump, and then do this. And then assess the situation next and what is the best option to do. Like even upon a launcher, if you see no good coming from it, jump away and then do this to fully get a nice distance from the enemy itself. You don't have to follow up with an attack like upon that launcher. See how I ran away back there? It is a tactical retreat that you can do that is useful, of course, in combat, depending on the situation, of course. Now, there is another defensive measure that you can take in this game that is very quite unlikely once you see it happen. We are now here in the mission 2, and notice something that I'm going to be doing right now. It's called strafing. This is generally like a thing that, you know, a lot of great action games do. It's very great for positioning. So you generally just bait an attack and then run away, and then assess the situation. This is vital in Devil May Cry 3 in a lot of ways I can't even get to right now. Strafing in general in action games is a very, very sweet thing. Like if I want to get these guys to do their attacks and prevent any confusions, I make them do it by running towards them. Then they cancel me, you know, they do their thing out. Then I strike with like vengeance upon knowing what to do. Strafing in general is not just in Devil May Cry 3, by the way. It's a thing in a lot of great action games like God of War, Metal Gear Rising, and like Bayonetta even. It's a lot of games that utilize strafing. It's generally, you know, gaining position on the enemy rather than just, you know, iframing with a jump or whatever, since this can be all over the place at times. Now, strafing, of course, does have its place in time. It doesn't work on every single enemy as easily as this, for example, where I walk just away to come back and attack and strike however I want. Depending on the enemy, your strafing differs. How much you strafe. To what attack do you want to strafe? Like, what is the purpose behind the strafe? You can't be just strafing and not doing anything. You usually do it like this. Make the enemy attack. Boom. Like, you have a plan in mind when you strafe away from the enemy. It's generally a very, very important lesson. And that's generally about it for strafing. Now, there is something else that can be considered a defensive measure, which is, it of course is, by the way. It's not just me considering it. That said thing being Ebony and Ivory shooting in the air, which I'm gonna get to right now after clearing a couple of these enemies right now, okay? Be right back. This is a part of the demonstration that you've been seeing right now. This is me kind of delaying my drop with the Ebony and Ivory shooting that I've been talking about. Like, if I drop like this, I get hit. But if I assess the situation quickly and shoot, delay my drop, then drop and do my thing, it is the preferable option to do. And I'm going to demonstrate it way better right now with the next upcoming enemies. And notice what's going to happen when I see them. I'm going to notice their teleportation, which they do a taunt beforehand. Very obvious. I jump, shoot, delay my drop. Again, shooting in general in this game is not just for what it seems to be doing. It's not just for shooting enemies and that's it. Ebony and Ivory shooting as a whole is its own system where you delay your drop. See, like, I'm about to drop and take damage. No, I shoot a couple of bullets so that I delay my drop. It is generally made for this. It's not just for shooting. Like, sometimes I want to delay my drop. I don't want to fall yet. I just did successfully and I avoided taking damage. This is a thing you do on demand when you see a situation that requires you to shoot. Like, there is no such thing as, you know, creating a situation like this. You're in the air shooting. It's generally good for like the same way we have positioning on the ground. We have drop delaying in the air. What do I mean by this is, like, the same way we're on the running field, we decide that we want to strafe away from an attack, right? And this is the same thing in the air. If we do a launcher, for example, like here, I decided to stay in the air longer after doing the launcher. It's not a situation that I create. See, like, I got hit back here because I did the launcher and I kept up. But if I kind of like tried dodging back there instead of just, you know, whatever, and I'm in the air, I don't have the openness to dodge. I don't have Trickster, for example, to dodge. Or maybe even my double jump ran out. I do a couple of Ebony and Ivory shots to make sure that I stay in the air for that much longer before dropping and actually dodging the attack. Ebony and Ivory are your bread and butter that keep you in the air longer. Like, The shotgun does do its thing, but you're still dropping at the same rate. Whereas Ebony and Ivory has a first couple of 3 shots that are intended to keep you in the air. Like, you even gain a bit of elevation. Like, look at Dante. I'm gonna demonstrate it in the corner to have a bit more clarity. He gains a bit more elevation with the shooting. Like, look at him. He jumps, like, this is the extent that he's gonna jump. But with shooting, he gains a bit more height. He gains more altitude than before. The first couple of 5 shots, for example, keep Dante higher than when he was at the peak of the jump. This is what I mean when I said, like, it's a defensive measure built into the game. Ebony and Ivory are really your bread and butter. You don't want to replace them at all. Replace the second ranged weapon. If you have a proper setup in mind that requires 2 weapons that are, you know, one of them is not going to be Ebony and Ivory and whatnot, you go ahead. You know better than me, maybe. You know, you have some stuff planned out for an encounter better than I have. That would be about it for the Ebony and Ivory shooting. It's very good to keep you in the air. The next part of this defensive chapter is going to be the last part, which is going to be about parrying. We're going to get to it after these enemies are clear. See you there. This is the part where I start talking about the parry in Devil May Cry 3 and how it functions. Devil May Cry 3 is essentially the one horseman of parry slop in the gaming industry right now. So Royalguard wasn't enough. You also have parrying with your weapons. If the hitbox or hurtbox or whatever you call it of your weapon collides with the enemy as it's being swung, you get a parry like that. Now, parrying does have its own timing. You're not just gonna get a confirmed parry if you just time it, however. There are various timings. Like, you saw me back there, I parried that, but I took the hit as well. Like, in here as well. It's all dependent on the altitude, and you will get used to, like, different type of parrying windows and everything. Like, look at this. I just parried it with the normal attack. The simple fact that my weapon's hitbox collided with the enemy, it resulted in a parry. A lot of hits from the enemies are actually parryable, especially like the Doppelganger. You're gonna see a lot of parries against him. You're gonna see parries against Agni and Rudra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, with all of that explained out of the way, we got to the end of the chapter for defensive options in Devil May Cry 3. I'll meet you guys at the next chapter, which is going to be offensive options. Getting into Devil May Cry 3's offensive options, I'm going to have to conveniently explain to you what I'm actually going to be talking about, which is pretty obvious. We're going to be talking about the melee weapons of Dante. And then after that, we're gonna of course be talking about the guns of Dante. Basically the ranged weapons, they don't have to be actual guns. Talking about offensive options, of course we will incorporate the Devil Trigger as well into the entire talk. So this again feeds back into Devil May Cry 3 being this open, intertwined organism, literally living within of itself. So when I talk about Rebellion, it's gonna have Swordmaster in mind, it's gonna have a little bit of DT in mind as well, but generally DT is gonna be very simple. You generally just activate the DTE at finishers, for example. I don't even have to go over it so much. Even if I don't talk about it, you already know what to do with the DT and what's the best thing to do with the DT. Talking about the melee weapons, of course I'm gonna be starting with the first ever weapon you spawn in with, which is Rebellion. This is a very nice rendition of the weapon Rebellion, since it has some very interesting tools like this, for example, that never basically returned in other Devil May Cry games. It has some very weird quirks that I'm gonna be more than glad to talk about right now. So this is where I'm gonna warn you, I'm gonna be talking a lot about each and every single weapon. I'm gonna be talking about the weapon. If it's good in crowd control, I am gonna talk about it. If it's not, I'm not even gonna mention it. I'm just going to talk about a weapon, what it's good for, then demonstrate how it's going to be good. I'm going to demonstrate it on some enemies here and there, or maybe even one enemy type, but if the philosophy follows through for like other enemies, I will also mention it. Like if something is good for a certain enemy, I will mention it. So now let us start with Rebellion. Before proceeding and continuing, I'm going to be equipping Swordmaster since it has the most options for each and every single melee weapon. Rebellion is your bread and butter weapon that has literally everything. The same way I would have Ebony and Ivory no matter what, I will have Rebellion no matter what. But generally, Rebellion is what you want for most situations. It has a thing for every situation. Closing distance, check. Launcher, check. Launcher that takes me to the air, check. Some nice airdrop attack like the Helmbreaker, check. It has aerial raid with Swordmaster, check. It has weird damaging attacks that, you know, like for example, Drive, also check, and it goes through a lot of enemies. It has penetration. Generally, Rebellion has everything you really need in a weapon. It has, maybe the damage is better dealt with other weapons, of course, but that is, of course, a known thing. Rebellion has your basic bread and butter better than every other weapon. It has everything in it. It has the crowd control better than any other weapon. Which is weird when you hear about crowd control. Like, and what I mean with crowd control is even a video that I've made before about the combo B of Devil May Cry 3, which is this one right here. You know, this, into the pause, into, like, the million stab itself. Like, the, you know, do... The first thing I want to get out of the way for Rebellion is something I doubt a lot of people know, which is like the best thing ever in combat, guys, to talk about something that people may not know of. Rebellion's Helmbreaker attack, this attack, is exactly like Devil May Cry 1. In Devil May Cry 1, the higher you are, or if you do a double jump or a wall jump, it empowers your Helmbreaker. It's a sort of very nice attack that you can charge up by defending, literally yourself. Like, you just wall jump to get out of harm's way, but you also return with a vengeance of a more powerful Helmbreaker. Now, to demonstrate the Helmbreaker dealing more damage, here's this enemy. 1, 2, 3, 4. It took 4 to take him out. Now, I'm gonna demonstrate what happens when you're high up in the air. Boom, that's 1. That's 2, and he's almost dead, by the way. Like, just a couple of Ebony and Ivory shots took him down. So it took at least like maybe 2.5 maximum altitude Helmbreakers to kill that enemy back there. So that is one thing I just wanted to get out of the way. The Helmbreaker is extremely good if you're high up in the air. I felt like talking about that as the first thing for Devil May Cry 3's Rebellion. It has this very unique thing, just like Devil May Cry 1. Helmbreaker deals more damage the higher you are in the air. That's just something to have in mind. It's a very, very important attack on some enemies. I'm gonna have to go through it right now on a different enemy to demonstrate something useful about it. I'm gonna now demonstrate it on one of these enemies right here called the Enigmas. This attack is good because it deals some nice damage upon its drop, but beyond that, it also intercepts their projectile. Now, I felt like talking about this here, and I will bring it up again in the later lesson when I talk about Enigma specifically. But generally, even if you don't do the high altitude thing, it's a very, very nice attack. Like, in general, Helmbreaker is a nice attack. See, like, it stops them. Even when they're DT'd, it is one of the best attacks to stop Enigmas, for example. I just brought up this quick example right here to show you how important the attack really is. Now I'm going to talk about something else right now regarding the Helmbreaker and why it could be good. It is a nice buffering tool for your attacks. Like, I'm going to be talking about a different lesson later on, even like it even has its own full-on name, which is called buffering. Generally, you can do this thanks to the Helmbreaker. All you do is drop, and you can consistently do this, like, without having to mash your soul out. Otherwise, you can do it normally like this. But see, like, I hit the enemies, it got messy back there, whereas with this, it's much more consistent, much more easy. What happens is, I drop with Helmbreaker, then I do the Stinger input, which is lock-on forward attack, and I mash as fast as I can. That way I get this. Very, very simply buffering the mashed inputs for, like, the million stabs that comes out. So, like, this can be done even point blank. Look, see, it's generally one of the nice things about the Helmbreaker. Dante pauses as he reaches back down to the ground, giving you ample time to mash your button while holding forward on the lock-on to get a very simple million stab like this. But now, since we talked about the million stab, this transitions us perfectly to the amount of ways we can do million stabs in Devil May Cry 3. There's a lot of really neat ways that you can do it. First of all, the standard way, which is going to be about the combo B in Devil May Cry 3. Combo B is this, pause, attack, attack. What happens if you mash the button is Dante does the million stab, and it looks really nice. Here it is. Boom, with a knockback. I just want to talk about something about the million stab combo that will make a crazy combo simple for you overall. The mashing part begins when you're actually asked to start mashing, not when you see Dante and you want him to mash, okay? So you're gonna have to do a lot of buffering. It's like Mortal Kombat special attacks, for example. You have to buffer the input and the character does the things for you. So in here, I'm not gonna go triangle, triangle, and then start mashing triangle, because what it gives me is all of just this knockback, which I will get to it when I talk in depth about the combo B later. It needs its own section. But I hope the point is clear. Like, if I want to do the million stab, I attack, pause, and then I instantly start mashing triangle as fast as I can, so that Dante starts buffering the inputs from this point on when he's spinning the sword around his body, like this. This goes for every single combo B or crazy combo that you can buffer up. Like, for example, when I do the lock-on forward attack with the Swordmaster of Cerberus, I don't do the attack and then start mashing circle. No, instead, I start by mashing circle so that this is buffered and easily gets out without having to, even care about the mashing a lot. I start up my entire process by mashing circle so that Dante does this. Buffering is its own thing. I'm going to talk about it in a different lesson, but I felt the need to bring it up right now to proceed with every single crazy combo without having to, repeat myself again and again and again for different weapons. The million stab in Devil May Cry 3 has some ways to be done. First of all, through the combo B. Boom. And it's a very nice crowd control tool, as you saw back there, but I will get more deep into that in just a second. Okay, so for now, let's just demonstrate on what gives us the million stab. So that was one. Attack, pause, attack, and then mash triangle. That way you get a million stab combo. Like that. Another way you can get million stabs is through a stinger. Like, if you mash triangle and forward and triangle, mash it as fast as you can, you get this. This is the one I talked about with the Helmbreaker, like this. See, this way I already have it buffered, so I don't have to even worry about anything. It just instantly, easily comes out. So that is the second way it could come out, through stinger. A third way it could come out in Devil May Cry 3 is through the Dance Macabre. Right at this point. Boom. Dante basically does that attack if you stop mashing. Like, if you keep on mashing, he does this, and he cancels the million stab into this. Which is this has its own use, this has its own goodness, but what you generally want is the Dance Macabre. Let me demonstrate it. Attack me. Boom. It's the same million stab. Now that I've talked about the ways million stab can be used, now it's a good time to talk about what it's good for in general. The million stab in Devil May Cry 3, specifically when talking about the combo B that gives us the million stab, that is the official best way to get the million stab. You even have it at level 1 if you don't have anything unlocked. The best use is something that is intertwined with the DNA of Devil May Cry 3. What you just saw me do is, cradle up all these enemies in one space and do the million stab. It is an attack that on first sight does not look like an attack that does crowd control, but upon doing it, you come to find out how good it is for crowd control, like in general. Like, look at what I'm gonna do right now. Did you see that? That was way too many stabs for million stab. We did talk about, in the base lesson of Dante, base Dante, we talked about the rank meter, correct? What was going on back there is that this attack started from base, basically D style rank, style meter. Then it went up to C, then it went up to S where it started having more hits. And then it went to triple S to start having even more hits. We did talk about this, and I did mention the T-Voy action video where he demonstrates every single crazy attack and how it kind of increases its hits with the style meter. But we've already talked about that. Crazy combos deal more hits when you reach triple S. The main point in here is the crowd control that you saw me do with this attack. Even different enemies start tuning in if they feel like it. Like, sometimes there's a case where like you're attacking a crowd of enemies, and since the attack of the million stab is literally a constant stabbing motion, it can catch different enemies into the whole loop by its own, like this. See how that guy just walked into it? Even that other guy, the third guy, 2 people walked into my attack. It is legitimately one of, if not the best crowd control tool ever. See how it catches your surroundings? The enemies just have to walk in front of the beam. It's like a beam. It is a constant attack that you have to like focus down on the enemies. Now this attack, to be done in the best way possible against even different enemies, is to kind of be mindful and beware of your positioning. Like, look at how I'm gonna do it on this enemy. I'm gonna strafe his attack away and turn around only for the million stab, like this. That way the enemy is positioned in place and I can freely just have this going on. Now this gets me to talk about an extension of this whole concept of crowd control with the million stab, or an extension of the million stab itself. Which it gets us to talk about the root of the million stab combo itself. How do we originally get this? Well, through the things that come before. What comes before is the combo B, and this gets me to talk about it right now. Combo B in Devil May Cry 3 is one of the best moves ever in the game. It has a lot of decision making built into its DNA. If you want to go with your usual combo, you go with it. If you change your mind for that slight millisecond, you can do this. Catch all surrounding enemies with the cyclonic attack of the combo B. So there's decision making in that. And if you assess the situation even more, intricately, if you focus it down even more and you want to go all out, it's a perfect situation. You don't just do the knockback like this. Okay, this is usually what you go with. But if you have assessed the situation even further, focused it down even more, you go for the full-on million stab. Triangle pause, mash triangle to get this. Devil May Cry 3 is a game of a lot of decision making basically, and like it is needed to like decision making, constantly decision making is what this game is all about, as I said at the beginning of the combat guide. This is generally a thing intertwined into Devil May Cry's DNA. You want to decision make as much as you can. So now with that out of the way and explained how you can just have a lot of decision making in this, it's literally in your normal attack string. Like you normally do this, no, you can decide to do something else like this, and it's very good. Now this gets me to talk about something else, which is like the hit that happens on the third input. And this is if we go without the million stab thing, we just do this, that, boom. It is a very nice knockback that you can do to knock back enemies, of course. The impact is very, very powerful. Boom, covers a nice area. It eliminated just like 4 enemies in front of me just now. Generally, it's very good. Like, the attack is layered with the amount of decision making that you do for like every hit. And this last attack deals some very nice damage. So there is that. It deals as much damage as the finisher, I believe. So there is that to consider. Combo B in Devil May Cry 3 looks like a very commitment heavy move, but it's actually not. It's actually very, very sweet in how it operates. You can cancel it at a lot of different points. Obviously the first attack, jump away. Jump away. The second attack, while it looks like an attack with dedication, you spin around. No, you can just cancel it. Even side roll it. Just like that. And even the thing you expect to not be cancelable, like the million stab itself, is very well cancelable. Like if I want to cancel it, I just jump. even this last attack, it doesn't have a lot of very, very long end lag as you may think. You literally just boom, jump away. Just like the finisher, basically. The Million Stab, while it looks like an attack with dedication, you can just jump out of it anytime. Even upon its finisher, it's not, as I said, it's not the longest hit lag ever. Like let Dante finish, you can then jump quickly after. It doesn't take a year to jump out of. And by the way, one last thing about the Million Stab is that it builds up damage instead of just outputting a lot of damage on its own. The move itself, the whole combo B, is not the worst thing for damage. It's good, but it's not also insane when it comes to damage. Why it is useful is because it eliminates or hits a lot of enemies in front of you all at once. Boom! Just like that. Like the finisher in and of itself is amazing because of that. Like you hit a lot of enemies all at once, which makes it as unique as it is. Otherwise, like the Million Stabs themselves, they don't deal the most insane damage. Like say you're up against one enemy, you're much better off doing the, a couple of combination of attack, Helmbreaker, attack, Stinger, attack, launch the enemy, shoot him, do this. Much better than doing this on one enemy. At least in my opinion. Like when it comes to the topic of DPS, it's more potent to do this on one enemy. This, a bunch of mashing, with this. Just the normal combo A. It's much more potent than going this on a single enemy. This is good on a group of enemies because you capitalize on a crowd control situation, so there is that to it. And that's about it for what I needed to talk about right here. If I wanted to talk about something else about the combo B, that was it. Like the damage output is not the most insane, but it's crazy good when it's a crowd situation. And you only have Rebellion. Rebellion is a really nice all-arounder, as I talked about it back there. Something else to talk about with the Rebellion is I talked about the buffering, I talked about combo B, the rest is up to you and And I will talk about some other stuff to buffer later on in the buffering lesson, like this for example. Boom. This is called Drive, and in this game it is not the most insane attack, but it's there. It's good at like long ranges, if you want to do a long range attack with Rebellion only and you don't have a ranged weapon that deals a lot of damage. This is the ideal thing to do. Since it reaches a lot, it penetrates through enemies and like, let me demonstrate it right now. Boom. It goes through a lot of enemies. Every enemy in its way actually. So yeah, that's about it that I can talk about for the Drive as well. You just, let me talk about the buffering as well actually, since like, why not? The buffering is simply just holding triangle for this one's case. It's not like buffering this. This is going to be a whole different subject later on. Buffering this is just when you hold triangle at a convenient time. You gotta know when to hold triangle with different weapons. I believe leaving this to the buffering lesson would be better. Generally, like I'm gonna demonstrate something to do right now, as like an example for the sake of bringing up an example. With Cerberus, I'm gonna do Revolver, then I'm gonna switch to Rebellion, and Drive is gonna be automatically charged up. Watch. See that? So what happened back there, let me describe it right now. I'm gonna be back to it in a later lesson overall called buffering. I did the Revolver, lock on forward triangle, but I didn't just do it and press the button, no. What I did was I held triangle, then the moment the attack came out, I switched to Rebellion. Then the moment the attack is done, I let go of triangle. So like hold triangle and then instantly switch to Rebellion. So hold triangle, switch. When the attack's done, let go, and Dante comes to the Rebellion by doing this. Pretty much buffering the entirety of the Drive that we were talking about, without even the red aura around the sword. Dante just does it. So Swordmaster is basically an extension to your moveset. While you have this launcher with Rebellion, you now have this launcher with Rebellion, and it's a constant, like it's good for parries. Lock on forward style does this, which is, I believe, the best world trip attack Dante ever gets in the entire franchise. Such a quick toss as well. Like it's a whole projectile instantly coming out from Dante's hands. He just tosses the sword, which is very cool. It's just like the cutscene at the very beginning of the game where he tosses the sword does its thing. Just like that. You just leave it with the Enigma, then you can come up and try out your other options on the Enigma. Like you just stab it with one of these, boom, and then you go ham with your different tools. So let me showcase it on the other Enigma, boom. Just like that. Generally, like later on when you have Artemis, for example, or not Artemis, sorry, it's Spiral, you generally toss this and you go ham. This also works as a way to buffer your drive as well. But again, I said I'm gonna talk about the buffering later on in a later lesson. For now, what I'm doing is I'm, tossing it, holding triangle, recalling it. I still holding triangle. When it's recalled, I let go of triangle. Dante instantly does this. That would be about it. The rest is just prop that sort of launches the enemy, and it's a lot of constant attacks. What this can be useful for is parrying, and by extension this is good for parrying, especially for like gigapede projectiles. At times they can be neatly parried with this. It's a lot of very nice and constant attacks. And by the way, more hits come out the more you mash the button. If you just press it once, it's not a lot of attacks. What else can I talk about? Well, the aerial rave is not the most crazy thing ever. It is good to delay your drop, but that would be about it. It's not the most insane thing. It does deal neat damage, but as I said, it's not the craziest thing ever to talk about for Rebellion. This leaves us with the Dance Macabre, which I've never really used this attack a lot, mostly because it's in Swordmaster level 2, level 3, sorry. And like in recent memory, I don't remember myself using it a lot, but it can be useful. You see, when it comes to attacks that shred with damage and whatnot, I wouldn't say Rebellion is up there with the greats of damage. Like it's neat, see, like it ends with this, flunks up your style meter and all that. It's very, very nice, but it is still, there are still better options if you want to be like more precise. Like I can do this, which it does deal a hell of a lot of nice damage to the enemies. And I went through the gate again. But like generally you get the point. It can deal a lot of nice damage. It is a lot of very nice fast attacks that all come out successively. Like you just smash circle, Dante does all the job for you. And you can end it with a million stab, which is very good. Or you can just go on with a full combo. Just like that. And you keep mashing circle as fast as you can to get this. So that's about it, honestly, about Rebellion. To not overcomplicate stuff any further, this is about it when it comes to your offensive options with Rebellion. This is as good as it gets. The combo B is one of the most complex things ever, and it's one of the best things ever. So let's not overcomplicate it by talking more and more and more and more about something that I've already gone with the points and I've already sent them across. Let us now move on to Cerberus. I'm gonna come out and be fully honest regarding Cerberus in this game, and please don't get mad at me if this is your favorite weapon. It's just a matter of fact what I'm gonna be talking about right now. Cerberus is the weakest weapon out of all the bunch. You generally never want to use Cerberus because you simply get introduced to better options. Like upon reaching mission 5, you reach Agni and Rudra, and by that point you have, I would say, zero reason to ever have Cerberus equipped. Cerberus is by no means a bad weapon. It by no means has a bad DT. It by no means it is bad. Like it has cool moves like this, a full-on armor to constant attacks, some nicely damaging crazy combos for your surroundings. Even like the normal attacks, it reaches very nicely. See? The air attack is powerful, yada yada. But it's just not as good as what comes after. That's just how it is. Like Agni and Rudra is better than it. Nevan is better than Cerberus. Freaking Beowulf is much better than Cerberus. You generally never need Cerberus. Cerberus does have the thing where it has ice element, which we did talk about. It has ice elements. Some enemies have a weakness against ice. So if you use this against Nevan when she's down, for example, it supposedly deals more damage than usual, but literally why do that when you have Agni and Rudra and you can switch between your Rebellion and Agni and Rudra, successively. but it's really not the most insane thing ever. Like the Abyss enemies, for example, have a weakness against ice. You are really better off using Rebellion as a whole against them, or like you know, maybe not Rebellion, but like Agni and Rudra. Why not use that instead of the little advantage you gain with the ice attacks? It's not the most insane thing ever. First and foremost, this thing is not the worst thing when it comes to crowd control. It is not the most insane thing when it comes to crowd control, but it's also not bad. Like, it covers this nice area with this sword master attack. It generally just has wide attacks. Like, don't look at it as just nunchucks. It literally does have a lot of wide attacks. Like, these attacks reach, by the way. These aren't just, normal nunchucks attacks. They reach a lot and they reach into a wide space. Like, it's not just what you see on the surface level. Now, Cerberus does have a very neat combo B, which is attack, pause, then start mashing as fast as you can. As said with the million stab combo, you want to start mashing after the pause. You don't just do the attack after the pause and then start mashing. No. So you attack, start mashing. And just like that. So what else do we have with Cerberus that can make it good? It has a move called Revolver, which is Dante doing this cool ass attack. Now this can be useful for a reason that I'm going to demonstrate right now, which is jump canceling. Like this into that. You just jump on the enemy's head, basically. We have talked about what enemy stepping is. Let me demonstrate one more time. You do it, jump. Because you're near the enemy's head. So you can combine it with whatever you want. This is, boom, the shotgun. Now this can set you up for a very nice loop of jump canceling this, which I'm going to get to right now, and then by extension on the jump canceling lesson later on in the combat guide. To demonstrate it on a better enemy, it would be this steady enemy, this cursed chessman or whatever he's called. This is what I meant when I said it sets you up nicely for jump canceling the air attack, which has more to do with the air attack itself. But it is a very nice setup, like for generally, like if you want to jump with an attack and then start your JC shenanigans, it can work. This also moves me to the air attack of the Sword Master, which again, it's not that special. Like, let me just demonstrate it one more time. It's just a whole bunch of mediocrity is what Cerberus is, sadly. Then we have lock on backwards circle, which builds armor around Dante. But then like there's a refresher that needs to happen after. So like this is not totally safe until like everything is done. No. Even for something that I talked about in the Sword Master lesson, something like say this. It's not the most insane thing. This is cool for like overall armor, but then you're left wide open. Overall, it is not the most insane, as I said. Even its normal combo, it's cool and all that, but that's it. Nothing really that insane. It doesn't even have a launcher, for fuck's sake. This is a launcher, but level 2 Sword Master is required, so come on. But now, ladies and gentlemen, after being done with total and utter mediocrity in the Cerberus, we move on to what is possibly the best weapon of the game. Maybe the best secondary. I don't know if it's better than Rebellion as a whole. I guess it is better than Rebellion. This is like a whole different thing right here. This is a different beast. We're going to be talking about Agni and Rudra, which are these two weapons on Dante's back right now. These weapons have it all. They have the crowd control, they have the damage output, they have the DPS, and it has like all 3 DPS types, by the way, which I'll get to the DPS types later. I'm not going to talk about them right now, but generally it has this, or jump canceling this, which deals a fuck ton of damage, or the most damaging attack in the game. The Tempest. Now I feel like opening this up, this whole segment, I feel like opening it up with the ultimate Tempest that I just mentioned back there. You may be saying, what does he mean with like ultimate Tempest? I believe there's only Tempest in the moves list. which like normally lock on backwards Swordmaster does this, which launches the enemy. Mashing it as fast as you can does the crazy combo of it, which does this awesome explosion. But that is not the final version of the Tempest. This whole attack is named Tempest, by the way. There is a hidden ultimate Tempest in this game that I'm going to show you right now. So instead of doing only lock on backwards, circle and mashing and all that, like, you know, to get this, I'm going to want you to do something before ever outputting this. And those are a couple of inputs that you need to do. First of all, here's what you need to do. You need to do the standard Swordmaster move, this, followed by lock on backwards Tempest. But it doesn't even stop there as well. Tempest and how you get the crazy combo for it is by mashing circles as fast as you can until you get this. Like you mash the style button as fast as you can and Dante starts spinning in a reverse helicopter style in the air. To get the ultimate Tempest, you have to do this first, then the Tempest, and then after you see Dante starting to spin like crazy, you start mashing triangle this time, and Dante spins more. Look at when Dante is gonna be done with his animation. Look, I'm gonna demonstrate it right now. And he's done with the animation. He falls before the explosion is even over. If you start mashing triangle, here's what happens. If you do the ultimate Tempest, that is. See how much longer he spun around? This deals the most damage in the entire game. This is the one attack that deals the, like, complete, if you want one hit that deals the most damage, this is it. And if you combine it with double trigger explosion, God forbid what happens to these guys. Okay, actually, I really wanted to make a correction on the thing I mentioned back there. To get Ultimate Tempest, you don't need to do this and then that and then mash triangle. This is not a necessity, or at least, you know, the start of all of this is not a necessity. To do this, it's not necessary. You want to do anything that buffers your impulse. Like what we do is circle, then we mash as fast as we can so that this is buffered as fast as we can, correct? Well, we can do this with different tools as well, like Rebellion. Like, look at this. And then mash triangle up to this point, and just like that. So I'm going to keep on talking about it in the examples that I bring that you have to do this. But it's not an absolute necessity to do that to get the Ultimate Tempest. You can just simply do any other thing if you want. Like, say for example, like if I have this buffered, and then I start mashing circle as fast as I can, and then I start mashing triangle, I still get the Ultimate Tempest. Okay, so that's just a quick little correction that I wanted to make for the Ultimate Tempest. It can be anything you want as long as you buffer it, okay? That's when you know you got it, by the way, when Dante keeps spinning even after the explosion is gone. Swordmaster for Agni and Rudra is awesome. Boom! That's one. Boom! That's the lock-on forward style. It goes through everybody. It's good, and the range is very good, by the way. Like, look at this. This is a beast. Mr. Beast, if you will. Anyways, I've now moved on here to talk about something else regarding Agni and Rudra that is very important for you to proceed with the weapon. This is the best weapon in the game, and it has the fire element to it, but it's still not a free weapon to use. Actually, it is quite... It is a bit unwieldy only when compared to Rebellion. That's only because Rebellion is a very like straightforward weapon. Like you attack, it's one attack. Whereas Agni and Rudra is complicated. You attack and it's two attacks. You do the complete combo A and it's Dante doing all these jumps and weird stuff and all that. So what this tells us is that this is a weapon of commitment. This weapon actually requires commitment when it comes to its attack. It requires commitment for its combo A. It requires more commitment than Rebellion for its combo B, which is this one. This is the combo B of the... or I guess combo C. It has this one. You have to pause twice. You do this pause, then this pause, then this. Which is a very nice attack for crowd control, but we'll get to it later. Generally, when you want to attack enemies that are not fodder, which... I've been demonstrating a lot of stuff on fodder enemies, but for Agni and Rudra, I'm going to start actually talking about enemies that aren't fodder. I'm going to be talking about one of the most, you know, difficult enemies of the game, which happens to be the spider. They're called, I didn't know you get orbs here. Anyways, the spiders in this game are called Arachne, so These guys are weak to fire, so what it means is that they're weak to Agni and Rudra. I'm gonna go fight them right now and take a close look at how the fight goes. It's gonna be a whole lot of me dodging attacks and stuff from the spiders, and then attacking every once in a while. Of course, I'm gonna be making the best use of my hit properties as well. Like when I need to attack and make sure it counts. When I need to do my Tempest, I need to do it at the right time for it to totally wreck the spiders completely. But I can't do it for free. They may be, you know, weak to fire, but they're not overall weak. I'm gonna be doing a lot of this and then dodge away. Which you'll see something else, which is gonna be me using Agni and Rudra in combination with Rebellion. It's generally a weapon that works good with other weapons. It's not, you know, only good when it's equipped as your primary weapon. No. Generally, using it with other weapons is one of the best things about Agni and Rudra. What I mean by this is something like this, which I'll get to in the DPS lesson. Something like this is very fast and nice DPS for a moving target. You'll get to know what I mean with a moving target later on. Or even something like this. This is just very simple. Attack, switch, attack, switch, attack, switch, attack, switch, attack. But at a faster rate, you get this. This weapon is generally amazing for another reason, which is using it with other weapons. Like say you just did this, you switch to Agni and Rudra and you do this. Upon doing this, you do that, then you do this, then you do, you know, a bit of that, and then you keep on doing this, and then you do this, and then you buffer this one up with Agni and Rudra. This weapon has nice chemistry with Rebellion and with the other weapons as well. But mostly with Rebellion, it's where the best chemistry comes into place. So this fight is going to be a very careful fight against the spiders in DMC3. Here, notice what I'm going to be doing to these guys right now. It's not going to be just... See? I jumped away. There's a lot of commitment. There's a lot of kind of hitting commitment that you have to do for this weapon when you use it. Boom. Just like that. I did not do that for free, by the way. I saw an opening, then I did it. For these enemies specifically, you have to be careful with your attacks. By the way, this weapon's lock-on forward attack is also very good. Since it does some constant attacks, it's very good. And again, it's good in combination with Rebellion. Like for example, if you find yourself doing a stinger that knocks back the enemy, doing this is also good since it keeps you close from the enemy. Now that they've DT'd, they're more dangerous. I'm gonna have to actually be very careful of my attacks. This is what I meant with the decision making with this weapon. You're gonna have to actually account for... See, I got hit back there just because I started my combo A at a wrong time. And that wasn't really that effective an attack that I did it back there. But generally, you can see how useful of a weapon it overall is. But I have to jump out of that. You gotta kind of jump out of stuff way earlier than you would with different weapons. Since like one attack with this weapon is rarely ever a single attack. It's usually like, you know, two attacks like this. Or, you know, an attack that takes long like this. Like every attack is just like a process that you have to know the timing of. You have to kind of see the distance between you and the enemy, see the distance between you pressing the button, Dante doing the thing that you asked him to do instantly. Boom. That rush attack back there was wrong. See, with Stingers, just boom, and then you move out of the way. You reach the enemy and the attack is done. With this, no. You reach the enemy and Dante unleashes a barrage of attacks on the enemy. Like, see, if you hold the button, it's even a longer of a barrage. And you may have noticed a lot of me delaying my drops with Ebony and Ivory. Again, a lesson we talked about. Here's me with the Ultimate Tempest, then with the DT Explosion upon dropping. I hope the idea has been clear and it wasn't just me slaying these enemies. This is actually a very commitment heavy weapon. You gotta be very careful of your attacks and cancel them way earlier than usual. Way earlier than canceling out any other weapon, basically. And just like that, this encounter is done. I took a lot of hits, but I was trying my best to make that encounter as good as possible. I just hope the point has been sent across. Really observe that encounter back there. This was a very good example of talking about Agni and Rudra. In general, this weapon is a commitment, is a high commitment move. The commitment is not so intense and insane where you can't jump out of any attack. You obviously can. But the timing is way more strict. The animations are way longer. Like, see, something like a combo in Rebellion is very straightforward, 3 hits. But look at what he does and how stylized he is when he uses Agni and Rudra. All of this for these attacks. Now they're all cool, they all have very nice reach. Like this is a very sweet 2-hit combo, followed by a very nice and far-reaching sweep, followed by this another sweep that comes in. And then he does this last attack that is just kinda not... Boom. These last couple of attacks, these last 2 attacks, not that easy to control. Same thing with this. Like with this one, you keep your position, you're very safe, you're very fast, just boom, and just like that, you have the combo out. With this one, you do this, into that, into this. You're pausing twice before you get this combo out, by the way. Again, attack, pause, then attack to get the crazy combo. You have to mash the second pause, like attack, pause, smash, and you get this, which this controls your surroundings very well. You saw me use it back there. It's a very dominant attack. It's very cool. You saw attacks like this, for example. But see, like it never actually ends when you make impact with the enemy. Your perception when reaching the enemy is still like at hand back then. Like with Stinger, boom. With this, it's like the revolver from Cerberus. It's an actual, you know, barrage. Like if you hold the button, a whole lot of attacks. When you reach, then you gotta know the jump like right after the attack is out. You can't like instantly jump. Like I'm mashing A right now. Now it comes out. You see that? And you don't want that messiness. You gotta kind of perceive when exactly you want to do this. Are you fully open to do this? You may have saw me back there do a mistake by inputting this and I got clapped and it just wasn't pretty. You don't want that in your encounters. This is an attack with high commitment. Same with this that you saw me use in very carefulness. This is the Ultimate Tempest. I basically never use the normal Tempest other than maybe a bunch of stuff like this, maybe sometimes for fun. I'm gonna showcase through right now when we move to mission 2. But this encounter served as a very nice encounter to demonstrate how much dedication heavy the Agni and Rudra weapon is. Let's move to mission 2 where I'm gonna demonstrate some of the more basics of Agni and Rudra now that we have taken the complexity out of the picture, which there's still a lot more complexity to talk about. This is the best weapon in the game. I love the combination of Rebellion and Agni and Rudra. It's just so very powerful. Again, the weapons are just so very well intertwined within each other, like in general, not just like the moves that I described back there. To talk about the normal moves of Agni and Rudra, all you need to do is really, you know, just use the attacks yourselves. You don't need a guide to know how this attack works, but it just requires a lot of dedication. After this is done, I'm going to talk about the rush attack right now. Boom. So normally it's just these couple of attacks. If you hold it, he does more attacks. There's that. And it covers a very nice area. Like in general, it's just a nice attack. What can you say? Boom. It sweeps everybody away from you. The next thing I want to talk about with the Agni and Rudra, and as I said, I'm moving on quick with these because the complex stuff will come later right now, like, you know, these jump cancels that you're seeing me do. Or maybe you're seeing me get clapped right now. and I did. But the idea is clear. The weapon is very beginner friendly. It's not like the most complex thing. It actually is the most complex thing, but it's easy to also get into. It's hard to master, but it's also easy to get into. Like, it has your standard launcher, just like Rebellion, exactly like Rebellion. And it's actually a very nice looking attack. Like, look at how beautiful that is. Hold triangle, and it's a even better one than it's literally the Virgil launcher from Devil May Cry 4 and onwards, where you just does a double sweep like that. Now you can chain launchers like this. As I said, this weapon is good in chemistry with other things, so you can do something like maybe... I just don't want to kill a lot of these guys. Boom. And like, you basically set them up for... Like, you can even try prop with Rebellion and then chain it like this. See all of that? That awesome chain that I did back there? Boom! Crowd control, baby. It's good to buffer it like this as well, by the way. So the next thing I want to talk about right now is finally going to be like the best thing about... one of the best things about this weapon. This weapon has a lot of best things. I demonstrated back there. Oh right, the air attack. Boom, this attack right here. This attack is one of the most powerful attacks to jump cancel off of an enemy. Now, I'm going to show you a case where it can be cancelled for the better. Let me just eliminate a bunch of these enemies. Boom. It's an attack that knocks back the enemy, so I'm going to talk about it later in later lessons and how it's going to be good on types of enemies that are steady on the ground. Like, for example, I'm going to wait for one of these guys to teleport towards me, and then I'm going to show you guys how useful it can be. Like, this guy's going to teleport right now. Watch. Boom, 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 boom. Did you see that? That was a lot of damage outputted on this fool. Like, since he has DT, he's not going to get punched, you know, pushed back with this. It is the best scenario for me to jump cancel it. I'm going to demonstrate it on some other enemies that are going to be more steady. Like this guy with the DT, of course. Or I'm going to demonstrate it on the cursed Chessmen. Or actually on the Hell Vanguard that is going to spawn right now. Let me just show it to you guys. Okay, let's bait these couple of attacks. Did you see all of that? That right there, sir, was me shredding a Hell Vanguard just like that. We're gonna get to how I'm actually doing that later with like precise controls and how to get you used to jump canceling. But for now, this is a good demonstration on what you're just capable of doing with the air attack of Agni Rudra. It is an insane weapon, and I hope the points has been sent across. It's a very, very nice weapon. That was honestly a very nice lesson to talk about. Just overall Agni Rudra. It is very beautiful. You even saw me jump canceling this a lot, which I'm going to have to come back to it in the jump canceling lesson. To talk about the best stuff to jump cancel consistently, be it this, or something else that you're going to see later. But for now, I feel very good that I demonstrated everything I needed to demonstrate. If you have any more questions regarding Agni and Rudra, please let me know. All you need to know about it is that it's a weapon, it's the best weapon. It's a weapon with the best chemistry with other weapons, mainly Rebellion. It's the weapon with the most variety of damage, crowd control. Maybe crowd control with Rebellion is better thanks to this. But this one also has it. Like, if you time it correctly, you can do, you know, this. And it catches a lot of enemies. Like, it's a surrounding type attack. Generally, Agni Rudra is the best weapon. We're gonna now safely move on to the next weapon, which is gonna be Nevan. So people, ladies and gentlemen, now we talk about Nevan, which is an electric guitar, and it literally has electricity. God, I love this now that I have an electric guitar. So Nevan is the coolest weapon. I don't know how to describe it, man. Like, in general, like, it's just such a cool little thing that you literally have a guitar to use. Look at that. It's very, very beautiful. Anyways, Nevan is one of the coolest weapons and one of the most unique weapons. It's not just cool because, yo, look, he literally has a guitar. No. This guy actually uses the guitar and he knows how to use it. He has a very specific technique that can rival James Hetfield with his down picking. Like, look at the down picking game. Look at it. Look, upside down picking. That's an upside down picking. That's an upside down syndrome picking. The weapon Nevan has these cool little things that you can do with it that you really can't do with any other weapon in Devil May Cry. They did try to recreate Nevan in Devil May Cry 4 with Lucifer, where you have more control over the projectiles you send out with Dante. So to talk about Nevan, let me simplify it, since a lot of people get into Devil May Cry 3 and they don't even really care about Nevan a lot, which is understandable. It's not your usual weapon. Nevan is like a sword that hits the enemy. You know, like it physically does touch the enemy. Like, this is a hit. This is a hit. This is literally a hit, where he even throws the guitar up and catches it. Generally, things are hits, but the most important things about Nevan is the damage output that it has with the projectiles that it sends out. So, like, pulling it out, hold triangle, and Dante does this, where these projectiles then haunt the enemy and kill them. They don't have a lot of very, very far-reaching range, but in general, it is a very, very neat little thing. Nevan also happens to be the only weapon that has directional inputs that are beyond just backwards and forward. It has a lock-on forward attack like this, a lock-on backwards attack like this, which is a launcher, a lock-on backwards attack that you hold, where Dante does this, really picking on that E note. And he additionally has two other directions he can attack in that don't even require a lock-on. You attack once to come out with the guitar. On Dante's left, you can do this. Or you can mash it as fast as you want for the... Let me make it more convenient. Dante's left, so aim the analog to the left and then start mashing triangle. Mash as fast as you can and you get the crazy combo like this. With a guitar solo. It is very beautiful. It deals a lot of really nice damage. It skyrockets your rank meter. You can jump out of it in the middle of it happening. Like this, basically, if you feel threatened by something coming your way. In general, it is a very nice AoE type attack. Like it is. Look at this. Shatters every single beer bottle up there. Like, it's beautiful. Beyond this, we have the right side like this. And if you time the button the moment Dante's hand returns to the strings, like this, and press, you know, like time it, press, now, it just covers a wider area and better damage than doing it with mashing. Nevan gains some neat things with Swordmaster. First of all, the normal attack is just like that. He attacks like an old woman all of a sudden. I don't know why this attack is so slow. The air is a bit better. It's a nice rave, honestly. Like, just boom, boom. Like, it knocks back fools like crazy. So you just sights them. Boom. Forward circle has Dante doing this. But that's not the extent of this attack. You can mash circle for a crazy combo. Boom. He spins a lot more, outputting more damage. There are situations where doing it normally, though, is better. Since, like, you keep the enemy in place in a different way than what you would want with this. This is more damage. But what if you want to keep the enemy in place? You just do it the normal way, like this. And by the way, this is all cancelable. There is one more Swordmaster thing, which is lock on backwards circle, and then let go of R1 preferably. Then lock on again, and just look at that. It is not the most insane thing ever. You gotta charge it a lot, and only do it like when the situation for it is correct, by the way. Like, just don't do it at any turn. In the air, Dante has a very cool thing where he shoots electrical bats. You can even hold it. Boom, just like the one on the ground. Just like that. But in the air, there's a special catch to things that I'm going to talk about right now. You can kind of stay in the air for an infinite amount. And no, we're not talking about aerial raid, R1 and jump, where you can actually stay in the air literally as much as you want. Not this one. We're not talking about this one. I'm talking stay in the air without DT. That happens by doing this, shooting, then doing it again, like continuously. If you want to really, really, really delay your drop, or, you know, kind of style around the enemy however you want. Like, you want to do this, but now you want to charge it. Boom. But now you want to instantly do one. So here's me cycling between triangle and shooting in the air. Boom. See that? You want to go from the shooting animation to the triangle attack as fast as you can. But you want to delay your shooting after the attack comes out. So like after this comes out, I don't instantly mash square. If you do so, nothing happens. Once the attack is finished, press square and then press it again. Square, then again. Square, then again. Square, then again. Timing is very, very important. And if you want to get to insane heights while doing this, double jump with Rebellion, then do it. You'll frankly stay high up in the air for like 10 minutes before ever dropping. It is a very, very slow decline. Now I feel like it's a good time to go ahead and demonstrate the moves of Nevan. Because it's not just about the moves being isolated. Let's actually demonstrate them. One of the best attacks with Nevan is this right here. It launches surrounding enemies, puts you in the stance, and you can even buffer moves as much as you can. Like, you just want to do this, and then this is instantly buffered. You just gotta mash triangle and aim to Dante's left. Again, that is Dante's left. Like, with the analog, you aim to Dante's left, and then you do things. You get these moves and whatnot. So this is one of the better attacks out there in the game. Or, you know, you can even try this, which is also a very nice attack. It deals some very sweet damage. With Trickster, this Nevan weapon is very good. Since, like, even with Trickster, you don't really feel too limited with your moveset. You have a very, very nice moveset with Nevan. To the point where you don't even need Swordmaster. Like, this is one of the few weapons where you don't actually need Swordmaster. But it's a great plus if it's available. This weapon is very, very nice for the damage that it deals in time. Like, the thing is, you hit the enemy, you do strike the enemy with the guitar itself, but the electrical bats and how slowly they fly towards the enemies are also a very nice addition. Like, they keep the enemy in place, if you know what I mean. Like, and let me demonstrate this launcher, for example. It hits the enemy, correct? But boom, the bats also follow up and hit the enemy. And by the way, you need to stay locked on to have the thing hit them. Now, something else that outputs damage from Nevan is the bats that you collect up around you. Like, before they even are sent flying out, there are living hitboxes that stop enemies from surrounding you at times. See, like this? It's very subtle, but in the right moment, they actually stop an enemy's attack from coming at the perfect time. Like, you're surrounded with bats, see? It's not just like... it's not that they become a hitbox when they start flying out. No, they are a hitbox the moment they're surrounding Dante. And it doesn't matter which one you do. Even like if you do this, Dante's surrounded with bats. So like he feels safe in general when he does this. It's kind of like Lucifer, as I said. Like Lucifer expanded on the systems of this weapon. But that would be a video for another day. The Devil May Cry 4 guide is going to have to wait for a while. Nevan, very nice weapon. Very sweet weapon. So yeah, that's about it for Nevan. Nevan is a very, very cool weapon. For crowd control, for damage output, for everything. And as I said, regarding the Swordmaster move, this move right here, it is not the most great thing to use, I'm gonna be honest. And by the way, projectiles are literal projectiles, meaning these things, if they hit the blood gargoyles, like the bloody birds that turn into stone and then you hit them, they are literal projectiles. As you saw, they even explode the enemy back there. And now let me demonstrate a bit more of the... And I messed it up. Let's lock on to the left attacks that are really the best. Like, look at this. This is very great for shattering Virgil's swords as well. We did talk about it. Like this attack of Nevan in general is the best attack ever. In combination with Quicksilver, you can take out Virgil's swords way too easily. And like way too conveniently as well. It feels too good to be true at times. Now, ladies and gentlemen, regarding the great element of Nevan, of course, we talked how the secondary weapons, like, you know, the weapons you get after Rebellion, they all have a sort of element or, you know, an elemental advantage over the enemies. So for Nevan, we have thunder or electricity. And I am very, very sad to let you know that this is not really that important in combat. It only works on the Blood-goyles, and like, that's about it. This is the type of thing I look at for the, you know, element system of this game and wonder why they never really pushed it as far as they could. Of course, I am very thankful they pushed it as far as they did. Like, there are some very nice spots you can use the element advantage over enemies. But generally, a weapon like Nevan, it's such an awesome weapon. Possibly the second best weapon in the entire game. And it has an element system built into it. But only for the Blood-goyles and only when the Blood-goyles get petrified, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, there's this little electricity that happens. That is an elemental advantage, and that's the only enemy that it has advantage over. So, let's not even talk about this anymore. I just want to move on to the next thing. But yeah, it's generally a very, very nice weapon that looks looked down on for all the right reasons. It's a complicated weapon. It's not your usual weapon. That's about it for Nevan. Let us finally move on to the last weapon, which is going to be Beowulf. Beowulf is one of my favorite weapons in Devil May Cry 3. Agni Rudra is actually the best, and I may have it like it's either it or Beowulf as my favorite weapon. Beowulf in Devil May Cry 3 is a very, very nice weapon. It's a nice, I want to say total upgrade to what we had in Devil May Cry 1's Ifrit, since it does have some weaker aspects. Like for instance, the first thing I want to open up with is that this is not your usual gauntlet where charging attacks would be as potent as doing other things. There are other stuff that have replaced, you know, charging your attacks. Like these are cool charged attacks, but they're not like as deep or as good as Ifrit's charged attacks, where you can do a perfect letting go at the right time with Ifrit and you deal a lot of damage, or like equipping Nightmare makes your left punches stronger with Ifrit and all that. In general, in here the game plan is not to charge attacks and to deal charged attacks with Beowulf. Beowulf instead in here is a very, very fast weapon. It also happens to be a very easy weapon to get into. Like it's the easiest, it has the easiest jump cancel that we're going to talk about in a little bit. It has one of the strongest air DPS. This one rivals the air triangle attacks with the Agni and Rudra. Beowulf in general is as commitment heavy as Agni and Rudra. It may not look it and you may say it's just consistent attacks just like Rebellion, but trust me, there's some sort of end lags to some of the moves that you're not going to be ready for. Like, sure, you're canceling out of some, but an attack like this, like the second attack, it may look like you can instantly jump out of it, but trust me, it will get into trouble when you're in combat. You may attack, jump, and your jump doesn't even come out, and you may be confused, like why didn't my jump come out? Well, to that I say, there's an end lag, like a hidden end lag that disallows you from jumping instantly after getting this attack out. So it still requires a level of commitment. Beowulf also happens to be one of the better weapons when it comes to equipping Swordmaster. As we said, like Divine Dragon is one of the most insane moves ever. And air attacking, air circle, not air forward circle, just air circle, is one of the better attacks with Swordmaster in the air. So let's start an encounter right now and talk about it. The combo A of this weapon launches the enemy by the end. Boom, it launches the enemy up. There is not really a lot to talk about with this combo. There is something else we're going to talk about right now instantly, which is going to be the crazy combo of Beowulf. Boom. This is the combo B of Beowulf. You attack, pause, then attack, and then you do another attack that is a kick, like this. Boom, 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 boom. And this that you can charge as long as you want. So this is a bit useful since it does deal some sweet damage, but what you mainly want to use this for is the crazy combo that comes out, which is this. Boom, you just kind of mash as fast as you want. So you go attack, attack, pause, then mash as fast as you can. Dante does this. It deals some very, very sweet damage. I'm going to demonstrate it on some enemies right now. Boom. He ends it with a sweet punch. That please let him do that punch. Don't cancel it before ever having that punch come out. And that's about it. It is not insane for crowd control, but it is good as an attack focused on one enemy. Say like you want to really dish out a lot of damage on this guy. Activating DT as if it adds any of a lot of damage. By the way, in the lesson prior with Nevan, I didn't talk a lot about air raid because you really don't want to use it. It's not that great of a air raid, and we talked about it in the Swordmaster lesson. So the same thing is going to happen here. The DT is only increasing the defense and nothing more. We have this attack, which is called Straight, I believe. It has some very, very nice range. You can even charge it to deal more damage. But as I said, this is not the most potent thing to ever do. You know, charging attacks. It's not really a necessity, I would say, like Ifrit was in Devil May Cry 1. So something else you've seen a lot with people that use Beowulf is this. This is called the Killer Bee jump cancels. This is an attack that you just press jump on the moment you reach the enemy. Like, it's an attack that usually ends with like a ground kick like this. But since you can enemy step, you can do, you know, more with it. Like, what's happening is I jump upon reaching the enemy, upon connecting the hit, and then I press triangle again. So like, but done at a faster rate, you get this. This is going to be more of a lesson for later for jump cancels. Just know that it exists as a concept. There's another attack with Beowulf that is very neat to talk about. By the way, Beowulf is not really the coolest thing for area or crowd control. Like, you may have an attack like this and you think it's good for crowd control, but it's really not. Like, this hardly hits the enemy in front of you. It's not the best for crowd control, even when you charge it. See, it's not the most insane thing ever. You can even do it in the air. Lock on forward style, and he does this. But it's not that useful. It's not as useful as Devil May Cry 1's. It has the same attack like this. So, Beowulf is very cool, but for utterly different reasons than what Ifrit was doing. We have this uppercut. This is lock on backwards melee. This uppercut has a very, very sweet thing where you can turn it into... to make Dante jump up with it in like Shoryuken style. So how this is done is... when you charge this up and you let go, Dante does the uppercut and he stays on the ground. It's a nice setup. What you can do is you press triangle right as the uppercut reaches its hitting point. Like triangle, triangle again, so that Dante gets launched. The timing is not the most strict thing ever, but it does require getting used to. Now the beautiful thing is that this goes for charged attack as well. Like mash triangle with this one when it's done, and you get this. See that? And like at the very top, you can like hammer the enemy down with the style. So very straightforward to demonstrate. Let me just demonstrate it right now. Like say this encounter, this enemy right here. Push into a corner. Boom, and then do I just didn't press it at the right time, otherwise it's like this. Oh my god, what is going on? And if you charge it fully, Dante really does a really nice attack. That soaring dragon, I think is what it's called. But generally, that's about it for like this uppercut. Like you press it upon it connecting, and it has Dante getting launched into the air as well. So now, what else do we have with Beowulf that can be interesting? First of all, it is good in combination with Rebellion as well. Again, this is the same thing we did with Beowulf. It is with Agni Rudra. It is better done with Agni Rudra, but you can still do it. Like 2 attacks with Beowulf, 1 attack with the Rebellion. I'm now gonna move on to talking about Divine Dragon, which I don't think there is stuff that I haven't said about it. Generally, with Swordmaster, this is one of the better attacks in the entire game. How it's done is very simple. Lock on backwards style. Boom. Bam, bam. And it takes some nice time, but man, when it comes out, you feel the impact instantly. And then if you mash the button in the air, Dante does the kicks in the air, the spinning kicks, which actually for a while I didn't know that he has that. I always thought it's just the uppercut, because like, why do you even go more than the uppercut? Look at this. And it does some very, very sweet damage. And of course, more kicks when you're in S rank, since of course you're in triple S rank, sorry. Since it's a crazy combo, Dante does more hits. There you go. Charged attacks do still deal very neat damage, but it's nowhere near as the potency of something like Ifrit from DMC1. Now, as for Beowulf, you may be wondering what happened to the element of Beowulf. Now, for the element of Beowulf, we do have something, but it's not a literal element. It's not like, you know, fire, ice, and stuff like that. For Beowulf, we have light. Now, light is not really an element, but we're gonna include it with the elemental advantage talk that all the weapons size Rebellion have, okay? So let's go with that. Now, the neat thing with Beowulf, unlike, you know, a certain weapon that I don't want to talk about its element right now, Beowulf actually has some very, very nice element play. Like, it has an elemental advantage over a lot of really crucial enemies in the game. Like, we have, you know, the chess pieces that you fight. Fighting these guys with Beowulf is the best thing ever, since, like, that's how you maximize damage on them. And it's the same thing with Soul Eaters as well. I'm actually gonna get to it whenever we get to the weakness of Soul Eaters. Those are, like, my least favorite enemies. But they are also weak to light. There's also the Hell Vanguard that is weak to light attacks, making the hammer jump canceling the best thing to use against them. Same thing with the Cursed Chessmen. And it's like, it's honestly a really, really nice thing. There's a lot of really nice enemies that are, you know, they have an elemental disadvantage whenever you fight them with Beowulf. It's a very, very neat thing. That is honestly about it for the element, you know, quote-unquote element of Beowulf. A really, really lovely element. I'd say it is the most useful element, you know, and the second place it would be Agni Rudra's Fire. But honestly, this right here is very, very good. I just wanted to talk about it. It's very important. So now that you know about it, go ahead and use it. This is honestly it about Beowulf, except for one final dominant thing, which is the hammer in the air. The hammer attack in Devil May Cry 3 is one of the best JC attacks ever. Look at how it's gonna melt. Oh my god. This guy is done. Remember how long it took with the Cerberus to do all that? You just saw how quickly we did it with the hammer. So it's a good demonstration. Like, basically, oh my god. It is very, very powerful. It's more powerful than Agni and Rudra's triangle cancels as well. So if you know how to jump cancel this, which I will make sure you know how to jump cancel this by the end of this guide. You know, since like after all of this, I'm gonna get to some lessons regarding DPS as a whole and how to jump cancel all of this weird stuff, how to jump cancel multiple things, like even jump cancel this, which is, it is one of the best JCs out there. But generally you get the idea. This thing, oh, it shreds. What does it do? It shreds. You just gotta learn the timing, since the timing can be difficult, but I'm gonna make sure, as I said, that you know the timings. And yeah, this is about it for this lesson of the Beowulf. This is what pushes Beowulf to S tier or S rank level of weapons. is generally the hammer being so powerful. Like, just generally, this attack, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Combined with jump canceling, it is one of the best jump cancelable attacks ever, like for DPS. And we'll get to the DPS lesson as I mentioned. So this is about it. I'm gonna now move on to the next lesson, which is going to be... Actually, I don't know what lesson we're gonna move on to next. Oh, we're still at the same lesson, which is gonna be offensive options. But we're now gonna move on to talking about the weapons and their offensive options. What's the best offensive option for the gunslinger? Or, you know, the weapons at large. It doesn't just have to be gunslinger. So see you in the next part of this chapter of offensive options. It's gonna be about our range tools. So your guns, basically. So now that we're done with talking about the melee weapons and your offensive options with melee and whatnot, we move on to something else that is just as important in Dante's arsenal, which are his guns, generally his ranged weapons. And to start it off, of course, we're going to start with the two like iconic Ebony and Ivory and the shotgun. These are your bread and butter, as I like to call them. That's the simplest way to put it. So if you played the game, you know that shooting exists in this game. Of course, it's a thing you do out of habit at some point. It's like if you're not doing anything, you can just shoot, right? In the air, on the ground, fast, slow shooting. We all know about this. And I also have, let me just save the data as well. I also have Gunslinger equipped so that we have all the info we have, like all the actions we have with a gun. Having Swordmaster equipped unlocks a different type of shooting for us. Circle. See what it does? It has more hit properties to the enemies. And you can generally like shoot your surroundings with it if you're good enough, but I'm not. Like see like this? You keep enemies away from you, but this is not like the main purpose. This just works on fodder. On other bigger enemies, you're not going to be able to just keep enemies away from you literally. Instead, like this is useful as like to completely loading up on one enemy. It does have other uses for some enemies like the Soul Eaters, but that's a that's an enemy specific thing that we're going to talk about later. Alternating between this shot and this shot is the best damage you can have with Ebony and Ivory. In Devil May Cry 3, shooting your guns is not as powerful as say like how Devil May Cry 1 had it, where you actually shoot very powerful bullets. In here, the bullets are mainly for the reasons I mentioned in the defensive options, you know, delaying your drop, or some other reasons that I'm going to get to in just a second. As it stands right now, if you want sheer damage with those, you don't go with the charge shot. Like it's a good option, but there's also other options that can be good. So charge shots are good, as I just showed back there. But the other option that is better and constant is, it would be this. What I'm doing is pressing square and circle back to back as fast as I can. Dante shoots with this style of shooting, which is the gunslinger style, and the normal shooting. So you just alternate. So, you know, style shoot, style shoot, style shoot. Except these idiots are blocking, which is making things a lot more complicated. Shoot. See? Kinda does the best damage you want if you don't want to do charge shots. Which you don't want to do charge shots in general. Like this is the better option. Just like that Enigma is down. So I hope this lesson is clear. I hope we're being loud and clear, actually, not just clear. So now that we get some enemies to test some stuff on, Gunslinger unlocks something else. It's actually my favorite move in the game. It's called Wild Stomp. It's this. It's a nice command grab. It doesn't literally grab the enemy, of course, but you get the point. Something else that is useful about Ebony and Ivory beyond the damage and beyond the charge shots and beyond the shooting and all that. Something else that is useful about Ebony and Ivory would be it helping you to redirect yourself towards the enemy. Say you end up like this, it's always better to sometimes like shoot, then do your thing. Shoot, you know, then do your thing. Like if there's one enemy around, which I'm going to demonstrate in just a second, it is like overall better to shoot, to restart yourself, to have an equal footing with Dante. Like even one shot and then doing a stinger is good at times. Like if you drop like this, shoot and then do this thing. Because like you may get this otherwise. Like if you do this lock on, you may have Dante do a high time in this direction at times. General mess ups that can happen with this game's lock on. So to prevent that, you're better off shooting one bullet at least, you know, in the enemy's direction so that Dante is full on confirmed to face his enemy. See, like right now in a situation like this, did you see what Dante did? A situation where I'm facing away and I lock onto the enemy and I try to do, you know, a stinger. Look at what Dante is gonna do. Oh no, not like this. Did you see that? What I did after dropping like this is lock on towards the enemy, then the stinger input, which is, you know, this. Except what Dante did was something else because he was still facing away from the enemy. There's a bug in DMC3 where Dante still takes late to fully turn around and do his thing. So what he does is he does a high time in you know, he does a high time in this direction because I'm technically aiming at Dante's back. So to prevent that, once you do this, shoot once and then do the stinger. This is gonna be generally a thing you're get used to doing. And like generally get used to doing this. Boom, boom. Just like that. And it doesn't just go for this, it goes for literally everything else. Like if you end up like this, look what happens. Look at what happens. What I'm doing is I'm facing away from the enemy and I lock onto the enemy and I take the analog towards the enemy. I want this to come out. Instead what Dante likes to do is this. Hold on. Watch what he's gonna do. Did you see that? Because you're still you're still taking the analog towards Dante's back. Dante takes time to turn around completely. To make him turn around as fast as you can, after this, lock on and shoot, and then, like you may have noticed, I shot at least one bullet to make Dante face the enemy first before trying to go for anything. Before even jumping towards an enemy, this is what I do at most times. Or like when I'm away from an enemy, I don't just attack like this. Even though Dante can be pretty good at turning around, I shoot and then do my thing to get a better perception and to know that I'm fully facing the enemy. So this lesson is very, very important and I hope it's clear. What I'm gonna demonstrate right now is a different thing with Ebony and Ivory. It's actually a down thing. It's a down syndrome. It's a down point for Ebony and Ivory. It kind of is a problematic thing with the game, but once you know about it, you will run into it less. Once you fully know about it, you'll never run into the problem. So DMC1 and DMC3 have this issue where locking on and then doing something can be a bit messy at times. So let me teach you about this thing. In Devil May Cry 3, if you want to jump right after shooting, make sure you have ample time, you know, right after you shoot, then you jump. Sometimes, I may not even get it. What happens is, after shooting and like moving sideways, see, like I jumped back there, but it didn't happen. Here's why the jump did not happen, and this is a big problem, by the way. Jumping is your best defensive option. You want to jump this way after shooting, you know, a couple of times, right? Except the jump does not happen sometimes, as you saw back there where I was shooting and then the jump didn't happen. The transition between your aimed state and your jump, you know, your aimed state, sorry, and your neutral state and then jumping. In between that transition, you're not allowed to jump. The game does not allow you to jump. You can test this in the DMC1 as well. Just lock on, let go, and then jump, or like let go in the between of the animation. Dante does not jump. So this is an issue. He sometimes even jumps in this game, but some other times he just doesn't. And when he doesn't, you don't want that. So this is a very, very stupid bug. I really, really dislike this bug. But once you know about it, at least it's preventable. Like sometimes Dante doesn't jump after you let go of lock-on or let go of shooting in general. So be very careful when an enemy is approaching you. Don't shoot him until the last second and then try to move away like this. It gets dangerous. I just want to get this out of the way before moving to the shotgun. Which this is a good spot to move to the shotgun. Hell, we get the shotgun right here. Like in the main game. We get it right here in this third mission. It's right here on the wall. So the shotgun in this game, of course, from close range it deals some very nice damage. From far range the spread is very large, so there's no big advantage coming from it. With Gunslinger it has a charge shot, but I'm gonna tell you how you want to use the shotgun in general. The shotgun is about jump cancelling on top of the enemy. Or like if you have Royalguard equipped, it's about cancelling with Royalguard. Generally the idea is that you want to shoot as fast as you can, not shoot powerful shots like charge shot, like this, something like this. What I'm doing is cycle cancelling, by the way. I'm simply mashing square while also mashing L2, but I mash L2 a bit slower. This way I shoot with the shotgun, shoot one shot with Ebony and Ivory, then switch back to the shotgun. And it's like, in general, like this is the loop you want to go with. You don't want to go with any of these moves, or like you may try them here and there, don't get me wrong, but they're not that useful. The greatest uses of the shotgun is this, the quick swap, or if you have Royalguard, then you shoot, cancel with style, shoot again, the one I demonstrated. But as it stands currently, this is the best thing we have. Since you don't have Royalguard, you don't want to equip Royalguard just for cancelling shotgun, come on. You can have it with Ebony and Ivory like this. You can do this with a lot of other weapons as well. It's like there's a lesson after this that I'm going to teach. Quick swapping in general. Something else that is useful, very very useful about the shotgun, is this jump cancel. Now the idea is that you're going from the jump to the shotgun shot as fast as you can, but you're not going from the shotgun shot to the jump as fast as you can. I'll get into detail in the lesson after the ranged weapons, which is going to be jump cancelling in general. That one's gonna have a lot of demonstrations with my hand and the controller, how I press the buttons and everything. As I said, I'm not gonna end this video without making absolutely sure that everybody's used to jump cancelling, because in this game it's a challenge to jump cancel. Just like that. This is the best thing you can do with the shotgun. Right after the cycle cancelling. Actually, this is like one of the best things. This is a very easy way to assert huge amounts of DPS. It's just very very powerful. Now beyond what we just showcased, the shotgun is also very very good for knockback. Like if I want to crawl up a bunch of enemies into a corner, I do this. I then do that. Like if I want to crawl them all up into a corner, I just do this. Combine it with a couple of other attacks, then I clap all of them in one corner, just like that. See? I can have as many enemies as I want in a corner thanks to the shotgun, you know, quickly knocking back everybody I want. So the shotgun's gunslinger is not the craziest thing. However, when you unlock the gunslinger at level 3, it is basically an instant charge shot. Let me show you. And if you mash the button, it's a crazy combo like this that I've been showcasing so far. You just gotta mash circle upon doing it. It's lock on forward square, just like the stinger input. Instead, this is a shotgun input, style input. And that's about it. Let's move on to the next two weapons with the gunslinger. Okay, so the next weapon is gonna be this big fucking gun. Or it's actually not. This ain't Doom. Artemis is a weird weapon. I don't really like this weapon a lot, but I get the appeal of it. Like if you want to ever use it, like this, and it focuses on one enemy. Or like if the normal shot, that was the style shot by the way. If you do the normal shot like this, it focuses on multiple characters. Like see, it's gonna shoot the fodder right next to me right now. Like this. And the more you hold it, the more projectiles are gonna come out. So there is also that, do not forget. It targets multiple characters. It's not the worst thing in the world, but it's also not a really crazy great gun either. Unlike the sphere with Gunslinger is also not that great. Now, if there was ever one redeeming quality regarding Artemis, but I still wouldn't be using it realistically, but it's still a redeeming quality regarding it. This sphere move that we talked about a little bit ago that is very useless. It also has a crazy combo if you keep on mashing the button. Dante does this. Now you can keep on mashing the button to get even more projectiles to rain down like this. Just like that. And these actually deal some solid damage. I actually didn't know before recording all of this, but it actually deals solid damage, see? These guys got pretty messed up back there. Here's me doing it again. See, it cleared up a lot of folks. So there's that about it, I guess. It's the only redeeming quality, as I said. And yeah. That's about it for Artemis. I really don't have a lot to say about Artemis. It's not that great of a weapon. It keeps enemies juggled. It has, you know, this sphere that is very useless. This weapon is just for styling, in my opinion. It is not that great for damage either. Like, I have other options that are better for damage. I have the shotgun. I have the RPG. I have the spiral. I never really find myself in situations where I want to use this, so I can't really teach a lot about it when I don't like it. Like, as a weapon, this is very, very useless. There is nothing I can talk about when it comes to Artemis. There's a lot I can talk about when it comes to Spiral, though. So, Spiral, I'm gonna restart the mission right now and select Ebony and Ivory with it. As I said, these are like my bread and butter. I equip them with everything because like I need them for like airtime, defense, for, you know, facing an enemy as I described in their lesson, and then doing my thing. I generally need Ebony and Ivory to do stuff with. Like, I need them, okay? And I need them for weapon cycling. The same thing I was doing with the shotgun, you can do with this with Spiral, which is the sniper. Now, there's something cool about the Spiral that I'm going to tell you right now, and it's that it does not have style meter, you know, decreasing on it. What do I mean by this? You can spam it from afar to gain triple S rank, and the game doesn't even care. The game thinks you're doing a sniper shot, not knowing that you're swap canceling it non-stop like this. Like, look at my style meter. See how it's not decreasing? Triple S, just like this, just by shooting Spiral. Since Spiral is like one shot with a lot of, you know, recoil, and it takes long for Dante to reload and whatnot, the game thinks you can only really do it once. It's just like the rocket launcher from DMC1. But if we cancel it with by switching to Ebony and Ivory and shooting once, like this, what's happening to the camera? By switching to the Ebony and Ivory and shooting once, we can then swap back to Spiral and shoot again. And then the cycle begins again. Basically the same thing we were doing with a shotgun. So Spiral can be good for this if you want to play really, really cheap. What's happening is I'm mashing square again and weapon swapping. As simple as that. So like, square with Spiral, one shot with Ebony and Ivory, then back to Spiral. And like, just keep on mashing square, but pace out your L2. Just press L2 a bit slow, and you get this. Very, very nice and easy style meter building. I'm not swapping my weapons as fast as possible, mind you. I'm just mashing square, which is the shoot button, as fast as possible. So, Spiral in general is a really nice weapon since it penetrates through enemies like this. And like in general, it's a nice weapon since like it's good for Enigmas. You saw me use it against the Enigma right here. Look at the knockback that it causes on an Enigma. 2 bullets and the Enigma is knocked back completely. See that? It's very, very useful. Beyond that, beyond this shot and the awesome range, if you can get into a good angle and shoot this thing, it may redirect itself towards the Enigmas too. Like this, for example. See how it's hitting the Enigma? I just want a clear shot. But the point in case is very clear. This is hitting a lot of enemies. The gunslinger shot with the... like, look at the HP of that Enigma. It is getting shot. And now I got shot. But generally you get the point. Like, this thing flanks the cover and hits the enemies. Very, very nice weapon. And now the final thing that I want to talk about with Spiral is the lock-on forward shot like this. This one is also a very powerful shot, just like every other shot. But no, it's actually, this one is more powerful. See, like, it shreds these fools. So if you just want to throw it out there in the middle of normal shots, you can do that. I'm more of a fan of, you know, this. Just like a shotgun. Because this, like, melts enemies. And, like, to think that it also penetrates, like, of course I'm going to use this. It's much better. That's about it for Spiral, honestly. Not a lot I can say. It's just such a very, very nice and unique weapon. Lock-on forward, the gunslinger is powerful, yeah. Normal gunslinger is the ricochet one that I showcased back there, and that's it, yeah. That's all that I can talk about for Spiral. It is a very, very nice weapon. Let us move on to Kalina Ann right now. So anyways, now we have Kalina Ann as our last ranged weapon in Devil May Cry 3. This is actually a nice rocket launcher. It is, it got nerfed to like what's compared to what we had in Devil May Cry 1. In Devil May Cry 1 it was supposedly a grenade launcher. Of course it still said rocket launcher on it, but Devil May Cry 1's rocket launcher was kind of broken. Like, it had infinite range, and you know, it had a lot of damage, and you could do a lot of this, you know, a bunch of this. Well, in here this does not really work the best. Just staying in place and doing this is faster, or maybe the same speed. But you have stuff like, you know, like even quick swapping doesn't really work the best with this one. But you can try to make it a bit faster. Generally, you may have noticed how this one has limited range. Literally like 2 meters away from Dante. That's all that it can shoot. But this is still useful for splash damage. Like, you may have noticed that I haven't mentioned the blood gargoyles type enemies that take damage with ranged weapons first. This can be good on groups in general, no matter how you look at it. Like, it's just a thing that you pop point blank to assert damage. Like, see, the splash is just very good. Boom. Boom. It hits everybody. And it knocks back everybody. There's even a certain loop that I used to do against some Abyss enemies that I will demonstrate in just a second. But generally, this weapon is simplistic. I don't really even want you to do this against the enemies. Even though it's good, it hits the enemies, it homes in on the enemies. Just the normal shots would be enough. Like, this grapple is good if you want to actually grapple an enemy towards you. I don't know why you would want to do that. These are all homing projectiles. Then there's this that you can do again. Generally, like, as a rocket launcher, it is very nicely complex what you can do with it. It's not a lot of options, but it's some pretty neat options. Like, look at this. It's gonna instantly explode this guy with 2 shots. Let me just... boom. If you can actually make use of the splash damage, it's good. Like, maybe against the dolphins when fighting Arkham. So it has its uses. It is better than I'm sorry. It is better than Artemis. Artemis is one where I really can't find any use for, like in my gameplays. I just can't. Here's the grapple. Here's the backwards gunslinger. Which, as I said, it's a good move. It's not that bad. It homes in on the enemy on the target. Just, you can do it for fun every once in a while. There are more optimal approaches almost always than, doing this. But this can be done for fun. That would be about it for Kalina Ann. Now I'm going to showcase the little loop that I was talking about. Let me just showcase it right here. It's a sort of a neat loop that you can put the enemies in. You can kind of repeat this against the Abyss enemies since they keep on returning to the point they got hit in. So this is a very, very neat thing. I guess I was saving this one for the enemy wiki by the end, but it's good to bring it up in here for the sake of making Kalina Ann, shine. This is not bad. You kind of, this is also very, very good for DMD. You're sort of draining their HP all at once. Yeah, that's about it. I just wanted to showcase that. So let's finally move on from this chapter of talking about, ranged weapons. It is now time to move on to the next chapters. Now, in the next set of chapters, we have some stuff that are going to be relevant to what we learned recently in the offensive options chapter of this whole combat guide. The offensive options chapter has come to an end by this point right now. We talked about all of our melee weapons and our, ranged weapons just recently. The next set of chapters before ever reaching the enemy wiki is going to be an extension of the offensive options. For example, we talked about, crazy combos of weapons, correct? Well, the next set of chapters will have like maybe one of the chapters called buffering, which is going to teach you how to buffer most of the crazy combos, or generally the philosophy behind buffering. Or one of the other chapters is going to be weapon cycling. Like it's going to be a whole entire chapter about basically this, which you saw me do, or this, which is simple, but it does require its own separate chapter as well, because we need to bring it up in a combat guide. This is the point where we proceed. It's going to be, as I said, an extension to the offensive options, and yeah, we're going to start with jump canceling. Now, the lesson for jump canceling is honestly going to be a complicated one, since I'm going to have to do some demonstrations on my phone's camera on the controller to demonstrate to you how jump canceling generally is. The one little philosophy I want to teach you about jump canceling right now is that let me actually get rid of this enemy so that I can make the demonstration easier. The one little philosophy I want to get out of the way for jump canceling talks and in general for multiple things, because there are going to be multiple options that I'm going to talk about right now regarding jump canceling. It's not going to be just one weapon that I'm going to teach you. It's jump canceling. And additionally, please notice that this is not going to be a combo mad jump canceling. It's not going to be like the type you may see where, like this. Although it's going to be the same philosophy, it's not going to be just that, wailing on top of an enemy. I'm going to teach you the useful jump cancel switch. By useful, I mean the big three. So, the Kendrick Lamar, J. Cole, and Drake of this game's jump cancels are as follows. We have Agni Rudra jump cancels that you just saw back there. We have this jump cancel with Beowulf. And finally, with the shotgun, we have the one that is the easiest out of them all. That jump cancel. So, the three horsemen of jump cancels are going to be explained in demonstration with the controller as well, so that you get the idea. The moment you get the idea of how things are pressed, it's going to be simple. But before I do that, let me just explain it how it's done in a word way. If I can explain it with words, I'm going to explain it as best as I can right now. We're going to start with Agni and Rudra. The thing with jump canceling is that you determine what to do, or how high to jump and then attack, that based on Dante's position with the enemy. If you see Dante falling a little too much, right? He's falling off, he's almost catching up with the enemy's head to jump on it. You want to just make him jump a little high, then do your attack. This is me doing the attack, right? And jump canceling cancels your animation pretty neatly, so you don't need to worry about it. But if you feel like you are way too high, then what you need to do is you need to input the attack right after the jump so that you're not elevated too high and then attacking. This will make sense more and more and more. I swear I'm not... Listen to me. I'm not letting anyone get out of this combat guide without nailing down the jump canceling. Because once you nail it down, it's a game changer. There's even a necessity in most part in DMD. You need that high damage per second. So, right now that I want to get my attacks in, correct? Like, this is not the shotgun where I can just freely do this and not even care about how high I am. The shotgun is going to reach no matter what. So a weapon like Agni and Rudra is not going to reach if I'm high. See, it's not connecting with the enemy. But this is connecting with the enemy. So what I'm doing is a nice rhythm of my hand going from jump to attack as fast as I can, but not, pressing jump right after my attack. What happens if I press jump right after my attack is out? This happens. I'm gonna slow down the footage hopefully when I'm editing. Basically, my attack is getting cancelled. My attack is not even connecting. I'm within the range, perfectly within range of the enemy. But my jump cancelling is cancelling the animation before it ever even dreams about reaching the enemy. We don't want this. The 3 horsemen of apocalypse for the DPS of this game require good timing and require even different timing based on which one you're doing. Like if I'm doing the hammer, this is what we're doing. And I'm going to demonstrate it on controller in a little bit. But the idea should be clear. I need to input the attack button right after the jump button if I'm near the enemy's head at good elevation. I need to delay my attack after I jump. If I feel like Dante is getting way too low, he's almost hitting the ground. Like if he's almost hitting the ground, I'm gonna let him jump up. Then I can reset however I want. Jump up, assess the situation. Okay, I'm right back in. Am I too high? Well, this must mean that I'm slow. Well then, speed up the process. Speed up the process of... how fast I input attack right after the jump, because that's what this is all about. What's happening is, depending on the weapon, I'm inputting the attack button right after the jump, depending on the weapon and depending on where Dante happens to be after I jump. So something like the hammer, for example, it's a simple combination of jump attack, okay? Jump attack, jump attack, jump attack, jump attack, jump attack, jump attack. You want to nail down that timing, and by the time you nail it down, and it only needs to click only once for you to actually know what's going on. It is as simple as jump attack. You don't input the jump right as you press the attack. What happens then is Dante would jump on the enemy and he would cancel out this thing before it even connects with the enemy. I just learned that I can turn this without turning the stand. Like just the monitor alone can turn like this. Pretty bollocks, honestly I didn't know. So this is my first time recording in a POV like this. I just want to get the idea across. Now that the verbal explanation is out of the way, I want to put it in practice and show you how the technique goes for the jump canceling. Because it's a technique in Devil May Cry 3. It is. It's not like, it's not as clear and as straightforward as Devil May Cry 5, okay? So I'm gonna hop into mission 7 and I'll explain it in a little bit, okay? Whee! Now here we are right now against some Chessmen enemies, and I'm gonna be demonstrating the movement that generally goes with every jump cancel. Before I get to it though, I need you to pay close attention to the controller and what I do to it. Basically, if I have Agni and Rudra equipped, I explained it how I go from the jump to attack as fast as I can. But after the attack, I'm gonna slow down and then jump and attack again, and then jump and attack again. Like notice my head movement. Jump attack, jump attack, jump attack, jump. I generally do this so that my attack does not get cancelled, with the jump, since the jump cancels everything. You don't want the jump to happen at the wrong time. So it's gonna be the same thing for, is it shown? Beowulf right here. Except for Beowulf is gonna be way easier. This is generally a technique I learned from 2B Power. He made a guide for Devil May Cry 4 that honestly inspired all of these combat guides that you see nowadays. His don't go in depth about enemies and stuff as I do, but his kind of kickstarted all of this. I just wanted to get this random shout out of the way. 2B Power, thank you for that Devil May Cry 4 guide. It inspired all of the combat guides that I've made so far. This is a thing I learned from him when he talked about how you jump cancel rebellion attacks in Devil May Cry 4 with Dante. He said, don't do, this. Don't individually press the buttons. You're not on keyboard and mouse, God forbid. Do this. This sliding motion. If this was possible to do, by the way, this is an issue with Devil May Cry 3. You cannot attack from... See? You cannot attack when you're near the ground. Anyways. Do this sliding motion. If this sliding motion was available for Y or triangle, I would be doing it the same, but it seems like other buttons get in the way when I may press square accidentally or circle accidentally on my way to pressing it. It's kind of what makes Virgil's rave jump canceling kind of messy. Back to Beowulf. With Beowulf, what I'm doing is I'm jumping and then styling on them. Like styling, a poor man's idea of styling. So with this, look at my, first of all, look at it in a normal without me explaining anything. Sure looks fast, right? We're going from jump to style instantly. But notice what's happening slowly. Notice the pause. 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 It's the same thing with the shotgun, but we're not doing this slide. We're doing a different slide. Jump to X, but fast. Now you don't want to do this and then call it a day for every jump cancel, of course. There is something else that gets put into play, and it's Dante's position when compared to the enemy. Because the enemy may move, the enemy may have a wobbled head. You may not do your jump triangle as fast as you did. So you end up with Dante being a little high. That's why you wait for Dante to touch down on the enemy's head level, and then you go insane and do this again. So this time let's demonstrate it with some enemies. I'm going to show the controller while I do my thing. The idea is clear. You need to pause after the attack by a little bit. When I say pause, you don't pause for a lot, but there is a pause. Like you just look at this. There's a certain rhythm. He's jump, attacking quick, but not like he's not doing this. This is as fast as I can go, but this doesn't do anything for us. Now, when we demonstrate that on an enemy is when it becomes clear. First of all, let me just get rid of the horse. I don't really like horses. Agni and Rudra first. Notice what's gonna happen. I'm low, I jump back up again. Did you see that? Like, let's do that again. Is the idea clear? Let me clear him up. I'm basically going so fast to the point where Dante is reaching way too low. That's why I like to delay my attack even sometimes. Like I have the luxury to do that since I know how to jump cancel. And you don't. All jokes aside, now we get to Beowulf. Notice how the idea is the same. Jump to attack as fast as I can, but pause after the attack, then jump to attack as fast as you can. It's like a snapping motion. You can only go as fast as you can if you do this. You can't as fast as you can when you snap. You just gotta basically that. So again, not okay. So let's try it. Thank you, sir. I hope the controller is clear. Okay. Shotgun. Here's what's going on with the shotgun. I use 2 parts of my thumb. This for the jump, this for the attack. So what's happening is, how do I show this? How do I show this? Okay. Jump, shoot, jump, shoot. You can do it however you're comfortable. You may be doing it like this, and you're gonna feel comfortable if you do it like this. I don't. I do the boom boom. Okay, so that's why I'm getting this. Watch. And by the way, something else I advise you to do, if you're jumping and trying to initiate a jump cancel thing, this again is something else that I learned from 2B Power. This in Devil May Cry 4, if you want to launch an enemy and then start a jump canceling thing, it's not like DMC5 where it's easy. You got to jump towards the enemy first, then attack, then start jumping, then start jumping, then start jumping. It's the same thing here. When I jump towards the enemy, I don't instantly initiate my attack. What I do is I jump once, like I jump again, like as like a to initiate the sequence. It's just like my muscle memory is used to starting with jump. I'm not used to starting with the attack. I'm used to starting with the jump. So it's totally fine if you do this. Watch. You jump. See how I enemy stepped? And now with the shotgun, let me showcase one more time. Boom, 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 boom. Jump high, boom. With the shotgun, you have the luxury of doing it however you want. Of course, being closer does deal more damage, but you basically never miss with the shotgun. It's not like Agni Rudra that has a startup that can get cancelled with your jump. Same thing with this. This can get cancelled with your jump. That is really about it. I don't want to overcomplicate it. I hope everything is clear. And if you have any more questions, please ask them down in the comments. This is as best as I can explain. And I hope the camera did it justice. Otherwise, I'm going to have to record this again. And I learned that my monitor turns without turning the whole pedestal. So thank you. I hope you learned it. We're going to instantly move on to the next lesson. I don't want to talk about this anymore. It's just very important. You're going to know why it's very important when we get to the lesson of DPS. In general, in Dante must die, as God intended. That's how you should play the game. You're going to need these jump cancels. Okay? You can, and I did say this is going to benefit combo mat people as well. This basically works for combo mats as well, you know. Jump canceling stuff. So when you get good enough and perfect at everything in the game, you can horse around. No one is against combos. And here's a free Game Pass. I'm not gonna give away Game Pass, man. I need it. I'm trying to play Gears one day. And that would be about it for the lesson of jump canceling. As I described back there, it is very important. If you feel yourself way too close to the ground or an enemy attack is coming, don't be afraid to just jump out of harm's way. Do a couple of these, then get back to action. You have all day. You literally have all day. You don't need to do your thing no matter what. If you feel like danger is coming, jump out of the way, do a couple of these, then come back to the action. You don't have to like literally pour your heart into a jump canceling session. But overall, I really hope everything was clear back there on the jump canceling lesson, because it is a very important aspect in Devil May Cry 3, and not for comboing. Just like generally for damage per second, which we'll get to a different chapter. One more chapter after this one, we'll get to the DPS chapter. And then you'll know why jump canceling is very important. But as of now, we will move on to the next chapter. That next chapter being weapon cycling. Now, weapon cycling is simply what you're going to see right now. I'm going to attack with this, switch to Agni and Rudra, attack with it. We did talk briefly about this when we were talking Agni and Rudra, how it's generally a great weapon, like in tandem with Rebellion, for example. In general, this is a very good thing for both melee weapons and ranged weapons. I'm going to talk about some very nice combinations that you can use for yourself. So, for the melee weapons, the best combination of switching back and forth, which is like one of the better DPS options for a moving target, we'll get to that later. This in general is just is a very nice way of attacking. You keep the pressure on the enemy and they can never really take a break from your barrage of attacks. Just press R2 and triangle at the same time. Literally just that. R2, triangle. R2, triangle. R2, triangle. But make it fast, of course, so that the weapon delay does not happen. So, boom, 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 boom. You can even do a different version of this to assert a bit more damage on some enemies that take fire, for example, which is 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1. What's happening is I'm doing 2 attacks with the Agni Rudra. I prefer this personally, but you can go with whatever you want, really. This is generally a very, very good one. The second one I'm going to talk about right now is going to be the weapon cycling for shotgun and Ebony and Ivory. Again, you want to mash. For when it comes to the guns, I'm going to talk about another example as well. The guns, you just mash square as fast as you can. Don't worry about it. You just want to pace out your L2. Like, you don't need to mash L2 as fast as you can. You may not get the best results, but it will still work. So that is also a very, very good one to put in mind. Like the shotgun and Ebony Ivory one is a good one. It's not really that bad. It's good against some bosses like Virgil when he gets pushed back and whatnot. It is good generally. Like it's not a bad combination. So now let me just quickly move on to some different combinations. Which these next ones are not gonna be that good, but you can do them maybe if you have them equipped. Especially like for the guns, of course, it's gonna always have to involve Ebony and Ivory, by the way. So you want to swap out the shotgun for Spiral, and it's the same thing. Literally what I was doing with the shotgun, you do with Spiral. That's it. For the guns, when it comes to the guns, this is the only one left that I'm going to demonstrate right now. When it comes to the weapons, you can do the same thing you're doing with Rebellion, but instead with Beowulf. Basically, you spawn in. You can even do this with like the Cerberus, but as I said, for the melee, the main great one is the one that I was doing with Rebellion, but this one with Beowulf can also be very, very nice. You can even do 2 hits by 2 hits. But in general, it's kind of slow. It's not like Rebellion. It's like, honestly, just do the 1 hit. See how fast this is kind of pushing this enemy around with some nice damage output? It's a good time to demonstrate the other one. This one right here with Spiral. This is one that we talked about. Again, mash square as fast as you can, but let me actually talk about the philosophy for this one and like what is happening in the background but you may not be aware of. I'm shooting with Ebony and Ivory. I'm switching to Spiral. Then I switch to Ebony and Ivory, and the moment I see like at least 1 shot go off, I instantly switch back and I know that I can shoot with the Spiral again. This is happening at a fast rate, of course. Like, it's kind of constantly happening. Just like this. And it's even good for ranged enemies. Like, say for example these Enigmas, or in any other encounter that you may face Enigmas, this thing knocks them down way too good. I'm basically stun locking them with some nice style meter as well, if you care about it. As I said, this guide will have a little bit of the S rank in mind. Not a lot of the S rank, but a little bit of the S rank. But now that chapter has come to an end, and now we're going to move on to our next chapter, which is going to be a very, very important chapter, which is going to be about damage per second. Now, damage per second, or DPS for short, generally means how much damage you can dish out per second. Like, it literally means what it says. It's not about, you know, one powerful attack that you do that deals a fuck ton of damage. Like, say, for example, if this attack deals 30 damage, right? But I can also do, you know, something like, say, this, that, and it also deals 30 damage, then that would be better than doing this one singular attack that deals 30 damage, but it takes some time to charge, or whatever other situation we may have at hand. Now, before getting into damage per second properly, we need to talk about the damage per second types that you're gonna run into in Devil May Cry 3. I'm equipped with like the best loadout, like the objective best loadout right now, Ebony and Ivory, and then the shotgun. When it comes to my Devil Arms, we have Rebellion, and then Agni Rudra. Maybe we can swap out Rebellion for Beowulf, but honestly I feel like it's the best option in here, since like right now we can tackle all 3 DPS types, all 3 damage per second types. What are the DPS types in Devil May Cry 3? We have a DPS type that is a moving target, or at least a DPS situation where it's a moving target. How do we do the best DPS when we have a moving target? Then we have another type of situation for DPS, which is a steady target. A steady target means they don't get knocked back, or just generally you can just wail on top of them however you like. That is a steady target for DPS. Then we have the next type, which is going to be the corner type, the corner target. This is in relation to the first one we mentioned. It's at the very end because it's just again, it's an enemy that can get knocked back. But if you knock him back to a corner, then you take a different approach with him generally. So let's talk about the first DPS type, which is going to be a moving target. It's going to seem jarring since we literally explained this like the lesson before this, but I'm going to have to explain it again, of course. A moving target like this, I can't do this on it. Boom. The enemy's knocked back away from me. I can't just jump cancel on top of his head consistently. So what do? I do something that is good for the moving target. Be it the Million Staff, for example. Since this keeps the enemies in place and it's good for crowds. That is one great DPS type that I talked about in the Rebellion section. I talked about in the Rebellion's crowd control section in particular, yes. That is one great DPS type for an enemy that moves away. But if you want another option, it's going to be something that you just saw in the lesson before, which is this. This is great for moving targets. This guy moves around, right? I do this. And it sort of melts his health. And again, you can even do the two Agni and Rudra attacks and then switch to the Rebellion. But I recommend this one overall. This is good on the spiders as well. It applies constant fire, which stun locks them. For a cornered enemy, we do something else. We have him under our hands, so we do this. That may possibly be the best DPS in the game for when it comes to a cornered foe. It is not the best damaging move when it comes to a cornered foe. It is the best DPS. Like, what if you have the enemy cornered and you're trying to do a Divine Dragon on him, correct? And it deals some very neat damage. But it takes time, so another enemy might come in and slap you from behind. What you do then is this. Because like you can jump out of this at any moment and just move away and then come back to the cornered foe again. So to corner this guy right now, I'm going to show you 2 neat ways for a cornered foe. This guy, here's one of the better ones. Let's attack style with Agni and Rudra. This practically melts his health. Another thing we can use is the shotgun quick swapping. It's like this. So if an enemy is cornered, this keeps them cornered. Since they keep getting wall splat, and now these guys have DT'd, of course, so it's kind of a problem right now. They have a lot of HP, but yeah, you get the gist. The one with the Agni and Rudra is one that I prefer, since you can do it, and it deals more damage than the one with the shotgun. But you get the idea. If an enemy's cornered, you gotta do something like this. Now I'm gonna move to a different DPS type, which is gonna be the last one, which is the steady target DPS type. Now, enemies on DMD have this beautiful thing where they DT, basically. This is a mechanic that I really, really like. So when they DT, they become way more steady than before. They're not really moving all that much. So you can even do a couple of these on their heads before getting knocked out. So for a momentarily moment, these guys are a steady target. Of course, they still get knocked back after like 2 of these things executed on them, but it can be good. Generally, you still want to do this on them since they're still a moving target. And I just died. Now, when it comes to a steady target that I want to attack with the best DPS, we will do something that should be very familiar to you by now, since we did it like 50 times today, which is jump canceling. So now you know how vital it really is to learn the jump canceling. It is a big part of what you need. It's like a part of a DPS type that you need. A steady enemy requires you to do this. This is the better DPS. If you want me to clarify what I mean by like, why do we have 3 types of DPS? Why not just do one? Well, because you can't do the one most dominant DPS option at any situation. In a situation where the enemy is not steady like this one, you can't do this. You just can't. The enemy gets knocked back. The enemy is not designed to take a beating like this, so it gets knocked back. By then, like if it gets knocked back, you do your thing like this. Maybe once it's in a corner, then you can transition to the cornered DPS type, where you do your thing with like the one I teached back there, like triangle, circle, triangle, circle, triangle, circle. But in a situation where the enemy is steady, that is the best DPS we can ever dish out, since like it is the most powerful. This is the most powerful DPS type. And like if you had the hammer with the Beowulf, that's even better. So just like that, I hope it's clear. This is the last DPS type that we're going to talk about. It is the steady DPS type, where the enemy is steady in place and is ready to take the beating no matter what, like he never moves. So you know what to do when you have a DPS type like this. Now, we're about to move on to the final lesson before ever reaching the enemy wiki. The enemy wiki is going to have info about all the enemies. That said, final lesson being buffering. Now, I did talk about buffering a lot throughout this video, but of course it needs its own chapter so that people can return to it. I talk about a lot of miscellaneous stuff in the middle of my chapters for the sake of maybe teaching that one little guy that is watching the combat guide something he needed to hear at that point of the video. Like maybe that thing that I say at a certain point in the combat guide will make the game click for him, and that's all the goal of this combat guide, is to have the game click with you. So buffering needs to be explained again. Crazy combos require buffering. Some moves like Drive for Rebellion require buffering to have really the best effect with them. If you just do them normally like this, it's not a crime, mind you, like boom, and then it's charged and then you let go. Just like that. But learning buffering makes the game a lot better for you and a lot better for everyone involved. So let's enter this encounter next, and let me show you how I'm gonna do the Wild Stomp combo. Just watch. The Wild Stomp combo happens if I mash square on a downed enemy. Mash square with Gunslinger equipped with Ebony and Ivory. Dante does this. Now pay close attention to how I'm gonna do it to this next enemy right here. I want this guy. Watch this. Did you see that? I didn't even shoot a single normal bullet. Dante just started doing the Wild Stomp. How did that happen? Well, allow me to introduce you to buffering once more. What's happening is, during this animation where I can't actually shoot, this animation of Dante doing the cyclonic attack, this cyclonic attack does not allow me to shoot. Dante only shoots after it's done. But the game is keeping in mind that I'm mashing the square button as fast as I can. That's why when Dante is finished with this, he instantly gets to the Wild Stomp on the downed enemy, the command grab. I'm gonna demonstrate it one more time. Watch how Dante instantaneously does his thing. Let me just actually get him to a different corner. Watch this. See that? Not a single normal bullet shot. This works the same way for everything else. while I'm doing this combo, you know, remember when we were talking about combo B and with Rebellion? And why the million stab was happening? And how to do the billion stab? How I said, like, you're not expected to do this, then do that, then start mashing. Because Dante does not register that. Dante wants to have all the inputs buffered for him before he actually gets a crazy combo out. And this goes for every single enemy. Say you have this, you need to buffer your inputs with that. Like the moment he starts this barrage, you know, this barrage is where you need to start doing your mashing. Dante starts collecting up as much info as he wants, as much inputs as he wants during this barrage. Okay, that is very, very important to get. So like that's why we start mashing our soul out the moment we get to now. Boom, 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 boom. And then you start like mashing. Then Dante explodes on himself and does the pause. He does not explode on himself, but like you get the point. Then Dante registers that you've been kind of pressing the buttons as fast as you can, and then like it's just it'll click with you in a second if you just try buffering for a second. The Wild Stomp demonstration was really the best one I could demonstrate. Literally, like just do this and it's buffered. Now this could be anything. Watch this. I'm gonna do it differently. Watch. You see that? Dante only shot like 1 or 2 normal shots. Buffering is not just like exclusive to that one move that I was doing back there, by the way. It can be done with everything. Like look, normal attack. Did you see that? Dante instantly started the Wild Stomp combo. I just started mashing square really, really, really fast upon pressing triangle with the Rebellion. That's why we got what we got. We got something like the Wild Stomp as fast as we did. Watch, I'm gonna do it again with one attack. See that? Not a single bullet shot. This is what's happening when I'm doing this. It's like I'm buffering the inputs for the Gunslinger Wild Stomp. Understanding this concept makes a lot of other things also easy for you. Something like the Ultimate Tempest, for instance. It is a complicated thing to get. You know, to get the crazy combo for it. But if you do it with buffering like this, you will always get it, even like the normal Tempest. Since like, here's what I'm doing. This is an attack that requires only the style button, okay? It does not require style backwards, lock on, and all that. Meanwhile, this is an attack that requires me to lock on to behind Dante and then press circle and get this. Right? Buffering this, since it's an attack that instantaneously comes out, if I want to do it with Agni and Rudra only, it's gonna be a bit hard. Like usually you see players fail the first one. See like, and then they do the second one and then Dante does it. Why is that happening? Well, because Dante starts buffering all the circle inputs throughout the entire time and then he gets it for the second one that you do. So like you can do it with, you know, differently. You can do it like in combination with something else. You can do it like, here's how you can do it. You can do it with like mashing in the air circle like this and then mash backwards in circle. Dante instantly has all of this buffered for himself. You don't even need to overcomplicate it for him. It's like, and now I'm going to do with Rebellion again. I'm going to do this, switch, and start mashing backwards circle as much as I can. So that the Tempest comes out with a crazy combo. Let me just demonstrate. Hold on. Circle, backwards circle with Agni and Rudra equipped. See that? And then again. What an uppercut. God, I'm gonna love talking about this guy. So now you get the point. What is happening is I'm filling Dante with all of the circle and pause. I'm filling the game's code with all the circle inputs I need to get, you know, this part where Dante explodes. It's the same principle for every single crazy combo. Even here, attack, pause, mash. Dante gets fed up with all the inputs, then he does this. This is part of the reason why we do, I taught this with the Rebellion lesson, you know, this. You feed Dante all the inputs he needs to do the million stab at the end of this stinger. if you were to do it normally, you ideally can, but you have to mash your soul and it's gonna look messy. Like, look at this. I hit him and then the million stab happened. That is very sloppy. Meanwhile, I can do it point blank by buffering like this. See that? Like, I did it flat out point blank. As simple as that. The idea is that when I'm dropping with the Helmbreaker, I am also mashing forward and triangle. Like, in the air right here, I start mashing forward and triangle. Look. So that Dante reaches the enemy and does the million stab. If I were to do it normally, as I said, it's possible, but it's sloppy. Dante hits the enemy, then does the million stab, and it's not really something you want. You want something elegant, you want something to make sense, you do this. Generally, buffering is a very, very important thing for crazy combos. I hope everything is clear. But this is not where the lesson for buffering comes to an end. Buffering moves, as you may now know it, is great for, you know, buffering crazy combos and all that, right? Like, we did talk about this. And Nevan is a good example, like, you know, doing this. You may have noticed how, like, Dante feels, you know, this first one, then he does another one to nail it down. Now, if you combine this with, like, a forward, you know, lock-on forward attack, and then you mash left of Dante, he instantly gets it. That's because you've been buffering the triangle to the left of Dante all you want. All the inputs are there already. Buffering, as you may now know it, after all that explanation, is that it's a thing that helps with crazy combos. But the thing is, it does not help with just crazy combos. It also helps with stuff like, you know, like this, for example. This is a nice combination that I'm pretty sure you've seen in some other places. What's happening is, you know, the moment I start holding triangle with Nevan, I switch to Rebellion. When this is done, I let go, and Dante does this. This way, what is happening right now is, Dante is in the animation of Nevan. He's charging up the electricity for Nevan, correct? But when he's charging and I'm holding triangle, I switch to Rebellion. Now he's charging Rebellion, but it's just not on his back. He's just not getting the red electricity. So it's being buffered in the very far off background. It's like one of the moves that I just wanted to talk about in the buffering lesson right here. Is that it doesn't just go for crazy combos. Like, I'm gonna do something right now. Hold on, watch this. Let me just see if I can do it. I'm gonna lock on forward, hold triangle, then instantly switch to Rebellion to get this. See what I mean? Once you apply it to one thing, you kind of get the note for it, like, as a whole. Like, this worked. Now surely this will work as well. And what do you know, it does. Generally what's happening is, right now, I'm locking on with Nevan forward, holding triangle when I do the attack. Like, forward hold triangle, instantly switch to Rebellion, and now when I let go, and, you know, I let go of triangle at the right time, of course. I don't let go of triangle instantly. You have to know when to let go of triangle, and not just let go of triangle. Like, hold triangle, switch to Rebellion. When this is done, then you let go of triangle, and then Dante does this. It's kind of good to maximize on damage this way. And that's about it. That's about it for buffering, honestly. The point should be nailed across right now. You can just do the drive now, and it's going to be a useful move rather than something that just takes a year to build up. In combination with other weapons, you can do drive, and it's still going to be very, very good. It's all about buffering, like, as I said. Like, maybe we can do this right now, look. See that? It's the same principle. I just did the lock on backwards with Nevan, hold triangle, instantly switch to Rebellion. When the attack is done, I let go of triangle. Rebellion is already equipped from me equipping it, and just like that. I hope the point of the buffering has clicked with you right now. It is very simplistic. As I said, most of the things just have to click, and that's about it. Now, though, we come to the end of the buffering lesson, and we come to the end of the combat guide overall. Right now, what I'm gonna be talking about is gonna be the enemy wiki. Finally, the details about the enemies. Like I'm gonna be going through the entirety of the enemy roster from the 7 hells all the way to the abyss, the last enemy type in the game. It's gonna be a very, very fun ride. It has been a very fun ride. I don't know how long this combat guide is gonna be, but we still have one more mountain to climb, which is gonna be the enemy wiki. So yeah, let's now dive into enemy wiki. So anyways, to start off the enemy wiki, we're gonna start talking about these guys right here. Now, these are called Pride in the enemy list names and whatnot. These are very, very basic fodders. What they have is an attack, they have a block, and what you can do with them, the coolest thing you can do with these Pride enemies is skateboard them, of course. I'm gonna be bringing up every enemy that has special things like these. And yeah, that's about it. That's all that I can really say about the Pride enemy type, and is that you can skateboard them. And yeah, let's move on to the next enemy, which is gonna be Lust. Now here is the Lust enemy. This is the first look we have of the Lust enemy. Lust is a very, very neat enemy. It has some very, very nice attacks, like this uppercut that they can do. Like they even faked it back there. Did you see that? They kind of like rush towards you and do this sweep attack. They also have another attack, which is just like this sweep attack, but they approach you with an uppercut. It is very, very nice attack. It catches you very nicely off of the air. Now, these enemies, again, the one thing that is very good against them is that you can skateboard them. So far, the enemies are going to be simplistic when I talk about them, but like, generally, like these guys, not really a lot that I can talk about right now. It's just the same principles that the Pride enemies have. The starting couple of enemies I'm going to talk about right now are going to be the 7 hells, which they're going to be very similar to each other. Lust is one of my favorite enemies in all of Devil May Cry, honestly. It's a fodder type enemy, but the attacks that it does is just something that is very amusing. It's very beautiful. And when they DT, like that uppercut right there, it really catches you very nicely off of the air. Like, I don't know how to describe how much I like the attack that they do. The enemies are very, very vicious, and like when they DT, they become even more so vicious. So you really need to be careful of them. You need to always be anticipating an attack from them to begin with. That's about it. Let's move on to the next enemy, which is going to be the Sloth. Now, something very important I want to talk about with the Sloths is that they are like they are very baity type enemies that you can bait however you want. First of all, you can skateboard them just like any of the other 7 hells. The main idea around these guys is that you need to watch out for when they want to do their teleport. And when they want to do their teleport is very obvious once you just get a read for their attack types. Look at them do the taunt and then they teleport. They only do the teleporting attack, this one, when they're on screen. If they're off screen, they will keep on teleporting, but they will not be teleporting to the attack. Like, see, this guy teleported on screen, but he's not going to teleport into an attack. When they do, you know, this taunt right here that this guy is doing, that's when you know, like, they're gonna about to strike with the attack and whatnot. So let me just demonstrate it when there's less enemies on screen so that there's less clutter. Here's this guy. You see how I bait him? I'm gonna demonstrate it on the next enemy. For now, let me just get rid of this guy. So, as I said, when they're off screen, they only teleport onto the screen so that they start their things, then their approaches. When they do this, they teleport and do a sweep. Now, when you get good enough at the game, you know the DPS types. When you know the DPS types, you know that these guys, when they DT, they're a steady type DT. So you can do that on them. Then when they're cornered, you can do whatever you want against them. As I just demonstrated. That was an Ultimate Tempest. The thing is, these guys do the beautiful taunt before attacking. That's all you need to learn. Like, you know, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna point it out when it happens. Any moment now. There. Then you jump. Boom, 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 boom. Just like that. You even beat the stun value for them. Which they have a lot of stun value for DT. That's one thing you need to keep in mind. Bait. Then you can get close, jump on them, skateboard them, isolate them to a corner, do the thing, do the corner DPS type. move to the next one. Generally, I hope the point is clear for the Sloths. This is a very, very nice enemy type, as you can see right here, and yeah, that's about it. Let's move on to the next enemy. Now here's the enemy Wrath that is going to appear right now. You generally want to shoot him, and by the way, projectiles with Nevan also count as projectiles that can harm Wrath. Generally, there's a cool little trick that you've seen speedrunners do where they shoot him and then Royalguard him. I'm going to demonstrate it right now. Just like that. You shoot him and then Royalguard the explosion instantly, just to get that cool little aura farming moment for yourself. I don't really do it a lot since it's a bit risky. I don't want to risk myself so much like that. But it is a cool thing to mention about the enemy Wrath. Now, it is one of the 7 hells, but it does not operate like one of these guys. Like, it is a very nice enemy type, and the explosion damages nearby enemies, and it damages you, and it kills them. So, yeah, very, very nice enemy. Let's move on to the next enemy type. Now, the next enemy we got Gluttony from the 7 hells of enemies. This is the one that does the little sneeze on you. I don't know, he sneezes. He vomits. He vomits sand. Shout out to Hristos Zimnas. He vomits. Gluttony is an enemy that vomits on you. That's about it. I don't think there's anything special about him. I don't need to spend a lot of time on him. Let's move on to the next enemy. The next enemy we have is called Envy. This is a nice enemy, I would say. It's a variation of the fodder enemies you fight. They're the same, they block, you can skateboard them, and all the cool stuff. They have a cool little thing where you cannot launch them, however, but you can still capitalize on damaging them by downing them. So like they can drop on the ground if you wail on them long enough. Or like there's another cool little thing you do that you've seen me do on the Lust enemies, on the Sloth enemies, on the Pride enemies. And it's to gather them all up in one place and do a million staff combo to catch all of them in place. Again, very, very basic enemies, just that you cannot launch them. That's all that I can say about them. Let's move on to the next enemy. The next enemy in the 7 hells is called Greed. This is the last enemy of the 7 hells I'm going to talk about right now. These are going to be the spawners that have a huge little, I don't know what this pillar is that they spin around, but they spawn different enemies into the battlefield. So when it comes to enemy prioritization, you really want to prioritize these guys first to take them out, then you take out the enemies that they have spawned. So the thing about these enemies is that they are a steady type, so you can DPS on top of their heads with the Agni Rudra, trick, or the Beowulf trick. You need to, dispose of them quickly, as quick as possible. You have a lot of windows to approach them and jump cancel on top of their heads. It's very great that they're a steady enemy, they can't get knocked back, so it's a very nice thing that you can just DPS on top of their heads as fast as you can. So there is that about the greed enemies. Let's move on now to the next enemy. Now we're moving on to the next enemy, which is going to be called Enigma. These are enemies that are mostly dependent on the stage you fight them in. What I mean by this is that every time you face an Enigma in an encounter, just know that it's a specific special type of encounter that you need to plan around with enough replays of the encounter. Meaning, when you face an Enigma in an encounter, you are facing an encounter that is specifically designed in some weird way where you have to play by the game's rule 10 times more than before. If you weren't already playing by the game's rules, which you should be, you shouldn't really style around and combo mat these enemies, they're not designed for that. Now you should do that 10 times more every time you face off against an Enigma. Here's a very good example right now that I don't have the spiral. Like, I just wanted to make this as vanilla friendly as possible. I didn't want to make it, like, obviously there are dominant strats I can use right now, dominant weapons against Enigmas, but we'll talk about them in just a minute. This will be the longest explanation or talk about the Enigmas, or about any enemy actually. So I'm gonna be using some vanilla stuff. I'm not gonna be using DTE. I'm not gonna be using Nevan from up close. I'll get to those later, but for now those are very obvious. Maybe not the Nevan one. Nevan, you actually can go up to them, 2 meters away from them, and just hold triangle, and you kind of create an aura around you that you can't get hit in. I already talked about it in the Nevan lesson, where Nevan also uses it can be used as like a defensive thing. It builds a lot of electricity around you, and then it damages the fools. So these things can also, collide with the arrows that the Enigmas shoot. So yeah. So say we're in an encounter like this where we're faced off against 2 Enigmas on the roof of these 2 buildings. Generally, the entire flow of the encounter has now switched. I can play the game from afar like this and just strafe around their projectiles. Keep on shooting until you drain both of them down a little bit, and then you get close. But you generally notice how the entire game is like, it's like I'm playing a different game. It's like I'm not even playing Devil May Cry 3 right now. Suddenly this game of long range. And if I had Spiral, you would have already guessed what happens with Spiral. Shoot, spiral. But I have the shotgun as of now. This is one way to approach, the Enigma enemies from afar. Or you can get close and do a little bit of Helmbreaker action to really break them. Or shotgun to knock them back, or whatever really. Now Helmbreaker is good from up close because it sort of shatters their projectiles on its way down, like you're fighting the Enigmas, correct? Unlike you generally, let me go to a better mission well suited for this, like mission 4. You generally see that with each Helmbreaker, I am adding pressure to the Enigma. Let me actually demonstrate the Nevan strat as well. Pretty sure a lot of people would love to see that. So equip Nevan and actually equip Spiral as well. I want to demonstrate as much as I can for the Enigma, since it's an enemy that can be a turnoff for a lot of people. It's a turnoff for me. Like every time I'm faced with an Enigma, it's not that I can't face them. It's just that I hate facing them. It's like they changed the game so drastically into something that I don't like, something I'm not a fan of. I just put up with it because this is DMC3 and it's, come on, like it's DMC3. So say I'm gonna face a couple of Enigmas right now. I'm not gonna DTE them. Like it's very obvious to just build up your DTE like this. This will be a little too easy to do, like, build up your DTE, then run towards them, and kill all of them with a triple S without taking any bit of damage and yada yada. But this is not what I'm here for. I'm here to demonstrate some stuff. Enigmas in general, you want to strafe around their hits. So let me reset the mission real quick. Strafing around their arrows is a part of the plan when it comes to approaching them. They shoot their arrows in a sort of way where they kind of shoot them to the sky and then they drop and hit you. They don't actually just shoot you directly, like to your face, unless you are very, very close to them. I'm gonna demonstrate it right now. I just realized, by the way, these are Enigmas right here. They just haven't turned completely. So, like, pay close attention to what I'm gonna do right now. See how they shoot in, like, bursts of arrows that kind of fly to the sky, then they drop and they hit. So, like, strafing around these is the best demonstration for strafing. But if you get too close, of course, they shoot directly. Like there, back there, I was almost about to get shot. The idea is that you keep on doing this where you strafe around their shots. Like sometimes even normal moving can make you strafe around some of their hits. You don't have to run. The thing about Enigmas is that they don't attack off screen, but when you get them on screen, they will continue their attack. But off screen, as it stands, they do not attack. You can use this for your advantage once you learn the, each encounter where an Enigma appears from. So this again feeds back to my starting argument. You want to know which encounter gives you an Enigma. So like each Enigma encounter is an encounter of its own. You need to memorize each encounter and how it goes. You need to memorize ceilings. Yes, ceilings, like literally right above me, can be helpful for when it comes to fighting Enigmas, since they shoot to the air and they don't shoot towards you. So you can get them off screen and keep on doing this, for example, with Spiral. But what if you were in a situation where you didn't have Spiral? Well, there's only so much you can actually do, and I don't really like it. As I said, it's a very, very strict enemy, even for DMC3 standards. It is an insanely strict enemy. Otherwise, like, you can do this from off screen and all that, but like once they DT, of course, it's the most dangerous thing to get close to these guys. So your best bet is to do this with Spiral. But if you don't have Spiral, say you're at the start game, even if you don't have Nevan, it's more problematic, but I'm going to explain what to do when you don't have those. So get them on screen a little bit. Just do this, their arrows get shattered and you are shooting them. So this is kind of the classic way of dealing with Enigmas as a whole. Like, this is what people do when they don't even know what to do against the most basic of enemies. This is the bread and butter way of dealing with Enigmas. It stops their arrows from approaching you. It's you know, it takes nice damage. Nevan does nice damage, so there's no reason not to do that. See, the arrows all get shattered, you have an aura around you and you can't really get touched. And it works against literally every case of Enigmas. Now these are the Enigma types that are steady in place. There are different Enigma types that will appear later that I will have to get to in a little bit, but for now let's just keep on demonstrating these guys. As I said, a bit of spiral here and there. And here's another close-up demonstration to what's going on with the Nevan shenanigan. What's happening is this. Notice their arrows and how it gets shattered when it gets closed. And like the other thing I talked about with Helm Breakers from up close is just so that you falter them as quickly as possible. Like, this is a DT'd Enigma, and like what I keep on doing is this, to keep on putting it in a loop where I just stun it. If it does the projectiles, that is a no good. Like, what an uppercut. God, I love this enemy. Anyways, the philosophy behind Enigmas is something I'm not a fan of. Devil May Cry 3 is like one of, if not the most strategic action game ever. And even if you are a fan of the strategy that Devil May Cry 3 brings, like me, you may not be a fan of like what the Enigma as an enemy is. And especially like later on when we talk about the type that you have to corner, there's another type of the Enigmas where you have to kind of run them to a corner and then capitalize on damaging them as much as you can. Gonna demonstrate it on screen right now and how people usually deal with them. Since like I don't have time to really go through Mission 4's Jester and all that right now. Sort of running short on time today. But on display is a gameplay of mine from a couple of months ago and how I deal with them in vanilla, like without Spiral, without Nevan, without the powerful tools against Enigmas. And you'll get to see how boring and just, I don't know, I don't like it is. I don't like the way it is. Generally, you run towards them and they run back while shooting, mind you. So you run them into a corner and then finally you pop something on them, and that's how you win against Enigmas. Enigmas are really my least favorite enemy, as I just said earlier on. So without further ado, I would really now like to move on to a different enemy type. Now, the thing with Hell Vanguards is that the game considers them a boss fight. I decided to demonstrate them right here. It is a very, very nice enemy. I like it very much. The first thing I'm going to teach about it is strafing their attacks. So they have this thing where they teleport and they do this attack, then they do this attack, then they do this attack. Your main action is to always run a little, then jump. So like run, jump. Even if they don't reach, run, jump, shoot. Run, jump, shoot. That's about all you need to do. After running a little bit to strafing, you kind of read which attack it is. Like that attack back there, you can just do it with strafing. But it wouldn't hurt if you did a jump like this to get more out of the way. Generally, when she does the teleport, she has two things that she can do, and it's RNG. It's not really clear on which one she will do at what time. She may do the one where she appears from the ground, and she does an uppercut. For that one, you have responded very well by running and then jumping. Like, I'm gonna wait for her to do it again right now. Let's see if she does it. We're running, jumping, not that one. Running, jumping, that one. See? This one. The main idea is that whether it's that one or the other one where she just, you know, horizontally does the little, you know, swings with her scythe and all that, you have already ran and jumped out of the way. You just shoot once to delay your drop. See like how I dodged all three of those back there, back to back? This is the best way you can ever dodge it, and it doesn't require any style. You don't even have any style equipped. Just like that. So when you see her do that, she does a little taunt before she starts her teleporting move and whatnot. When you see her do that, you instantly start running around. You just have to strafe around her attacks. And if it's the underground uppercut one, you've already made it out of the way. Just insert a jump in case she almost is about to reach you with the uppercut. And if you see her from the side of the screen and not from the underground where the ground turns into water, then you do a jump and do one Ebony and Ivory shot to stay in the air. I'm gonna demonstrate it right now. Not this one. This one. Boom. You see a light appear on the spot she's gonna appear from. You then, you're already running, you jump, shoot. You can even just jump normally, by the way, like, I'm gonna demonstrate it. The one Ebony and Ivory shot I do is just to delay my drop. That's literally all there is to it. Like, there she is. Just a jump. It's just like there I was almost about to get caught with that attack. So that's why I kind of decided to... that's why I say shoot with Ebony and Ivory to delay your drop. And when she appears, she's a steady type enemy. You can just wail on her like that. When she does a parry, your weapons clash and all that, correct? By then, you're on the ground again. So you jump again and you do this. See? This is what I meant. This is exactly what I meant. It happened. Thank God it happened. Now the DPS types for these guys is the steady type. So you can just wail on her like this until she's dead. Now the Hell Vanguard is an enemy that is weak to light. Meaning if you attack it with Beowulf, that is the best way you can maximize damage on them. So as I have it written on the screen right now, these guys are weak to the light element of Devil May Cry 3. I have talked about the Hell Vanguard right now as the next enemy after the Sloth, which it just happens to appear in Mission 2 after the Sloth, so I felt like it was a good idea to talk about the Hell Vanguard right now. Hell Vanguard is like an enemy type. You'll get faced with it multiple times in the campaign. The game considers it a boss, but it's not really a boss fight, so that was about it for the Hell Vanguard. And now we get to the next enemy that we're going to talk about, which is going to be the Damned Chessmen. Now these are enemies that are very, very nice in the game. I really like their design and like generally what they go for. What I'm going to talk about right now is how every type of DPS works on most of these guys in a very, very beautiful way. Like the steady enemy DPS works, the moving enemy DPS works, every DPS type works on these guys, and that's something I really like. So first of all, I wanted to talk about this horse. Now this horse right here is, or I guess the knight is what he's called in chess. You can JC his head, but he has a very small window as you saw back there. Just wanted to drop that small bit of trivia on him. As for the rest, you already know what to do. I've been literally demonstrating these guys for the past couple of hours now for enemies that are steady. So when they're steady, you know what to use on them. You use the best DPS type on them, which happens to be the jump canceling DPS. That would be about it for the Damned Chessmen. There are other types that are available. There are other ones that are the same size as these guys, but they heal other surrounding enemies. And the philosophy for those are the same. You just do a bunch of this type of DPS, basically. The one we talked about with the steady enemies. Since these guys are steady, they don't get knocked back, they don't get launched, they don't get downed. You can just glide around them like this. The rest, there are the castle ones. Those guys you cannot really jump cancel. There is nothing to jump cancel on them. But they're also really nice enemies. You need to just mainly do the most damaging move on them. Like, usually like if you have Beowulf, just hit him with one of these. Or like whatever other weapon you have. Like maybe if you have Agni Rudra, then you go with the whole attack style DPS. Now as you can see in the lower left corner, I have written that these enemies have a weakness towards light, and yes, that is true. The best way to maximize damage on them is to use Beowulf so that you, output the light element on them. Beowulf is the only weapon that has it. Make sure to use it. It's the best weapon against these guys. As I said, the Damned Chessmen are very, very nice enemies. You kind of want to do the all-arounder, you can kind of do all types of DPS on them. So that's about it. Let's now move on to the next enemy. Now when it comes to Soul Eaters, I have shown my distaste towards the enemy. It's not really an enemy I'm fond of. But the great thing is that they have an enemy, you know, a type of weapon weakness with Beowulf. Like Beowulf deals additional damage to them. Now I dislike this enemy, but it's not because I can't deal with him. I can deal with Soul Eaters, it's just not fun. What I do is with Beowulf usually, you know, I run a certain direction with my back against them, bait that attack of theirs, and then strike with like this maybe. Now one way of dealing with Soul Eaters is baiting their attacks, like this one for example, then hitting them with Beowulf, like that kick back there. Generally you can bait them if you don't want to play the whole, you know, turn around and instantly hit them game, or shoot them with gunslinger while looking away. It's generally like, or even this baiting that you did back there, or like, but this is like the best one, where you bait one to where it's already going and then hit it with like this, like that. It's especially better with Beowulf since it has an elemental advantage over them. Kind of just slaps them like that, or like that. When they're rushing towards you, you can just do a bunch of this, or bait this and then shotgun them. That can also work. Generally with the Soul Eaters you want to bait them like this, boom. Now I have equipped Gunslinger for this exact reason, to showcase something neat, and it's you know, shoot them, you know, like this, like your back is turned to them and you shoot them. It's a kind of a neat way if you ask me, like this. But of course they still kind of come through and still attack you. However, it doesn't really matter. See, like right now my back is against them, I can do this. When they come at me I just dodge it. It's like that. And see, like, it's generally, even I am sloppy when fighting them. I'm not that good at fighting Soul Eaters. So you don't always want to, like, you can do this. If they're far, this is the best thing. See how it took that Soul Eater, sniped him off of there? I'm gonna showcase, you know, one or two other ways to take them out safely. Now another way to take them out safely is to gain distance against them, if there is room to gain distance in the first place, and then just hitting them with this. Point is that you're gonna have to find an opening to assert the most damage you can assert. I'm just gonna wait for them. They have a nice audio cue that you can hear and all that, but I still don't like it. See, like, your back is against them, one of them rushes, boom. You can kill it before it even arrives to you. It's like this. So like Spiral is also good from far range. Now something else is of course this. But the thing with Nevan is that this is not like the Enigmas where, you know, it instantly stops them. It takes some time, so you gotta kind of cook up your thing quickly like this, the moment you see them from afar coming at you. Kind of requires a lot more kind of awareness. Like, see, already I'm pressing it, already I am ready for it. Thing with Nevan is that if you take your lock on off of the enemy, it's gonna not auto lock the electricities that fly off, the bats that fly off Nevan. They're not gonna auto lock to the enemy, so that's problematic. You gotta keep on holding lock on. Now moving on to the next enemy in Devil May Cry 3, we have the Blood-goyle, which is it's a gargoyle that is bloody. And I'm trying to be formal with this. These are the Blood-goyles that you're seeing on the display right now. If you hit them normally, they kind of multiply, so you really don't want to hit them like this. The game does a pretty good job teaching you about this because you learn to shoot them rather than just attack them with your melee options. And when they're petrified like this, you gotta break them, and then is how they're officially dead. Now, speaking of petrifying these Blood-goyles, there are multiple ways you can do them, and no, not just with ranged weapons. With ranged weapons, it's pretty clear. You know, you can use the pistol, the shotgun, spiral, the Kalina Ann, whatever, and they get petrified. But you can also do the same thing with weapons that have, you know, projectile type things. Basically, you just have to avoid hitting them with your physical melee weapon. Like, for example, Nevan has these projectiles. They do count and they do, you know, petrify the Blood-goyles. Even a crazy move like the guitar solo that Dante does with lock on, or, you know, just generally to the left of Dante, then inputting triangle. Even that petrifies the Blood-goyles. Something like the explosion with the Tempest, you know, with the Agni Rudra, even that petrifies the Blood-goyles. So there is that. And now to instantly talk about the Blood-goyles when they're petrified, these Blood-goyles are weak to two elements, as you can see written down below. They're weak to fire and thunder. Yes, the Nevan element, thunder, has an elemental advantage over the petrified gargoyles, and it's the best advantage. I believe it is more potent than using Agni and Rudra's fire. Yes, yeah, like using the thunder is the best thing when they're petrified. Especially there's something else, and it's that, you know, there are two Blood-goyle types. There are the big ones and the small ones. The big one, for instance, is not weak to fire, but it is weak to thunder. So thunder is overall the best to use against them. Then after that comes the fire, that is the second best. So there is that I wanted to clear up as well. Generally, what like the game plan is for Blood-goyles is to obviously petrify them. And the Ebony and Ivory, shooting them with Ebony and Ivory is really the best thing, since, like, as I said, it's a hit scan weapon. So, like, even when they're spinning crazy, you can still catch them. When you want to use the shotgun or something like the rocket launcher, you want to use it when it's up close, since it's very good. It, like, instantly, pop, petrifies them, and it's just very good. And by the way, these guys, when they're petrified, you can sort of loop them in a really, really nice way. Like, say you can do this. You can basically loop this even when they gain control back and are about to turn into the whole attack me with ranged weapons only. So, like, right now it's trying to turn back, but I can just keep on looping it. The main idea when fighting these guys, though, is that you need to keep in mind that you're fighting multiple of them. It's never really a case where you're fighting only one of these guys. And like something very good against these guys when it comes to using Nevan is that you really just have to use it and only it to, like, that way when enemies approach you, they sort of get petrified. You know, if you're not getting overwhelmed, that is. Oh my god, what's happening? Usually, like with Nevan, you create the aura around you and it petrifies enemies and it stops them in place. So that can be used, just like the Enigma thing. Just like that. Like, they reach you, but at the same time, they get petrified. So that is very, very good. Generally, you need to keep on hearing their audio cue. They have a very, very neat audio cue, mind you, where they scream before coming at you. It's very, very nice. I really, really like it. I like audio cue very much. Like, in general, as a design in action games. That would be about it for the Blood-goyles. Really not a lot that I can talk about them. And yeah, it's up to you to choose what these guys, when they get petrified, by the way, they're the DPS type that moves around. They're not a steady DPS, so make sure to use something that is useful for them while they move. Like the thing that we talked about back there with the Agni Rudra and Rebellion combo, or Agni Rudra triangle circle combo, or if you're using this, honestly, just go for the most damaging move. We talked about this. Just go for this. If you have the opening. And if you don't, of course, you know, normal attacking with Beowulf is, like, really good. Ebony and Ivory is something you always want to have on you. It's just generally something you always want to have on you. Because, like, if they're spinning around like crazy, charging up their attack, you want Ebony and Ivory. Like let's pay attention. Look at this. While it's spinning around, I froze it. Shotgun only when you're close. Or, like, same thing with Spiral. Or, like, just like that. You can take them and isolate them to spots by going to, you know, spots where you can isolate. Some enemies are really encounter dependent, just like the Enigmas. The Blood-goyles are very encounter dependent. You can come over here to have a better shot at them one by one, like just lure one of them in here, one gets trapped down below. But that's mostly reliant on you studying the encounters more than me talking about Blood-goyles. See, like right now I have them isolated right up here. You jump the opposite direction, by the way, since these guys keep on flying your way. Isolation is an important part against these guys since they can be a bit annoying and a lot of them may approach you at a time. You don't want that. And just like that, that's the Blood-goyles. Let's move on now to the next enemy. Now the next enemy we're going to talk about is going to be Arachne, which are the spiders. We talked about those in that one encounter I did when talking about the Agni Rudra. Which, these enemies, first and foremost, they are the, you know, they kind of are the middleweight type enemies in this game. They're mostly steady most of the time, but you cannot jump cancel on top of them as freely as you can do with other enemies. So we're not going to count this enemy as the steady type, even though it feels like the steady type. It does get actually knocked down, it does get knocked back with enough damage dealt. But even so, like when you're normally fighting them, they don't get actually knocked back. They feel like they're steady enemies, but they're not. You cannot jump cancel on top of these guys, is what I'm trying to get across. The thing with Arachnes is that they're weak to fire, which that is something also we need to get out of the way right now. Them being weak to fire means naturally that the best thing to use against them is Agni Rudra. Agni Rudra really puts them in a nice stun phase where they keep on getting kind of hit property all over. They keep on getting... it's not quite exactly stunned, but they get faltered. They kind of trip all over the place when they're getting hit with Agni and Rudra attacks. The thing is, spiders and how you fight them, the flow with them is in general is that you need to be wary of how volatile they can be. They constantly are on the move. They constantly are moving. So you need to be careful, or you need to really know what to dedicate, when to attack, when to not attack. You need to always be anticipating an attack. They have a lot of different attack types, mainly this one, where they scream before rushing at you like a train. The audio cue even sounds like it's a train incoming. It's a very, very neat audio cue. So when you get a read on that, when you hear it, you're gonna want to jump and shoot one or two Ebony and Ivory bullets to kind of stay in the air, or don't, depending on the situation. Then you want to come down and kind of punish them with like the air triangle before dropping with Agni Rudra and continuing your assault. Arachnes come in groups, just like the Blood-goyles that we just described, so you better know to, you know, kind of keep them on screen at a minimum, because you really don't want multiple spiders on screen. And when they're on screen, they have a lot of things where they latch onto the wall and throw projectiles that petrify you in place. You gotta escape them. When they die, a bunch of spiders come out of them. They latch onto you. You gotta kind of side roll to get rid of them. Otherwise, they explode on you and they take a bit of damage. The big green spider deals more damage than the normal spiders, and it's a bigger hitbox, so you can hit them more freely. In general, Arachnes are like some of my favorite enemies in Devil May Cry. They're very, very well designed. And additionally, like, I love spiders in my action games. Like, just fighting a spider is just very, very cool. That would be sort of about it for Arachne. I really don't know what else to add. I'm looking at my bullet points that I have written, and this seems about it. And I have written which DPS works the best on them, but I believe it's been clear that was the first thing I talked about. You generally want to do the DPS with like in combination with Rebellion, you know, since it's a moving target. Okay? And if it's knocked down, then you can get close. Or if it's cornered, you can get close and do the Agni and Rudra DPS thing on them. There is also that, so... yeah, make sure to use all of your focus on these guys, since they're very, very highly volatile. So yeah, let's move on to the next enemy right now. Next enemy we're going to be talking about is Dullahan. These are these enemies that have a shield in front of them and they only get attacked from behind. They accept nothing but back shots, so Boom, boom. And by the way, these guys are scripted to only go in these two ways. Usually these guys fight you and they're on ground level. What they do is rush you exactly with this same animation that you're seeing right now. And all you do is just strafe around them and attack them from behind. Even there. Even like when they're on in their normal non-scripted way of fighting. These guys also have a neat thing where they do this. They kind of snipe you off of the air so that you don't jump above them. But this is easily avoidable by just getting behind them and attacking them from behind like this. So even when they're on the ground, not really a lot that I can talk about with this enemy. It's a really easy enemy. Find whatever you can to hit him from the back, and that's literally it. Boom. Just like that. Now the next enemy we're going to talk about is the Fallen. So these guys are synonymous with this game's community when it comes to enemy talk. People don't really like these guys because they have a lot of health and they strike really hard and they go through walls. So it's sort of understandable if you don't like the amount of chipping that you do on them. But me personally, I like the Fallen enemies. So the main play around these guys is that, of course, they are, first of all, their DPS type is that they're constantly on the move. You can't try out enemy canceling, jump canceling, sorry. They even have a hitbox for they don't even have a hitbox for jump canceling, sorry. So air attacks are a no-no unless they're wide open and standing. Now, by then you can just jump and attack them once. It's fine. But as it stands, the main way you want to go about fighting these fallen enemies is to, you know, stay on ground level and kind of use a lot of strafing. When you are on ground level and when they don't have their shield on, they do this attack where they spin around their sword in a cyclonic movement. You are then simply gonna stick yourself close to them as much as you can and just mash your attacks with Rebellion. These guys phase through walls, but all you need to do is just learn their patterns. Like, notice how I'm just not even getting near a wall to get into a situation where I can't see what they're doing. All that I do is that I stick close to them until they start doing their cyclonic attack, and by then I just strafe right below them. I don't even jump or dash towards their core. You generally need to be staying close so that you keep on attacking them as they're doing their cyclonic attack. Now they do their cyclonic attack mostly when they don't have a shield. When they have a shield, they have a lot of other moves that they can do. Mainly an attack where they stick their sword to the ground and then it explodes and all that, so you better be careful of all of that. You need to make sure you break their shields as fast as you can. And again, breaking their shields is the same strategy. Just stay close to the ground and you will be fine. Just strafe to where they're standing. Like, when they start the animation, get close and then start attacking. The fallen enemies do have a lot of HP, honestly, but even when they DT, they're not that intimidating. Once you know the pattern, once you know when to approach them, and even if you're at like an advanced level, you can start jumping and attacking them while they're in the air. You know, just to add a little bit more damage, why not? But generally you want to stay on the ground level so that you do the attacks that I was just talking about, where you strafe to their core and start attacking them there. That is really about it. That's all that I can talk about for the fallen enemy. This is about it for the fallen enemy. Let's now finally move on to the last enemy in Devil May Cry 3 that we get introduced to. The next and final enemy we're going to talk about for Devil May Cry 3 is the Abyss. The Abyss enemies in Devil May Cry 3, while looking like one of the 7 Hells, are not actually from the 7 Hells enemy type. They look like them. You can even skateboard them, which that is the first thing I'm going to get out of the way. You can skateboard these enemies just like you can one of the 7 Hells, you know, the father of 7 Hells. These guys, first of all, I'm going to talk about the strafing that you can do with them, since they're going to be doing a lot of this attack, where they go on the ground, teleport to the air, and do this. You generally want to just see where they're going, and wherever they go, just go below them, and you can strafe their projectile easily, just like this. See? You just strafe by running towards where they just went to the air. That is the best way. There's another way by, you know, jumping and boom, knocking them off of the air. But I do feel like that is a bit advanced for now to talk about. You will get a catch to these guys and boom, knock them out like this. Honestly, it's a great thing that I mentioned it right now. If you see one going to the air and you want to instantly punish him back down to the ground, you can Helmbreaker him down, you can, you know, Agni and Rudra his ass back down like this. There's a lot of punishes. Now something else I'm going to talk about right now is that these guys are are an enemy type that retaliates upon being pushed back. I'm gonna show you what I mean. Knock him back, he does this attack, no matter how many times you do. Which we did talk about this beautiful thing where I do this. This is a really, really nice loop that you can try on these Abyss enemies. And I'm sorry, this is my no upgrade run save. I don't have anything upgraded. You can generally just try this strat on them and just loop a bunch of them in the middle, just like this. Now, I failed to capture them back there, but generally you can loop it. You can exploit their retaliation, just like this. You're dealing some very, very sweet damage as well, by the way. But anyways, the next thing I'm going to talk about when it comes to the Abyss enemies is that they are weak to ice. I believe we've already talked about this in the Cerberus section. These guys are weak to ice, but it's not really that much worth it. And I'm getting slapped the hell out of them. I'm getting slapped the hell out of. Generally, yeah, they have weakness to ice that you can exploit because it stuns them in place, sort of like how the fire works on the Arachne enemies. In here, Cerberus kind of gets to shine, even though it's not really that big of a deal that it has elemental advantage. But yeah, you know, it's there. Here's the skateboarding. As I said, just like the 7 health, and it's very nice. It's actually very humiliating to these guys. They're all over here trying to act tough, and then you just skateboard one of them. It's very nice. Say like this. You can kind of hit them as they're on their way down to skateboard them consistently. Like say this guy's gonna teleport to the air. Here's what I'm gonna do. I wait for him to shoot, I do my thing, and then he drops down like this, so that I can skateboard on top of him normally. That's about it for the Abyss enemies. This is where the enemy wiki also comes to a closure. This was the last enemy to talk about, and it's one of my favorite enemies to talk about in general. Just an overall nice upgrade to what we learned from the 7 Hells enemies. Okay, so just overall a really, really nice enemy to end the enemy wiki chapter with. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed this combat guide. I hope you learned something from this combat guide. As a final conclusion to this combat guide, I'd like to talk about Devil May Cry 3's combat philosophy one more time. This is going to be mainly something you haven't heard throughout the video, but I hope you kind of got the idea of throughout the video. Devil May Cry 3 features some of the most strategic enemies in the history of action games. Enemy prioritization wasn't an actual complete lesson in this video. It's because the game mainly teaches you or forces you into enemy prioritization. If you have an enemy that spawns other enemies, you surely want to get rid of him first. You don't want to fight in an encounter, you know, infinitely. If you have an enemy that is a constant threat, always moving around, always is fast, you know you have to take him out first. At the start of the video, I mentioned how you're constantly demanded 2 things, at least from the 4 things that I mentioned, which were like, you know, react accordingly, assert the best DPS you can, and just generally DMC3 being a chess game at a clinically high speed level. Devil May Cry 3 is all about enemy management. If an enemy is on screen at all times and you can't get him off screen to fight other enemies and all that, say like the Enigma, you are obligated to go ahead and take out that Enigma first, then deal with the other enemies on hand. Enemy prioritization also comes into play in this game and on a different level, which, you know, on DMD you have to kind of manage the enemies DTing as well. You're not just out there taking out enemies, you're out there, you know, draining enemies one by one just to strike them all at once and take them out easily when they DT. Since when enemies DT, of course, they have a lot more health and hyper armor and defense in general, and they deal a lot more damage. You want to dispose of an enemy as quick as possible. Devil May Cry 3 is a sea of mechanics and complexity and depth. It is a game that I did not expect to take this long to make a combat guide for. Everything is so intertwined. You may have noticed me over repeating myself in a lot of the chapters and the lessons. If I was talking about Rebellion, I was also talking about Swordmaster, which then I was also talking about the enemy on display, which then I was also talking about a certain weapon that I was, you know, kind of talking about. If I was mentioning Ebony and Ivory, I was also mentioning the defense that comes with it, and I was also mentioning how the lock-on can help so that Dante faces the enemy. And I was also mentioning how Gunslinger is in use here, and I was also mentioning how a crazy combo was being in use here against an enemy that is on the ground. The combat is so intertwined, it's so kind of complex, and it all comes together in one complete circle by the end. I couldn't just sit down and talk about the DT mode, well, because we have 5 DT modes. I couldn't just sit down and talk about the weapons, well, because we have a style dedicated to the weapon. And then what do we do without the style? I couldn't just sit down and talk about Swordmaster, well, because Swordmaster isn't just one style for one type of moveset. It's a style kind of shared around 5 different weapons. Devil May Cry 3 has really been the hardest game I've ever approached to make a video for. This video will come out way longer than I expected. Like, I did not expect one game's combat guide to take this long, but I somehow pulled it through, and I hope you guys learned something from this. By the end, this is not like a combo guide where I say do this combo or do this combo or do this combo. For Devil May Cry 3, what I do recommend right now, the first thing I ever recommend, is doing a vanilla run DMD mode. This means hitting new game on the main menu, then going normal, then hitting Dante Must Die mode. The mechanics I taught dodged the DTE, for instance, because of this main purpose right here at the end of the combat guide. I don't want you to go ahead and start the game up on New Game Plus after learning all of this. I want you to go ahead and start the game up on vanilla. That is the ultimate goal of this combat guide, to make you finish a run on vanilla, and then hopefully on no upgrades, since that's when you're gonna be really hardened for every single mechanic and enemy and encounter. I really hope you enjoyed this video. I really hope you learned something from this video, and I really hope you drop any question you have in the comments regarding anything in this game. If I don't know it, I will ask people that know about it, and then I will answer you, and maybe then you'll get your answer. Or maybe if I don't answer you, my other friends will answer you. We would love to have people, you know, have combats click with them. To not drag this video any longer, I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you learned something. Make sure to drop a like. I make combat guides for other games as well. I've made one for the God of War trilogy. I've made one for Metal Gear Rising, and I've made one for Devil May Cry 5. This right here has been my most ambitious combat guide ever, since like Devil May Cry 3 is so vast. It's actually insane. I hope it all came together by the end. I'm gonna have to see this video through while editing, see how structured or all over the place it is. It's gonna be one of the two, so yeah. This has been your Extreme Gamer Zestus, or Zestos, or Zesty. Peace.